Makati Productions presents an unabridged recording of Sword of the Jedi. Book 1. Remembrance. Written by Gregory O. Scott. Prologue. Spectres of the past. Stars without number drifted through space. Against the backdrop sat a planet, rich in the greens and blues and cloud wisps of a living world. Against the blackness of space, it seemed small and luminous, even with the dark patches on its southern hemisphere, scars of some past devastation. Wounded or not, it seemed like it could endure against empty eternity forever. From the starfield, two bright lights started to blaze. They hung over the planet's north pole like a pair of white eyes, and from those eyes nebulous gases seemed to swirl. They circled around the eyes until they formed a face, and soon shoulders flowed down to arms and stretched out on either side of the planet, as if to hold it tight. The arms closed around the green world and the eyes blazed and shifted color, one the deep red of a sick and dying star, the other a cool blue. Below the mist colored, as gases and dust formed the shape of the mouth, and the mouth opened itself to speak. Mine. The living world writhed in the arms that grasped it. Its greens turned sickly brown, its rich waters black. The white whirls of cloud vapor disappeared, scattering into the nothingness of space. The arms held it tighter and the lips turned into a cruel smile. Mine. As blazed brighter, red and blue. The face resolved in detail. It was old and withered and twisted in an ancient anger. Mine. And then she woke up. Jaina sat upright in bed. She looked down at the form sleeping beside her. Jagged was turned away toward the wall of the Falcon's cabin. She rubbed her eyes, hoping the dream would go away with waking, like dreams usually did, but this one wouldn't. She'd had the dream too many times lately, and it never went away. Jaina knew she wouldn't get back to sleep after that, so she got up to use the fresher and change out of her night clothes. The Falcon was still in sleep cycle, and its halls were dark and quiet except for the distant rattle of the hyperdrives. Her parents were tucked away in their own cabin, probably sound asleep in each other's arms. It was a comfort, knowing they would always be together. Jaina sat down in the Falcon's main lounge, in the booth next to the Dedrick table. She ran her fingers across its checkerboard surface, tracing the old score lines across its surface. It had been almost a half-century since Uncle Luke had come aboard her father's ship, almost 20 since her mother sat down with Gilad Pellaeon and Eligus Aklar to negotiate the end to a war that had torn apart the galaxy. The Falcon had been a hunk of junk a half-century ago, a cobbled-together mess that kept flying through the love and devotion of her pilot. A half-century later it was still the same. Jaina thought it was the perfect ship for her parents, who had gone through so much, lost so much, time and time again, yet still kept flying. It had been 2 years since her wedding to Jagged, and they had, by most objective measures, been the best two of her life. The galaxy was still racked by political uncertainty, Uncle Luke was still struggling to find the Jedi Order's place in things, and her poor cousin Ben was still struggling with regret and heartache, but for Jaina they had been quiet and steady years. No more war and betrayal and death. Nothing except comfort, finally, after more conflict in her short life than anyone deserved. Maybe that was why the dreams were coming. The universe couldn't let her get too happy. The Force didn't want the sword of the Jedi to get dull and rusty. She couldn't tell Jagged that she was dreaming. She couldn't tell anyone because she didn't know what she was seeing. She did her best to put it all behind her and pretend she didn't think about it every day. That was something she'd gotten very good at over the last 4 years. She saw it sometimes, in her mother's or father's eyes, that brief moment when their thoughts would flicker back to the son who had not only been lost, but had been transformed into something so sinister and monstrous it cast a shadow over their brightest victories. But they never talked about Justin anymore. No one did. Everyone tried to pretend like he never existed. Like the wounds he had left in their hearts weren't still bleeding. "Hey, sweetie," she heard the soft voice of her father from the doorway. "You're up early." She looked up to see him standing in the shadows. Han Solo reached out and flicked on a set of lights, not to daytime levels, but bright enough to let her get a good look at his face. Even in the soft glow she could see the lines on his face, the heavy jowls, and the white in his hair. She didn't see her father that often lately, but every time she did, she thought he looked old. "Hi, Dad," Jaina smiled. She curled up in the booth, hugging her knees to her chest. "You're up early too." "Yeah," Well, price of getting old. But it's not so bad, he shrugged and gave his daughter that Solo grin. How's my girl? Not so bad, she echoed, and returned a lopsided smile. I just couldn't sleep, and I didn't want to wake Jag. How's he doing, anyway? Han said as he walked over to the cooking unit and began to fix some kaf. Jag's doing good. A little bored with civilian life, maybe, but good. Much better than when he had an empire to run. I hear he's still keep in touch with Emperor Yaj. He's head of state, not emperor, and he's a good man. He just has his hands full. I think he hates Jag a little for putting him in the job in the first place. Han shrugged, like he didn't believe any Imperial could really be all that good. But still, Jag's not completely out of the game, is he? Oh, nobody ever is, are they? The galaxy always needs us to hold it together, Jaina sighed. Her father walked over to the booth with 2 cups of kaf and sat down next to her. Jaina took a steaming mug in both hands and drank slowly. What is this? She looked at her father. It's pretty strong. Han chuckled. Chadian latte. I've been experimenting lately. What? Are you turning into a cook now? Her father looked a little sheepish. Well, you know, we've got some spare time lately. So your mother and I, we've been trying a little, cooking courses. Cooking courses? Jaina cocked an eyebrow. Well, you can download stuff off the HoloNet. There's this really good Ortland cook, and he's got these great instructional videos that with Han stopped, shook his head, and laughed at himself. Yeah, cooking courses, would you believe it? I think I'm more into it than your mother, actually. It's nice, Jaina sipped the latte. She was getting used to it already. Sounds like something a normal married couple should do when they're not racing around the galaxy trying to save everybody all the time. Yeah, that's us now, a normal married couple. Han clinked his mug against his daughter's. Turns out it's not so bad, is it? I guess not, Jaina smirked. Han took a long drink and said, first you and Jag, now Zek and Taran. Seems like everybody's getting settled nowadays. We're all grown up, Jaina looked down at her mug. Don't say that, I feel old enough already. Han slumped in his seat and stared into his own. After a short pause, he said, shame Ben and Tahiri couldn't make the wedding. Important mission for Uncle Luke, Jaina shrugged. Couldn't be helped. You don't think it's about Vest? Jaina held up a hand. I don't know and I don't want to know. Uncle Luke is playing things close to his chest lately, and honestly, that's fine with me. Fair enough, Han said. I'm sure they'll be alright. Jaina nodded. I'm sure. They sat for a while in the dim light, drinking their coffee in pleasant silence. Eventually her father said, well, I'm gonna check the cockpit. We should be coming up on Hapes in a couple hours. I want to make sure everything's still set. Go ahead, Jaina said, and watched him as he rose to his feet. Thanks for the kaf, Dad. Anytime, darling. Let me know if you want those recipes. He winked at her and staggered off. Jaina sat there for a while longer, curled up in the booth, drinking her dad's kaf and feeling peaceful. She almost felt free of the nightmare. Eventually she got up and walked back to her cabin to kick her husband out of bed. The star system had no name. Some alphanumeric designation, probably, the kind only known to a handful of interstellar cartographers. But no proper name. It seemed wrong to die in a star system without a name, on a mission the rest of the galaxy didn't know about. But as his X-Wing slipped out of the hangar and into open space, Chel Radek was prepared to do just that. Thankfully, he was far from alone in this. An entire squadron of X-Wing fighters fanned out across Sunbeam's bowl, then vectored away from the assault carrier toward the ghostly blue-white gas giant that loomed ahead. Fighter squads were taken off from the other ships too, Nuri, wings from Phoenix, Old K wings from Revolutionary, even ancient BTOA-4Y wings from Lycentra. It seemed like they had dug up every fossil in the galaxy for this mission. Radek included, of course. He'd been a pretty good snub fighter pilot once, a long time ago. He knew his reflexes would have slowed with age, but he was about to find out how much. Red Squadron, this is Red 1, his squad leader's voice crackled over his headset. It had been over a decade since he'd heard that staticky sound. It brought back a lot of memories, many of them bad. Red Squad, lock S foils in attack position. Radek found the switch. He heard their muted groan as his S-foils shifted and his laser cannons automatically began charging. "I don't see them," said Harvard Kang, an old Grand Pilot. "I don't either," piped Teeve de Rulen, a younger Rodian. "Cut the chatter, 2 and 6, Red 1 said. One was a human, like Radek, but unlike Radek, Dovaranti had stayed in the Alliance military for 10 years after the US and Vong War ended, only to desert his post when Jaina Solo ordered him to fire on Kashyyyk. Radek was glad to have sat out the last war. The one before it had been bad enough. His entire family had died in the fall of Coruscant, while he was flying evac shuttles for anonymous civilians. He'd never been able to get rid of that guilt. At least now, hopefully, he would put his old ghosts to rest. Or they would put him to rest, which meant about the same thing in the end. "Red Squad, this is Sunbeam," a voice from their base ship said. It was brittle and female, and probably belonged to her captain, Teravatrim. Another old war horse, and like nearly all of them a Vong War veteran. She said, "Our sensors are picking up targets at 0.059 a G. "Copy, just in course," Red 1 said. "All ships on my lead." Radek clicked an affirmative over his comlink and followed the 4 red flares of Dovaranti's X-Wing. They said the targets were in orbit over the gas giant, but like Kang and de Rulen, he couldn't see anything silhouetted against its pale body. "I'm still not seeing anything on scanners," muttered Dovret, a Twi'lek who'd actually fought against Jaina Solo. This mission had made all sorts of interesting bedfellows. Minerva Kang said, "Are we sure the recon flight got it right? This wouldn't be our first time jumping at shadows." Before more pilots could complain, another voice came on. Female, old, but firmer than Vatrim's. "All flights, this is Phoenix. Recon flights detect targets inside the second moon." Radek checked his scanners again. The gas giant's second moon seemed to be mostly ice around a small iron core. "All 3 Bovan ships are moving ahead to fire on the moon's surface," the woman continued. "Protect them while we flush out the prey." There was no need to confirm an order from the flagship. All the squadrons, Red included, slowed their engines to allow the 3 Bovan assault cruisers to catch up. Their long, narrow, compact bodies were moving head first toward the moon, and Red Squad settled on the right flank of a cruiser called Feli's Revenge. What it had been called originally, Radek didn't know, but he figured it was a good rechristening, appropriate for its new purpose. Radek hadn't been a fan of Felia during the war, but he'd been piloting his evac shuttle over Galactic City when the Chief of State's death bomb had blossomed like a beautiful, deadly flower over the old Imperial palace. It hadn't changed his opinion about the Bovans' botching of the invasion, but he had to admire the way he went out. Out of all the memories from that horrible day, Felia's brilliant fireball stayed with him the most. Radek only hoped he would take a fraction as many Vong with him. He was nudged out of his reverie by a transmission from Felia. Captain Safetu said, "All flights, red alert. Enemy ships escaping the moon. Shuttles and small fighters." "I see them," Kang squawked. "Whole bunch of skips, coming out of the North Pole." "Must have been hiding in the ice," Dovret muttered. "I heard they used that trick. Where was it?" "Helska 4, Radek supplied." "Cut the chatter," Red 1 shouted. "It's time to act like soldiers. Stay in assigned flights. Targets are coming in fast. Get ready." Radek licked his dry lips and brought the heads-up display online. Red holographic highlights traced the swarms of US Han Vong Coral skippers flying right toward them. They looked more like flying rocks than starfighters, but they were as deadly as anything Radek had flown against. Dovin basals, miniature singularities generated by organic implants, both swallowed enemy attacks and propelled the ships through space. Twin cannons near their tapered noses spouted molten projectiles as dangerous as a concussion missile. The Coral skippers started spraying their fiery warheads into space. The advanced starfighter squads broke into a scramble and the dogfight began. Radek and 2 wingmen tried hard to stay on the Jukin, jerking tail of his flight leader, the Tunraf Sovelgreep. Coral skippers rushed past them in a dark blur. There was a flash of light on his port side, and a burst of static over his comb. "We lost 8, de Rulen said. 6, 7, hold close on me, Greep said as he pulled his X-Wing into a steep climb. The force of velocity pushed Radek against the back of his cockpit. He hadn't flown combat in 15 years. He'd gotten older, fatter, softer, slower, and he'd forgotten just how nimble and deadly the Vong could be. Even though they haunted his nightmares, he'd forgotten. The 3 X-Wings snapped rolls to avoid another swarm of skippers. Greep pointed his nose toward Felia's pale hull and the others followed. They skirted above the cruiser's protective shields and gave wide berth to the ship's heavy turbolasers as they pounded the icy surface of the moon. Radek checked his scanners and saw some larger ships pulling out of their hiding place inside the ice. "Is this all of them?" Devrulan asked. Apparently, he'd just noticed too. "Is that the whole fleet?" "There has to be more," Radek muttered. Before Greep could reprimand them for chatter, a barrage of US and Vong projectiles punched through Felia's forward shields and detonated one of her turbolaser batteries. The explosion jumped up in front of the X-Wings. Greep tried to roll out of the way and Radek tried to follow, but his reflexes were slow. He could feel the singeing heat of the fireball, even inside his vacuum-sealed cockpit. His cockpit screamed alerts as his shields threatened to overflow. But the light died away and he followed Greep's engine flares away from the cruiser, toward the open stars. Then he noticed that Devrulan wasn't with them. "Where's Teve?" he squawked. "Where's 6? "We lost him," Greep said severely. "He lost an engine and smashed into the hull." Radek felt shocked and empty. He'd taken to Devrulan the most out of anyone in the squad. The Rodian had been brash and cocky, but he'd told great stories over ale and game of cards. He'd been the youngest too, a breath of fresh air in a group of bitter veterans. Now he was gone, just like almost every other pilot Radek had flown with during the war. Just like his wife and daughters. "Payback," he hissed. "I want payback." "That's what we're here for," Greep said. "Follow me. We're forming up with Red Lead. They're trying to cut off some of the Vong." "Sounds good to me," Radek said, and fired his engines. He and Greep lurched toward 3 X-Wings up ahead. A glance at his scanner told him Kang was gone. Sith spawn, he wanted to kill at least one of those skippers before it was his turn to go. "Forming on your win," Led Greep said. "Glad to have you," said Dovaranti. "Okay boys, get ready. Warm your torps and aim for that shuttle analog at 4 o'clock. "I see a fighter escort," noted Dovarit. "Then we punch through," Greep said. Radek checked his scanners. The skips were already peeling off their shuttle and heading for Red Squad. "Weapons free," Dovaranti cried. "Hit him! Hit him!" Space became a light show, burst of red plasma, fiery missiles, and proton torpedoes riding on luminous trails. Explosions blossomed in space and the static burst on his headset. "Lead is down," someone said. "We lost Red 1. "I can't hold it," said Dovarit. "I can't. I forgot how fast they are." Something clipped Radek's wing and sent him into a spin. Stars, lasers, flame whirled around him. He tugged his joystick and fired his engines to straighten out his flight. When space returned to some semblance of order, he saw the asteroid-like lump of the US and Vong shuttle, approaching fast. If he didn't pull up soon, he was going to hit it. Radek tugged on his joystick, but nothing happened. He tugged again and heard a pathetic groan as his port thrust engines died. This was it, he knew. No Felia-style blaze of glory. Nobody would name a ship after him. He would die alone in an unnamed star system, and nobody would ever know. But at least he could hurt the Vong. Radek fired his lasers. He pumped out every proton torpedo he had. The shuttle's Dovin basals seemed to swallow everything like the miniature black holes they were. Again and again, they seemed to take everything he had and soon they would swallow him up as well. And then a torpedo exploded against the shuttle's hull, sending out chunks of uric coral and licks of flame. Radek grinned like a madman and gave his engines one last kick. The stuff of nightmares killed his vision and filled his universe with a fire that never died. Chapter 1. When the Millennium Falcon arrived at Hapes, the ragged old freighter had a royal honor guard waiting for it. A full squadron of elegant metal fighters escorted them through a gauntlet of sleek Nova cruisers, down into the atmosphere, and finally to a hangar built into the cliffside on which the Fountain Palace perched. When they disembarked, they were greeted by 24 Happen guardswomen, all in crisp uniforms, standing at attention on either side of the berth vessel. And waiting for them at the landing ramp, Uncle Luke in his dowdy black Jedi robe, Zek and his bride-to-be Taryn Zell in the trim dark uniforms of Happen guards, tall red-haired Tenelcar looking almost comfortable in her royal robes. And finally Jaina Solo at her mother's side, looking surprisingly dignified for a 9-year-old. Alana rushed forward to hug her grandparents, leaving Jaina and Jagged to go and greet Zek, Taran, and Tenelcar. Jaina hugged Tenelcar warmly and Jagged shook Taran's hand with the formality he'd never learned to get rid of. When they turned on Zek, Jaina saw Jagged stiffen up even more. 5 years back they'd both been bitter suitors for Jaina's affections, and while that contest had ended happily for all parties, Jagged still looked unsure of how to act. He was taken by surprise when Zek grabbed his offered hand and pulled him into a backslapping hug. The women, even Tenelcar, giggled at the sight. Jaina then went to shake Taran's hand, saying, "Congratulations. It's been a long time coming." "That is Has, Solo." The Happen woman smiled with aristocratic grace, though Jaina saw a stiffness there. Maybe she was less comfortable around her fiance's old flame than Zek. Jaina turned on Zek, from whom Jagged had just disengaged. She looked him up and down and gave an honest smile. "Congratulations. It's about time." "Thanks," Zek smiled and extended a hand. She reached out, took it, and with only slight hesitation they went in for a hug. He was a full head taller than her and she rested her forehead against his chest as he gave her a warm pat on the shoulder blades. All the confusions and tension that had marked their relationship seemed gone now, leaving only a friendship that had lasted more than half a lifetime. It was a rare kind of bond, and she was glad to have it. "I'm very pleased to see all of you here," Tenelcar told them. "And I'm sure Alana is pleased to spend more time with her grandparents." "Probably not half as glad as Mum and Dad are to see her," Jaina said, as she sidled next to her old friend. The group watched Luke, Han, and Leia standing around the girl as she chatted away. She was almost 9 years old now, and she'd started to stretch out into awkward adolescence. She had her mother's rich red hair, all right, but something in the shape of her face and her posture remarked on her father. "I'm impressed with the honor guard. I haven't had one of those in a while," Jagged said, stroking the trim black beard he'd let grow, the one Jaina had hated at first but gradually warmed to. "The heroes of the rebellion and guardians of my daughter." Tenelcar cocked a red eyebrow. "Not to mention my oldest friend and her husband. An honor guard is the least I could do." "I'm flattered," Jagged bowed slightly. "It just looks a little incongruous against, well, that." He waved a hand at the Millennium Falcon. "Don't let my dad hear that." Jaina elbowed him playfully in the ribs. "Yep," Zek nodded. "I doubt you want to walk all the way home." "Oh, don't worry. I've long ago worked out how to deal with the in-laws. So, where are the other Jedi? I expected there to be a nice Force user convention for this wedding." Tenelcar said, "Quite a few already arrived with Master Skywalker. They're helping prepare for the ceremony." "Oh, setting up the main hall. Putting up tables and the like. I can imagine Force users are good at that sort of thing." He glanced sideways at Taran. "Sometimes they make you feel like the little kid left out of playtime, but they're good to have by your side." The Happen smirked. "I've already noticed, yes. They've already finished preparations for the wedding." Zek draped a long arm across Jagged's shoulders. "That means tonight we celebrate." "Oh, your one last night of freedom." Jagged looked up at him. "Tell me, just what do Jedi do at bachelor parties?" "My friend, you're about to find out." "Me?" Jagged gaped, and looked at Taran, Tenelcar, and Jaina. "Well, I'm, quite flattered you want me to, accompany you on the eve of your wedding. But what would ladies be doing?" "I've already made arrangements." Taran crossed her arms over her chest. "Have you now?" Jaina asked. She wondered just what constituted a fun night for a girl like Taran. "Indeed," said Tenelcar, quite serious. "And I request your presence not just as a friend, but as Queen Mother of the Happen Consortium." Jaina glanced at Jagged, who looked just as nervous with Zek's arm around his shoulder. "Well," she said, "I guess we have no choice." Tenelcar's frown lapsed to a smile. "Wonderful. I knew I could count on you, friend Jaina." If they were trying to be inconspicuous, they were failing miserably. Apparently Zek had picked the place, some messy cantina located aboard Junction Station, an exchange and refueling site located on the rim of the Hapes system. Tenelcar had taken great steps to open up the Happen Consortium to the outside world, but foreign traffic onto the homeworld was strictly regulated, which meant most of the commerce with outside traders took place at Junction. The station was owned by the Happen government, hence the surplus of armed women police at all the airlocks and checkpoints, but the facilities were rented out to non-Happen profit seekers like the surly Aquilish who owned this cantina. It was an interesting setup, one which Jagged had considered implementing in the Empire, before things got crazy with Jedi outcasts, ancient Force abominations, and Imperial fumbling toward democracy. This cantina was a place where nobody would recognize an off-duty Happen guardsman, a Jedi Knight, or even an ex-Imperial head of state. The beard threw people off. It was half the reason he'd grown it, over his wife's objections. However, when you threw them all together in the same booth, they tended to stand out. Especially if one of the Jedi was a giant Wookiee and the other was a bearable. They'd been in the bar for less than an hour and Tisa and Lobaka were getting rowdy. Jagged didn't know what they'd ordered, but something that could have gotten two oversized Jedi intoxicated so quickly would have probably knocked him dead. So he was content to drink in some Happen ale which, surprisingly, reminded him a little of Old Bastion Stout. Yet another way in which the Empire and the Happens might not be so different after all. He decided to compare notes with Tenwalkar at some point. Jagged gave a yelp as Zek dug a sharp elbow into his side. The tall, dark-haired Jedi barked over the din. "Well, what are you looking so glum about, shorty? The ale no good?" "It's actually quite satisfactory," Jagged said. "And I am not short." Zek cocked an eyebrow. "I am not," Jagged repeated. "Shorter than Tisa and Loie and Zek, he'd admit, but not short. A good head taller than Jaina, for example, though that was admittedly a low bar to clear. It wasn't his fault he was stuffed into a booth with giants." "Well, this is my party," Zek said. "Contribute, will you? Tell us some stories about the Chiss. They must throw great parties." Lobaka let out a big huffing laugh, and Tisa bore his big sharp fangs. "Yes, tell us about your people, Fel. How did you celebrate after a great hunt?" His tail, sprawled to one side across the cushions, twitched eagerly. "The Chiss were never ones for celebration, I'm afraid. Nor the Empire." "Oh, come on now," Zek said. "Everybody thinks Jedi were all stoic and stiff, but we know that isn't true." "Well," Jack pondered, "how about this? As pilots for the Chiss, you got special status if you became an ace with 5 combat kills. Now, whenever a pilot became an ace, we would go to his or her bunk before they returned to base and cover it with snow." "Snow?" Here's Tisa. "This one doesn't understand." "Well, it's an old Chiss tradition. There's lots of snow on Chila, after all." Jag was wondering why he was telling this story in the first place, other than that it seemed like a good idea at the time. It also may have been the L talking. Anyway, the point is, once the pilot returns to his or her bunk, he or she will find the whole thing a cold, soggy mess and have no choice but to sleep in it. "That's criffin' awful," Zek frowned. "How was that fun?" "It was rather fun if you were one of the ones who got to sleep in a dry, warm bed that night," Jag said. Lobaka howled a query. "Well, yes, it does sound mean, but the point was to not let the pilot get too cocky." Jag said. "It tells him or her, basically, you might be an ace, but you're not so hot." He paused. Literally. Silence across the table. Eventually Zek shook his head. "And I thought the Happens were no fun." "Are they truly no fun?" Tisa hissed. "Tell us, what is it like working in the company of so many beautiful femmelas all the time?" Lobaka growled something, then woofed with laughter at his own joke. "It is." Zek began, then stopped. He frowned, shook his head, laughed at something in his head, then said, "You just have to be careful." "Oh, careful in what way, old friend?" Jag gave the man a nudge. "You're the only man on the job, right? The ladies must be very competitive toward you." "Hardly," Zek chuckled. "Not when they know I'm with Taran." "Hey." Tisa nodded. "The female of the species is often quite protective of her mate. As it should be." "Yes, and especially Taran, I think." Loie growled a question. "Well, it's not them that has to be careful," Zek said, "it's me." He paused. "Not that I would ever do anything behind." "Of course," Jag said, "say no more." Lobaka gave an affirmative roar. Jag looked across the table at the Wookiee. I'm sorry if I missed something, but Lobaka, are you? The Wookiee roared again and puffed his furry chest out proudly. I had no idea, Jag said. Congratulations. I'm sorry I missed it. Lobaka waved away his apologies and added something else in a low groan, something Jag couldn't quite pick up above the din. I'm sorry, what was that? Jag leaned forward a bit. Zek clapped him on the shoulder and sat him back down. Lobaka here's going to be a father. Sith spawn. Jag gaped. Congratulations. Does Jaina know yet? The Wookiee shook his head. All right, I'll let you tell her, Jag said. Zek looked at Tisa. What about you, my friend? Any news on the mating front? Tisa's tail thumped against the leather seating. Oh, it is too soon to say. This one has yet to take mate, but has been feeling, shall we say, eager lately. This one hopes to find a breeding partner soon, if there is time. Well, good luck, my friend. Jag raised a glass. It is a hard course to fly, but worth it in the end. Lobaka roared and raised his glass across the table. Zek clicked his against Jag's, and the two men's eyes met and held. Then Zek smirked and said, the best hunt of all, right? Quiet, Jag said, and downed the rest of his stout in one go. We seem to be finishing our drinks, Tisa said. This one is willing to fetch another round. Jag requested ale, Zek requested Churban brandy, and Loey asked for more of the same, whatever it was. Tisa wobbled a bit as he stepped out of the booth. His tail swung drunkenly as he walked for the bar. Zek started to ask Loey about his mate while Jag watched the less than sober bearable Jedi approach the bar. So I have to ask, Jag said, what is this like, being a Jedi? What's what like? Zek asked. Jag gestured to Tisa leaning over the counter, barking orders at a timid-looking Cubaz bartender. What is it like having the Force when you are mildly inebriated? I've always wondered, but Jaina refuses to tell me. Zek and Loey looked at each other, then started to laugh. What? Protested Jag. I am legitimately curious. It's something I've always wondered about. Now don't make fun of me. I'd really like to know. Really? Suddenly, there was a loud crash, and all eyes in the bar went exactly where Jag hoped they wouldn't. A big one-eyed Abyssine, sprawled across the floor, shattered glass sprayed in front of him. Behind him, looking a little sheepish, was Tisa, trying to tuck his tail out of the way. The Abyssine scrambled to his feet. You tripped me. You Griffin tripped me, you stupid lizard. Perhaps you should watch where you are going. Tisa bore his teeth, which should have warned off any sane or sober creature. The Abyssine, however, was clearly not the latter and maybe not the former, so instead of walking away, he balled one hand into a black brick of a fist and swung it right at Tisa's snout. Tisa took the punch with ease, then sent his tail cracking whip-like across the Abyssine's legs, knocking him to the floor. By that time, one giant Yuzum and two Transitions had lumbered to their feet. Loey was already charging out of the booth, and Zek wasn't far behind. Tisa, Loey, and Zek were all taller than Jag, by a head, at least. All those aliens were over twice his mass. If he were smart, Jag would abandon his comrades and get out of his place before station security came up and arrested all of them the night before Zek's wedding. Oh, Sith spawn, he said, and charged in after them. So tell me, Trista flashed Jaina a tight smile, what do you think our menfolk are doing right now? Knowing our menfolk? Probably telling war stories. Jaina shrugged and took a sip from whatever cocktail the chefs had prepared. The Queen Mother of Hapes couldn't exactly go out and party like the boys were surely doing, but she could throw one of her own. Jaina had been worried Taran might try something more wild for her last night of freedom, but instead they were having a cozy, private meal for the four of them. Round after round of dishes came, always served by the most exquisitely handsome men. Taran always greeted them with the most winning smiles. Jaina hoped Zek could handle her, but he seemed to be doing fine so far. She still hadn't talked much with Taran and wasn't sure what she'd say if they did. Mostly she chatted with Trista and was regaled by various stories of Happen Palace intrigue and covert missions. Taran mostly talked with Tenelkar, and Jaina was pleased to see how easily her old friend was smiling nowadays. After the third or fourth round of food, Jaina and Tenelkar excused themselves to go for a walk, leaving the Zell sisters to share gossip between themselves. The two Jedi walked out across a balcony overlooking one of the palace's lush gardens. Jaina knew some bodyguards were lurking in the shadows. She could feel them in the Force. They know to keep out of earshot, Tenelka said, hooking her one arm into Jaina's. It's taken a while, but now that Zek and Taran are in charge of security, I'm almost starting to feel safe in my own home. It was a joke, if Tenelka told jokes, which was a rarity. Mostly it seemed a sad statement about the kind of life she'd been living here for over a decade. Jaina had felt sad for her friend when we forced to take the Hand of Thrawn after her mother's murder. Tenelka had always preferred the life of a Dathomiri huntress to a Happen noble, but in the end had found herself locked in a place she never wanted, with no friends except for the occasional Jedi visitor. In her loneliness she had sought to rekindle an old love, and that too, had ended in tragedy. Despite it all, here she was now, smiling gently as they walked around the rim of the garden, taking in the warm night air and listening to the melodious calls of birds. You seem happy now, Jaina observed cautiously. Tenelka tilted her head. Do I? You do. For a while, Jaina trailed off. Never mentioned Jason, not to her parents, especially not to his old love. It must be good having Zek and Taran around. Do they help with Alana? They do, Tenelka nodded. I think Zek likes it more than Taran. He has a father's instinct, I think. Zek? Jaina laughed. Well, maybe. He can be a little overprotective sometimes. Her mind flicked back to the time he had tried courting her. After his youthful brush with the dark side, Zek had, more than any Jedi she knew, clung to all the lofty, noble ideals. Were it not for those scars left by the Shadow Academy, his aggressive righteousness would have made him seem naive. Tenelka said, It is good having them around, Zek especially. It is good to have another Jedi to train with, and to remind me of the old days. Her lips went flat, and something sad came into her eyes, that same sad look Jaina saw on her parents and they must see on hers. But then Tenelka smiled again and said, Alana is going to be a great Jedi. I'm going to miss her. Miss her? Jaina asked. Is she going to Shidu Mard soon? Someday, and whenever that is, it will be too soon. Have you talked with Uncle Luke about it? I have spoken with Master Skywalker. He is pushing, as gently as possible, for Alana to go to Shidu Mard within a year or two. He means well, of course. Of course. The two of them looked out over the garden. Jaina looked up at the stars and thought back to another night on Hapes, long ago, when she and Jagged had been invited to a ball hosted by Queen Mother Taa Tum, and Kype Duran had come and snuck her out to see her brother Anakin's funeral. That was half a lifetime ago, Jaina thought with awe and sadness. Sometimes she forgot things about Anakin, his smile, his mannerisms, the habits that used to annoy her teenage self. She tried to cling onto them, but after so long they were slipping away. It seemed the opposite of Jason, who seemed to linger in her dreams no matter how she tried to deny his memory. Are you happy, Jaina? Tenelka asked softly. Jaina was showing too much, either in her expression or in the Force. She got her face and feelings under control and said, Yes. Are you? I am, said Tenelka, and Jaina knew she meant it. Funny, Jaina gave a little laugh. All this time I wondered what being happy feels like. Turns out it's pretty nice. But a little boring. Have you thought about starting a family? This was Tenelka speaking, so she certainly wasn't joking. Jaina said, A little bit. But I don't think I'm that bored yet. It was an obviously flippant answer. Thinking of children made her think of other parents, hers, who had lost 2 sons, Luke, who had lost his wife, Tenelka herself, who had watched the man she loved destroy himself. No, she wasn't ready to be a parent yet. If Tenelka sensed her thoughts, she didn't pry. Instead she gave Jaina's arm a gentle tug and led her back toward the dining room, where they could hear the Zell sisters chatter. We'll see about Zek and Taran, Tenelka said, but at least we have Lobaka's child to look forward to. What? Jaina gaped. Loi's having a kid. Tenelka blinked in surprise. I'm sorry. I thought you knew. No. I haven't talked with Loi in ages. Jaina found herself grinning. Loi with a little work of his own, huh? Boy or a girl? I think. I will let him tell you. Tenelka gave a sly smile and led her friend inside. It lasted all of a minute before station security came charging in. 4 Happen guardswomen with blasters drawn. In the course of that 60 seconds, Tisa had broken a table over the Yazm's mouth, Zek had punched the Abyssin, Lowy had mauled a Transition, and Jag had received a swift punch in the face. Oh, bloody hell, Jag ran a hand over his cheekbone. It was going to be bruised tomorrow unless he got a back-to-patch on it right away. Oh, the cavalry has arrived. Here's Tisa. We're going to get arrested. Jag spat. Zek held his hands up as the Happen guards came to meet them. The guards grabbed everyone roughly, by arm or shoulder or collar, and hauled them out of the cantina and down into a service hallway where they were lined up, hands against the wall. Jag got stuck between Zek and the Yazm, who growled and glared sidelong at him. This is all your fault, Jag snapped at Zek. Why did you invite me? You don't even like me. Of course I like you. You're funny. Funny? Zek shot him a look. Was your bachelor party this fun? I didn't get thrown in jail for drunk and disorderly, so no, I guess it wasn't. It will be fine, relax. Zek looked over his shoulder and said, Can I get something from my pocket, please? Quiet, male, one of the guards snapped. You see, this is just a funny misunderstanding. She snapped, according to Guideline 3B of the Junction Station Legal. Oh, for Frail's sake, Zek sighed. Something jumped out of his pocket and hovered in the air. Jedi! One of the Abyssins shouted. They're Griffin Jedi! Among other things, Zek said. Take a look at it, would you please? The guard frowned at the identikit floating in front of her, and carefully reached out to hold it. She looked it over, checked it with some sort of scanner, then said, Let them go. Zek took his hands off the wall and faced the guard. Apologies for the mess, Captain. We'll make sure the cantina owner gets reimbursed for any damages. Yes, so the guard nodded. Sir, shouted the Abyssin. Who are these guys? Zek kept his eyes on the guard. Let's keep this quiet, please. Of course, sir. It amazed Jag how quickly the guard snapped to obedience. The Happens really could teach the Empire a thing about order. She handed Zek back his identikit and asked, Sir, should I assume these others instigated the confrontation? Zek sighed as he pocketed the card. He looked over the men still up against the wall, then said, Let them off with a warning. Are you certain, sir? Yes. He leaned in close. Just hold them until we depart, would you? As you wish, sir. Do you require any medical assistance? I could use some back-to-patches, Jag said. Down the line, Lobaka gave a low rumble. A bit of help, yes, Zek nodded. Very well, said the guard. I can take your friends to the infirmary. Lovely, Zek turned to his comrades. Gentlemen, if you'll follow the captain here. Jag, Lowy, and Tisa stepped away from the wall. The bearable was grinning that broad toothy grin, tail twitching in excitement, like he wanted another brawl. The Yazm looked like he might have taken him up on it, but another guard snapped, All right, the rest of you come with us. We didn't do anything. The Abyssin shouted as the other guards led him away. We got tricked. Tricked by them Griffin Jedi. He was a drunken thug, but Jag had to admit he had a point. As they followed the captain down another set of corridors, he came up alongside Zek and said, Well, that was an abuse of power, wasn't it? A bit, maybe, Zek shrugged. But they did start it, and nobody got seriously hurt. Perhaps so. Still, I am not going to tell my wife about this. Good, said Zek. Neither will I, for both our sakes we'd better hope they have fresh back-to-patches in stock. Jag tentatively poked a welling bruise on his cheek, winced, and nodded in silent agreement. Chapter 2. Whatever the band was playing, it was terrible. A Tatooinian was blaring her jizz horn without any apparent consideration of tonality, and her Poloic partner was strumming slowly on his bass like he was in a whole different world. And then there was the drummer, a squat pudgy squib, who flailed his hands about like an infant throwing a temper tantrum. It would have been bearable if the cantina was nicer, but it wasn't. Ugly haze clung to the ceiling. The lights were dim. The ale was lousy, or so he'd heard. The grey old Wookiee tendon bar looked ready to drop at any minute. Ben Skywalker had a hard time believing this place was one of the most important locations in galactic history. But if his father had said so, it must be true. When sending Ben off on this mission, He'd gotten a little gleam in his eye and recommended Ben visit the Mos Eisley Cantina, where Luke had first met Han Solo and Chewbacca almost 50 years ago. He'd even told Ben which booth they'd met at, and recommended he try it out. Ben had done as requested and was pretty sure the upholstery hadn't been changed in all that time. Ben had been from one end of the galaxy to the other, endured horrible struggles and seen great wonders, but he was not exactly a veteran bar hopper. His companion seemed a little more familiar with how these places operated, so for the moment, he sat in the far corner of the booth, watching Tahiri Veila lean over the bar and chat with the old Wookiee. When she was finally done, the small blonde-haired woman walked back over to the table, holding a big cup of something dark and bubbly. Like Ben, she was dressed in a casual brown jumpsuit with plenty of pockets to hide her blaster and lightsaber. She sat down wordlessly next to Ben and began sipping. Ben watched her for about a minute before saying, "Well, it's really not so bad." Tahiri looked down at her drink. "You know, Tatooine's not a brewer's paradise, so they have to import this stuff. You have to cut them a little slack." "That's not what I meant." Ben sat back and rolled his eyes. "Oh, really?" Tahiri asked. "You don't want to try?" "I don't think I'm allowed," Ben said. "You think anybody in this fine establishment cares about a legal drinking age?" Tahiri stabbed a finger at the black scorch mark scoring the plaster wall behind him. "Besides, you're almost there." "I don't think I want to try," Ben said. "Suit yourself." Tahiri shrugged and took another drink. He watched her. She put the glass down and said, "He's not here yet, so cool your heels. We'll wait and take in the atmosphere." Atmosphere? Ben pointed to the smoke fogging around the dim overhead lights. "Is that what that is?" "Call it history, then," Tahiri said. "You have to admit it's pretty exciting. The end of the evil galactic empire began in this very booth, in this smelly cantina, in a dusty town on a worthless backwater planet." "Okay," Ben admitted, "I guess it is pretty wizard." "Wizard?" Tahiri cocked an eyebrow. "Old Tatooine slang," Ben said. "At least, that's what my dad told me. He was probably making it up. Or maybe not. You tell me." Tahiri looked down at her glass. "I couldn't really tell you. I grew up on Tatooine, but I was raised by the Tuscans, remember? I didn't exactly get to pal around with the local farm boys." Ben had been working with Tahiri for a while now, and he knew how to read her expressions. He knew conversation was venturing to places she didn't like to go, so he decided to change the subject. It was a piece of advice he'd gotten from many adults over the years. When all other avenues of conversation dry up, talk about work. "So," Ben said, "what are the odds he'll recognize us? I mean, maybe we should have, put on a disguise or something." Tahiri gave him a skeptical look. "Disguise? I don't know. Give you some fake leku. I'll shave my head, stick on some Zabrak horns. Or at least we could dye our hair. Red and gold stand out a little, you know." "Relax, Ben." Tahiri looked out at the crowd. "Trago doesn't even know we're onto him." "Maybe. But the guy spent a full day on Korriban. There's no telling who he found, or what." "You're the one who explored the old Sith tombs a couple years back," she reminded him. "You didn't find anybody then?" "No. Not then." He fought a scowl. At the time, he, Luke, and Jaina had been with Vestera Kai. Vestera, who had by that time already wormed her way into his heart, almost convincing him that she was ready to give up her Sith heritage and walk the path of a Jedi. And Ben, young and love-struck, had been perfectly willing to believe everything she said, including the stuff about there not being any Sith on Korriban. "So, any place else you want to go on Tatooine?" Tahiri said abruptly. Maybe she had heard the same advice. "Any place else? You mean, like sightsee?" "Yep. Did your dad tell you any more haunts to check out?" She gave him a sly smile. "Don't you want to see where he hung out when he was your age?" "According to my dad, he used to hang out at tow station and fool around with land speeders and T-47s. He said he'd thought it was really boring at the time, that Tatooine was the furthest place from all the excitement in the universe. But then he shook his head and said how much he missed it nowadays." "I can imagine," Tahiri said thoughtfully. "Your father is the last of the old Jedi and the first of the new. All the responsibility he has, all the things he's been through. If I were him, I'd want to hop in my old land speeder and race through Beggar's Canyon too." "Well, Ben asked a little cautiously, "Is there any place you want to see?" She didn't give the please don't ask look, thankfully. Instead she stared up at the ceiling, thinking. She said, "I didn't live on Tatooine nearly as long as your father. Master Skywalker got to be a normal teenager, which is something neither of us ever did. I ended up on Yavin 4 when I was barely 10 years old. I remember things, obviously. But when I thought of Tatooine I'd think of." When she trailed off, Ben added, "Sand under your feet." She laughed a little. For a long time she'd preferred to go around barefoot, but recently she'd started wearing boots again. "Sand under my feet." "Yeah, there's that. Doesn't it get hot?" Ben asked. "Only if you walk on it during the day, which is a dumb thing to do. But it's not just sand under my feet. The Dune Sea is amazing, really. It really is just an ocean of sand, and in the daylight the entire thing glows so bright, and when the sun starts to set all these little shadows appear at the crest of every dune, and they stretch and stretch as the sun goes down until the entire landscape turns to shadow." As she spoke, a smile came to her face, soft, calm, nostalgic. Ben rarely saw her like that. He said, "That sounds nice." "You bet it is," Tahiri agreed. "I always hated Coruscant. Yavin was nice, because there was so much nature, but Coruscant, and all those cool worlds, no. Not for me." "Well, once we wrap this up, we can take a tour of the Dune Sea," Ben said. "Maybe." Tahiri leaned forward again. "That'll depend on what Mr. Trago has to tell us." "Assuming he has anything at all," Ben said. "For all we know, he really may have just been a random treasure hunter." "Doesn't fit his profile," Tahiri shook her head. "He does odd jobs, but always on contract. We're lucky we were able to track him this far. Even more lucky, he likes this place as a watering hole," Ben said. "What are the odds, right? It's a small planet, Ben." "Yeah, but this one cantina over all the ones in Mos Eisley, or Mos Espa, or Bestin." You're right. Must be the Force at work." "You serious?" The idea made Ben a little anxious. Tahiri shrugged and took another drink. Her glass was about half empty now, and Ben, forcing himself to be honest, was just a little, teensy bit curious what the ale was like, and he knew she'd let him try some if he asked. Despite being almost twice his age, Tahiri treated him like an adult, even more so than his cousins. That Ben had played a critical part in bringing Tahiri back from the dark side may have been related, but not something either of them were in the habit of dwelling on. Every partnership had certain no-go zones both parties agreed to respect. "Look alive," Tahiri said in a hushed voice. "We've got incoming." Ben didn't look around, didn't sit up straight, didn't show any signs of alertness at all. His Galactic Alliance Guard training had been useful in some ways. He knew how to not look suspicious, so he slumped in his seat and played with the cuffs on his sleeves, glancing up now and then to see Furman Trago walk up to the bar and order a drink. Trago was an Aqualish dressed in a red flight suit, so he was easy to keep an eye on. He spent a good 5 minutes chatting with the Wookiee bartender, who did a very good job of not looking at their booth, as Tahiri had surely instructed. "Well," Ben said, while staring at his sleeves, "what now?" "We wait," Tahiri said, head angled down at her drink while she watched Trago from the corner of her eyes. "We don't want to make a scene in the bar. Once he leaves, we'll follow." "Sounds good to me," Ben said. "Hopefully he doesn't stay forever." "Hopefully he stays just long enough to get a little drunk," Tahiri said. "He'll be easier to handle that way." "Hopefully," repeated Ben, but just as soon as he said so Trago stepped away from the bar, checked his chrono, and headed for the exit. He hadn't even bought a drink. "Sithspit, that was fast," Tahiri said, getting to her feet. Ben rose too, more slowly than her. They made their way for the exit casually, looping around tables and people so as not to draw attention to themselves. As they walked, Ben saw Tahiri throw a glare at the Wookiee bartender, who responded with a lanky shrug. The sun was starting to set over Mos Eisley, and while the sky was still aglow, long shadows were filling the city streets and alleys. It was lucky for them that Trago was wearing a bright red jumpsuit. They stayed on his tail, following him down the main drag running from the cantina to the old crash starship-turned-casino his father had told him about. The streets were full of droids and humans and every kind of alien in between, but Trago's red jumpsuit made him an easy target to follow. It was therefore easy to notice when he abruptly disappeared. Ben and Tahiri, staggered slightly apart in the crowd, began squeezing their way forward. When they got to the point where Trago had slipped from view, they found a narrow alley between two sand-colored building sides, barely wide enough for Trago to have snuck through. There was no other place for him to have gone, of course, so Ben plunged in first, Tahiri right behind him. The crowd on the street didn't seem to notice. The alley seemed to swallow up all light, but Ben plunged forward, daring to reach out with the force for Trago's presence. There was no indication that the petty crook and sometimes courier was force sensitive, but when dealing with potential Sith allies it never hurt to guard your presence. So Ben reached out lightly, and felt a presence further down the alley, around the nearest corner. No, not one presence too. He abruptly stopped in his tracks and looked back at Tahiri, who nodded. She'd felt it too. She flicked a hand up, 2 fingers pointed to the sky. Ben nodded, reached out with the force to give him a boost, and propelled himself up over the building side and onto the roof. He crouched low as he scampered over the rooftop, from one edge to the next. When the narrow alley turned a corner, it opened up into a slightly larger one, where 2 people had enough room to face each other with space to spare. Ben circled around to the far end, where the wide alley split into 2 narrow ones branching off in opposite directions. He crouched low over the rim of the building and tentatively peeked his head over the edge. Trago was there, facing a humanoid wearing a brown vest over dark green shirt and khaki trousers. He, or she, seemed to have a short-brimmed animal skin cap pulled over a head of shaggy brown hair. When Ben looked closer, he saw a pair of dark goggles pulled over the eyes, whatever that meant. The 2 were talking in hushed tones, the Aqualish gesticulating, while the other stood with arms crossed, barely moving. Ben reached out with the force again and felt Tahiri waiting at the far corner. He weighed his options carefully, as he'd been taught by his late gag mentor on Shivu. Charge in now and you'll probably catch them by surprise, but you'll lose the chance to observe. Wait and observe, and something unexpected might happen to change the situation and cost you your advantage. Maybe Ben was getting cocky, but he thought it better to wait. Whoever Trago was meeting, they might have been a Sith agent too. He wondered if he and Tahiri should split up, one shadowing Trago and the other shadowing this new arrival, but if either party had backup, it would leave the solo Jedi outnumbered and at risk. The choice was a heavy responsibility, and Ben rolled different options back and forth in his head, trying to guess which one would lead to the best outcome. The Force, alas, wasn't being very helpful. He watched them and debated with himself for maybe 2 minutes, though it felt longer. He was jerked out of his reverie when Trago took something out of his vest, a slim silver data rod. The other being Ben was pretty sure they were human, and probably female, took the rod, looked it over, then pulled a small personal datapad out of her vest. She slid the rod into the pad and its flat screen viewer buzzed to life. From his distance Ben couldn't make out much, but it seemed like text and numbers were running on the screen. Then the woman flipped off the screen and stuffed both pad and data rod into her vest. She reached into another pocket and drew out something else. A small card, probably containing stored credits or access to a bank account. The transaction was almost over, and Ben was faced with sudden decision: jump them now, while they were still focused on whatever deal was going down, or wait a little longer to see if anything else passed between them. Ben made the decision fast. He sent a signal to Tahiri through the Force, simple and clear: now. They appeared at the same time, at opposite mouths of the alley, she popping around a corner, he dropping down from above. They both ignited their lightsabers and held them high, as much for warning as defense. Halt! Tahiri called. Hands on your heads. Now! Trago looked bewildered, but didn't raise his hands. One hand, however, over the blaster pistol slung at his hip. The woman held her hands away from her body, but not up in the air. She looked back and forth between Ben and Trago. The black goggles hid her eyes and parts of her face, but she looked little older than Ben. For a second she almost looked like Vestera Kai. The thought shocked Ben. She wasn't Vestera, she couldn't be. Her hair was chopped short. She didn't carry herself like Vestera. And her face was too wide, her chin a little too prominent, her left cheek too pucked. No, the stranger wasn't Vestera, the Sith girl who had wooed him and tricked him and shattered his heart, but she could have been, and that was enough to make Ben drop his guard. In one swift motion, the girl spun, plucking a blaster pistol from the inside of her vest. She raised it and fired, not at Ben or Tahiri, but at Trago standing right in front of her. The shot hit him dead in the forehead. He didn't even register surprise before dropping. Ben lurched forward, Tahiri too. The girl pulled something else from her vest and threw it to the ground. Suddenly the alley was filled with light and heat. A stabbing pain shot through Ben's temples, dropping him to the floor. He heard nothing, felt nothing over the pain, not even the force. It was gone as quickly as it had come. Suddenly the shadow-dark alley returned, Ben and Tahiri, on their knees, clutching their heads. A small scorch mark on the ground. And Trago lying face up and dead, black eyes dimly reflecting the sunset glare overhead. I missed it. Ben grimaced. I missed her. I let her. Get over it, Ben. Tahiri scowled, rising to her feet. She lunged forward and picked Ben off the ground as well. She gave him a sharp slap in the face and said, Where did she go? Can you feel her? I can't feel her. Ben looked at the 3 exits from the alley and reached out with the force, trying to find some indication of their quarry. He reached out farther, beyond the walls, into the buildings, the rooftops, the other streets. Then he found her. He saw her for just a second in his mind's eye, slipping into the crowd on the main thoroughfare, heading for the spaceboat. Come on, Ben took Tahiri by the shoulder. I've got her. Chapter 3. The wedding went smoothly and nobody noticed his battle wounds. Well, nobody said anything about them, not even Jaina, so Jagged counted it a victory. Despite the number of important persons attending, the ceremony for Zek and Taran was a relatively small one. The celebration afterward was held in one of the Fountain Palace's moderately grand ballrooms. Taran danced with Zek, Jagged with Jaina, Han and Leia with each other for a bit, until Alana poked her way in and shared a fun, awkward dance with her grandparents. Trista danced first with a befuddled-looking Reyna foal, followed by a more savvy cat Durin, then Jade and Kor, then, awkwardly, Lobaka, and, impossibly, Tisa, who seemed to lumber more than usual, possibly because of a half-complete recovery from last night's brawl. At one point, as the dancing wound down from raucous to refined, the Queen Mother took to the dance floor and performed a short, formal waltz with Luke Skywalker, Grand Master of the Jedi. As he shuffled slowly with his arms on Jaina, Jagged wondered just what kind of political repercussions that could have, even if this was a relatively closed party. The Happen aristocratic rumor mill was worse than the Empire's. And the Jedi, phobic elements of Hapes, who had clearly never liked the idea of a Jedi Queen Mother, would be incensed to see her openly dancing with the symbol of all they dreaded. Very bold of her, Jagged whispered to Jaina. His wife swallowed hard and nodded. She's always had to keep her distance from the Jedi Order in public, he continued, and I suppose she deserves a private lapse every now and then, but... He looked at Jaina. Her eyes were wet. She blinked away tears. Jaina, what is it? He pulled her a little closer. They're both missing someone. She leaned in and rested her head against his shoulder. Jagged understood now. Stupid man, to be thinking about politics at a time like this. Luke and Tenelcar certainly weren't. They disengaged after a few minutes and Luke gave the Queen Mother a formal curtsy. They parted with sad smiles. After that the band struck up something livelier. Taran dragged Zek into the middle of the dance floor, and not to be outdone Trista took a protesting Lobaka to join them. Jagged dreaded the thought of being forced to act unbecoming in public, but thankfully Jaina wasn't interested in dancing anymore ever. They walked around the rim of the dance floor, watching Loie flail his long furry arms and make a fool of himself. They pulled up seats next to a table where Han, Leia, Tenelcar, and Alana had gathered. So, Jaina flashed a solo grin at her niece. You enjoying family time with Grandpa and Grandma? Yeah. I haven't seen them in forever. Alana laughed. We missed you too, darling, Han patted her red head. But where's Cousin Ben? Alana frowned. He hasn't been around at all. Jaina shrugged. He'll have to ask Uncle Luke. Something important and mysterious, I'm sure. Jedi business, Han tapped the side of his nose. They always play it close to the chest, don't they? We have to nowadays, Luke said as he dropped into the seat between Han and Jagged. Windorvan has agreed to keep the Alliance out of Jedi business, and we have to respect his wishes and do the same. Keeping out other people's business. Han cocked an eyebrow. Never been the way of any Jedi I've met. There are always things a Jedi can do, Luke said, but some are more low profile than others. Not unimportant, just low profile. So is it about the Mortis monolith? Or that dagger thing you were looking for? Han Leia gently slapped him on the arm. Jedi business. Hush hush. Uncle Luke? Alana asked, a little timidly, like she was afraid to use such familiar terms with him. Yes, sweetie. Luke leaned toward her. What is it? Uncle Luke, when do I get to go to Shidu Mard? The loud dance number faded out. An awkward silence fell across the table. As a new song started up, Luke said, we'll have to talk about that, you and me and your mother. But now's not the time. Okay, Alana looked down. I didn't think so. I just wanted to be sure. Do you want to go, Alana? Tenelkar asked, voice guarded. Someday, Alana said. But I want to stay with you for a while, Mama. Good. Tenelkar broached a smile, reached out, and took Alana's hand. I'm glad. Mama, Alana asked, can I see where you trained? Tenelkar stiffened. She looked at Luke, then Jaina. The Jedi had barely set foot on Yavin 4 for almost 20 years. It had been lost to the Yuuzhan Vong Den, and the Jedi Prixium transferred first, foolishly, to the Maw, later to Ossus, then finally to Shidu Mard. Though the Jedi had reclaimed their temple on Ossus, after having been chased off by the Lost Tribes fleet, Luke had decided to keep the trainees at the safety of Shidu Mard's secret facility. You've told me about it, and Jaina too, Alana pressed. You talked about how beautiful it was. The big temples and the way the jungle smelled at morning. That was a long time ago, Jaina said. Her voice was tense. Before the Yuuzhan Vong came. But the Vong are gone now. Alana said. They are all on Zonama Sekhet. There's no more on Yavin 4, right? She looked around. Right? Luke folded his hands calmly in front of him. The Alliance did a thorough search for the Yuuzhan Vong and their artifacts on many worlds, including Yavin 4. Their survey teams say there wasn't much left behind. But have the Jedi been there since? Han asked. I did send an exploratory team after the end of the war, Luke said, but like the Alliance, they found nothing left worth salvaging. I do rather wonder what it's like, Tenelkar said. I suppose, most likely, it returned to the same wild state it was in for 4,000 years before the rebels built their base there. It could be useful to go, Jag put in. At least to give a cursory scout of the area. Jaina gave him a warning look, the kind he got when he said something wrong, and had no idea what. He quickly added, I'm not saying it has to be Jedi, of course. But apparently Luke was running with the idea as well. I'll admit it would be nice to do another survey of the temple complex. We haven't had a team there in 15 years and they may have missed something. We could go. Alana was getting more excited. The kind of excited it was hard to turn down when coming from a 9-year-old girl. You and me, Mama, and Aunt Jaina, maybe we could bring Uncle Zek and Taran along too. What a honeymoon. Han laughed. I really don't think it would be safe, Jaina said severely. Yavin 4 was always a wild place, and it has a history of the dark side. I've been through a lot, Alana said with sudden maturity. I can take care of myself. And she was right, of course. The little girl was the scion of 2 powerful Jedi, and had already been through more danger and adventure in her short years than most beings would go through in a lifetime. And, in all probability, Yavin 4 was a perfectly safe world. Still, Jaina seemed dead set on not going, for reasons Jag wasn't going to pry into at this time. He was almost relieved when a tap came on his shoulder, and the Happen guardswoman said, Mr. Fell. We have a message for you in the communications room. Now? Jag stared at her, puzzled. He was trying to figure out who even knew he was here right now. It was a very short list. He'd come to value the private part of being a private citizen. If you'd come this way, please. Jag looked around the table, shrugged, and excused himself. He followed the guardswoman out of the ballroom, down a few rows marble corridors, and finally into a utilitarian communications room with a high-quality holographic imager in one corner. When he turned it on, he wasn't surprised to see Vitteriage. It was, after all, a shortlist. The Imperial head of state was a little older than Jag, but already starting to go grey at the temples. A sign of stress, most likely. Sometimes Jag wondered if Riyaj hated him for thrusting him into the role of juggling all the awkward balls of the Empire, the Moffs, the military, the intelligence agencies, the banks, the civilian bureaucracy, but if he did, he never showed it. At the moment, Riyaj looked grateful to see Jag. "Good evening," Jag said. "Or whatever time it is there." "Mid-afternoon, actually," Riyaj said. His mouth opened for us and then snapped shut. After all this time, he still hadn't quite mastered the authoritarian art, at least not where his former boss was concerned. "Well, may I ask the reason for this call? We have detected an event just beyond our borders. Our listening station at Place Koffel detected unusual readings approximately 20 parsecs outside the officially designated borders of the unknown regions." "And you think the Chiss were involved?" "I haven't heard anything from Chila, but if you wish I could send out feelers." "More than that, Mr. Fell. We sent out reconnaissance vessels to the scene afterward." Jag cocked a brow. "But that's outside our borders." "It was my decision," Riyaj said firmly. "Good for him," Jag thought. "We recovered some interesting artifacts." "Care to elaborate?" "Not over hyperlink, no." "Sure, there's few more secure channels in the galaxy." "Maybe so, but I would prefer to speak in person. I think you should see it yourself." Jag forced down a sigh. He really didn't want to leave Jaina in the lurch like this, but Riyaj sounded serious indeed. He asked, "When and where do you want to meet?" "I'm sending that information encrypted in this message now." Riyaj's holo nodded to some unseen comb officer. "And please relay the same information to your familial contacts." Which meant the Chiss, of course. He was asking a tall order. Jag might have been like an emperor once, but he'd been exiled from Chiss space 10 years ago and his family was, best he knew, still on poor terms with the ruling houses. He was in better shape with the remnants of the Empire of the Hand, but that was a mere renegade militia unconnected with the government on Chila. But Jag nodded and said, "I will, though I can't promise anything." "I understand. And, thank you, Mr. Fell." "My pleasure, Head of State Riyaj." Jag gave a short bow, and Holo winked off. As a comb officer handed him the data chip with the coordinates, he tried not to sigh. The next morning, Jag packed his bags and got ready to go. Jaina stood in the corner of their cramped cabin on the Falcon, watching him pack. To his surprise, she didn't seem angry with him. More resigned than anything else, really. She had other things on her mind. "And Master Skywalker is really okay with this?" he asked as he stuffed too many pairs of shirts into his suitcase. "I mean, I guess you can't request an Alliance scouting party or anything. Mum still has a few friends on Coruscant. She's getting us the records from the last cleanup expedition to Yavin 4, but those are 15 years old." Jaina's arms were folded sternly around her chest. "They'll be our in-flight reading material, I guess." "Well, it's always best to be prepared," Jag said weakly, wishing he knew what was at the end of his own journey. "Honestly, it's nothing to worry about. The planet's probably completely abandoned, and anyway we're coming prepared. Me, Tenel Ka, Zek, and Loey, plus Taran should be enough to guard Alana." "Quite a honeymoon for them, isn't it?" "Well, I guess Zek can show his new bride where he spent his gilded youth." Jaina gave a long sigh. Her head hung low. Jag stepped close and put a hand on each shoulder. "Jaina, if you want to tell me what's wrong, I'm more than willing to listen." She nodded, but didn't look up. "It's just been a long time is all. I never thought I'd go back to Yavin 4. Those were good years though, weren't they?" "They were. But they're gone. And I don't want to remember them." It was about Justin, of course. Her brother was like a black hole in the middle of their lives, something they always maneuvered around but never got close to, something they never even looked at for fear of being dragged in. Jag had lost siblings of his own, but could never know the pain Jaina felt, the pain of being forced to kill her own twin brother. So like everyone else who'd loved Justin, they ignored the pain and worked around it, and most of the time they could be happy. "What does Tenel Ka think?" Jag asked softly. "I don't know. I know she must be feeling some of the same things I am. But she seems like she wants to do this, almost. She probably wants to show things to her daughter." "I know. And I hope." Jaina fell forward, away from the wall and against his chest. He held her in both arms and she weakly returned his hug. Into his chest she said, I hope Alana makes this easier. You don't have to go, he reminded her. Yes, she murmured. Just like you. Jag nodded and kissed her once on the head. There was no escaping duty, no matter the form. Chapter 4. Whoever she was fast. Traeger's killer was nimble and small and could slip through the crowd with ease as she made her way toward the spaceboat. Thankfully, Ben and Tahiri were also nimble and not very big, but even then they could only get so far without pushing people around and throwing the busy street into a panic, which would make things even worse. So they pressed on the best they could. Ben was constantly reaching out with the Force, touching that distant mind that radiated both panic and determination. He led Tahiri down streets, through alleyways, closer and closer until they reached the spaceboat itself. They caught up with her right before she reached the landing zone. An old metal stairwell spiraled up to the rooftop pad, where a small grey cloak-shaped fighter sat next to an old refitted two-seater, Yavin. In the light of Tatooine's two suns, it was clear that both ships were old, dinged, and dirty, especially the Yavin. The girl was halfway up the winding stairs when they reached the bottom. When Ben ignited his lightsaber, she spun around, clinging with one hand to the railing and firing at him with the other. Ben deflected the bolts harmlessly into the wall, but instead of taking another shot, the girl swore and threw her entire weapon down at him. She turned and started running again, but not before dropping something out of her gloved hand. Ben couldn't register what it was, but Tahiri reached out with the Force and swatted it aside before it could hit the ground. It careered into the closest wall and exploded with the same flash of soundless light as the one she'd used in the alley. The explosion still sent a jab of pain stabbing into Ben's temple and dropping him to the ground. He tried to shove the pain away and stumbled for where the spiral staircase should have been, though his vision was still a jumble of bright shapes. He felt smooth metal, and heard feet clattering upward just ahead of him. He reached out, felt the low grooves on the first metal stair, and pulled himself forward, scampering awkwardly on all fours as his vision started to return. Still on hands and feet, he followed Tahiri's boots up the spiral ladder until they both emerged atop the landing pad. The girl was closing the cockpit of her cloak-shaped fighter and its engines roared to life. Tahiri, apparently less dazed than Ben, sprinted forward, lightsaber ignited. The cloak-shaped thrust into the air on its repulsors, retracted its landing gear, and swung to face the two Jedi. Before it could bring its two forward laser cannons to bear, Tahiri threw herself into the air, landing atop the fighter's broad left wing. Her lightsaber still blazed and traced a shallow, seared black arc across the surface of the wing. The fighter shuddered, but didn't seem to have taken permanent damage. The engines gave a louder roar and the fighter began to lift into the air. Tahiri, still kneeling on the wing, lifted the lightsaber into a two-handed grip and raised it above her head, ready to stab downward, deep enough to damage the engine and maybe send the whole ship blowing up in their faces. Then the cloak shape jerked hard, dipping the wounded engine downward. Tahiri lost her balance and tumbled back. Ben reached out with the Force to cushion her hard landing on the pad, but he could do nothing about the fighter, which shot toward the sky on jets of red thrust. "Are you okay?" Ben said as he ran to Tahiri's side. The woman scowled and scrambled to her feet, stuffing her lightsaber into her jacket. "I'm fine. You know how to fly a Y-wing?" Ben looked at the other fighter on the pad. Its cockpit was open and it looked like somebody had been working on it not long ago. "No idea," Ben said. "You?" "Nope." "Well," he said, "how hard could it be?" It wasn't easy, but at least it wasn't impossible. The Y-wing had been a mainstay of the Rebellion's fleet along with the X-wing, and their cockpit designs were similar despite having different manufacturers. Ben figured out how to close the cockpit first, sealing himself in the front seat and Tahiri in the rear. It was easy enough to turn the engines on too, though they groaned in protest and rocked the ship way too much for comfort. "Can you get the scanner working?" Ben asked. "Can you find her?" "Just a sec," she said from behind. "Wait, I got it. She's climbing fast, already in upper atmosphere. I'd give 3 minutes before she escapes the gravity well." "I guess that means we have to be fast then," Ben said, looking for the switch to kick in repulsors and lift off. "Yeah, Y-wings are famous for their speed." "Good thing she's in an old junker too," Ben said. He thought he found the right switch and flipped it. No time for second guesses. He was jerked in his seat as the repulsors kicked in, shakily pushing the Y-wing off from the landing pad. Feels like liftoff, Tahiri said. Feels like, Ben agreed, and shifted power to the engines. As the Y-wing kicked forward, he felt like his guts were being shoved through his kidneys, and his vision momentarily swam. Then it cleared, and he pointed the Y-wing straight for the rosy sky. Inertial dampeners feel wonky, Tahiri commented. Yeah, I know. Hopefully they'll be better in space, Ben said. Through the darkening afternoon sky he could already see the faint glow of stars. As the Y-wing stabbed upward into space he scanned for the twin red engine trails of the cloak shape, but he couldn't find them. Is she still here? He asked, panicked. Did she jump to hyperspace? Keep your pants on, she's still there, Tahiri said. Heading for point 057. Copy, Ben said and corrected his heading, though he still didn't see any sign of the cloak shape. Hey, does this thing have working ion cannons? That would be ideal, Tahiri said. I'm still trying to figure that out. Well, figure out fast. I want to stun her as soon as we can. Tahiri grunted in acknowledgement, but nothing more. Hopefully she was fast on her way to figuring out the guns. Ben looked over his console, trying to find the armament system. If memory served, Y-wings had laser cannons and a launcher for proton torpedoes, though he doubted the latter were loaded onto this old junker. Hey Ben, Tahiri said. What? Think they'll notice we took their ship? I don't know, Ben shook his head, annoyed that he still couldn't see the cloak shape. How long until she leaves the gravity well? About 60 seconds. Is that enough time? I can't even see her. Patience, young Jedi, I've got her in my sights, Tahiri chided. Look ahead, 30 degrees to port. Ben stared ahead. By now the last light of the atmosphere had faded and all that remained was a vast field of stars, underlit by the golden-brown glow of the desert world. Peering into the darkness he was just able to make out the cloak shape's two red engine trails. I see her, Ben said. Got those irons online? Yup, Tahiri said. Not sure if they'll work, but they're tracking the target. Bring your forward guns online and start firing warning shots. Plasma bolts have longer range than irons and we need to distract her while we get in close. Will do, Ben said. As soon as he figured out how. As the engine trails of the cloak shape got steadily brighter, he scoured his controls. The firing mechanism for the forward cannons was right in the control stick, but from what he could tell his weapons were offline. Get ready, Ben, Tahiri said. She's entering your firing range. I got it, Ben insisted, though he still couldn't find the right switch. Then he saw it, right beneath the turned-off targeting display. The paint on the button chipped off so all its label read was none on. He hit the switch and the heads-up holo flickered to life. Red and green reticules appeared on his forward viewport. He nudged the stick and shifted them toward the cloak shape. By now he could see not just her engines, but the broad pale form of her wings. I got her, Ben said, nudged the reticule slightly up, and thumbed the firing switch. When the red laser blast shot over her bow, the cloak shape made a surprise downward jerk. Ben fired a few more and said, How are those irons coming? 10 seconds till we're in range, Tahiri said. Keep her pinned down inside the gravity well. Angle down when I tell you. Copy, Ben said, and fired a few more shots. The cloak shape rolled hard to port, but Ben followed, lacing Tatooine's lower orbit with flashes of red. The cloak shape pitched itself downward, deeper into the planet's gravity well. Its red engines now blazed against the gold-brown glow of the desert world. Ben nudged his control stick down and followed. Dive steeper, Tahiri commanded. I can't get a good lock from this angle. If I do, those inertial dampeners might pop, Ben said. He was already feeling smashed into his seat, and his head was swimming. That's probably what she wants. Just do it, Tahiri shouted. Ben pushed the stick forward even more, sending his Y-wing in a perilous nosedive toward the planet's surface. He heard the crackle of the ion cannon turrets firing just above his head and saw lances of blue energy stab toward the cloak shape. The fighter was already in a steep dive, but she attempted to roll out of the blast's way. The shot that should have nailed her engines instead clipped one wing, causing blue lightning to dance across the fighter's surface. One engine blinked out. One thruster down, Ben said and relaxed the Y-wing's dive. His head still ached and his breath sucked into his stomach, but he didn't feel in danger of passing out. Ben, Tahiri said, "What's she doing? My sensors are going haywire. Might be bad feedback from the guns." Ben watched the one red engine trail plunge deeper toward the planet. "Looks like she's gonna try and land on the planet." "Keep her on her toes until I get the guns back," Tahiri said. "Copy that," Ben agreed, and fired a few more shots over the cloak-shape's bow. She was plunging deeper and deeper into the atmosphere, though the sky gradually absorbing both fighters was the bright blue of midday instead of the rosy gold of sunset. Wherever she was headed, it wasn't Mos Eisley. Assuming she was heading for any place specific at all. "Irons won't do any good now," Ben said. "We need to force her to land, not crash." "Just stay on her," Tahiri said. "Don't let her go." He could see the limping fighter clearly now as he came up on her rear. She wasn't even trying to evade, and Ben wondered if maybe the ion blast hadn't damaged life support or knocked the pilot unconscious. He fired a few shots to the fighter's left, but got no response. "She looks on course to crash," Ben said. "I think she might be injured." "The pilot, I mean. Sand can absorb the impact as long as she doesn't go too fast," Tahiri said. "How's her speed?" "Still good for one engine," Ben said. "What should we do?" Suddenly something dark flashed beneath the cloak shape. It gained size rapidly, like an object dropped in the fighter's wake. Ben barely had time to yelp his surprise before it exploded right in front of him, raining shrapnel on his fighter. He grabbed the control stick and jerked it hard in an attempt to pull away, inadvertently firing off a round of laser blasts, then clipped the cloak shape in the good wing and sent black smoke trailing. He barely had time to register the sight, though, before the shrapnel made a dozen white cracks in his viewport. The heads-up display shorted out. Some kind of gas started spewing into the cockpit. The stick jumped in his hand and he felt his port engine die. The fighter plunged toward the desert below. The red gold of the desert filled his vision. "I can't pull up," Ben squawked. "Engine gone. I can't maneuver." "Hold on tight," Tahiri shouted. "Try and do a belly flop." "I just said I don't have control." "Cut the engines and fire the repulsors." The rolling gold dunes were approaching fast and the hairline cracks in his viewport were getting longer and deeper before his eyes. Ben cut the engines and felt his stomach shoot into the mouth as the Y-wing began a free fall. "Repulsors!" Tahiri screamed. "Do it now!" Ben felt like the inertia was going to throw him through the roof of his cockpit. Wind whistled like shrill alarms through the growing cracks in the transparent steel. He reached out to the control board to fire his repulsors, but the whole cockpit jerked violently around him. He felt so dizzy he was going to throw up, meal, stomach, and all. "Now!" Tahiri kept screaming. "Now! Now! Now!" Ben lunged forward against his seat restraints and stabbed the button. As he did so, the viewport shattered. Wind and shrapnel exploded in his face. The golden sand dunes filled his vision as his father's world rushed to greet him. Then he blacked out. Chapter 5. The middle fighter Jagged had borrowed from Tenelcar reverted to real space at the instructed coordinates. Jag had already looked up the location before plotting his course, and by all accounts it was empty space, stranded a dozen parsecs from any star system. He shouldn't have been surprised to see an empty starfield, but he was. Still unused to the controls of the fighter, Jag cycled through its long and short-range sensor systems. He'd anticipated some ship, Imperial or perhaps Chiss, but all he could find was empty space. "Well," he muttered, "I hope they gave me the right coordinates." No ships or life signs showed up on sensors, so he began looking for material and plasma traces. The thought occurred to him that there might have been a fight here, but he detected no debris or residual energy signatures. Everything from his eyes to the middle sensors told him the same thing. This was empty space, as lifeless as the abyss between galaxies. He checked the communications array and saw it was possible to send a wideband HoloNet message. If he wanted to announce his presence here, he could. There was nobody nearby to pick up the signals, but perhaps some other system in this sector. His thoughts were broken by a flash of light. A massive spacecraft had reverted to real space right on top of him, oblong and curved, with a segmented hull and a small bridge tower atop its humped back. An old Lorana strike cruiser, Imperial markings. As it drew close, he noticed modifications on the ventral superstructure, possibly enhanced sensor equipment. A voice crackled over Jagged's intercom. Happen Middle Fighter, this is Imperial Strike Cruiser Wessex. Please identify yourself. If Ricochet was playing some game, it was best to cut to the heart of it. Jagged flipped on his transmitter. This is Jagged Fell, former Imperial head of state. Is head of state Ricochet on board? There was a long wait before Wessex responded. Our flight deck is currently under renovation. We're extending a docking tube. Prepare to board, Mr. Fell. The flight deck looked perfectly fine from this distance, but Jagged didn't object. If Ricochet wanted to play cloak and dagger and keep his presence secret, fine. He just hoped this was important and not some elaborate prank. With a sigh, he maneuvered toward the docking tube extending from the bottom of Wessex's hull. The Middle Fighter was not designed for coupling with Imperial vessels, and it was an awkward climb out of the docking tube and into the airlock chamber. A half-dozen stormtroopers stood at attention, 3 on either side. Between them stood head of state Ricochet, and the more surprising sight, a young Twi'lek female, red-haired tails draped over her shoulders, dressed in the black uniform of an Imperial intelligence agent. Apologies for sneaking up on you, Ricochet said as Jagged removed his flight helmet and tucked it underarm. We were waiting at a distance to make sure you came alone. I see, Jagged said, though he didn't unless Ricochet really was playing games with him. I ran thorough sensor checks and detected no ships in the area. Wessex has an enhanced sensor system, the Twi'lek woman spoke with an aristocratic accent that sounded forced. We could spot you while far outside your sensor range. Well, Jagged looked between them. I'm happy Imperial R&D hasn't been slouching since I left. Mr. Jagged Fell, meet Lieutenant Colonel Veila, Ricochet said. Lieutenant Colonel, Jagged said, extending a hand. That's very impressive, for one so young. Among other things, the Twi'lek woman said as she returned a nice, hard shake. Her gold eyes seemed to shine. Jagged withdrew his hand quickly. Young, attractive, and capable lady officers were dangerous to a married man. As Ricochet led them through the strike cruiser's stark halls, he explained Lieutenant Colonel Veila was brought on to replace Oren Krul last year. Oh, I see, Jagged nodded, slowly understanding. During his time as head of state, Krul had been in charge of Imperial intelligence regarding the unknown regions. Krul had spent almost all his time away from Bastion, patrolling the edge of Imperial space, and had stayed neutral in the conflict between Jagged and Renegade Admiral Dala 2 years previously. The two had often butted heads over Jagged's reluctance to share Chiss intelligence. What happened to Krul, if I may ask? Jagged said. He left the service, honorable discharge, Ricochet said. He's working as a consultant for a bank on Muanlins now. We've had a small wave of senior officers retiring lately. Yes, so I've heard, Jagged said absently. More than a few old Imperials seemed unhappy with the Empire's recent flirtations with democracy. Jagged glanced at Veila. So, did Krul recommend you for his replacement? No, so she said. I was selected by head of state Ricochet. The lieutenant colonel here was in charge of certain covert activities under Krul, Ricochet said awkwardly. The man may have been overly conservative in some ways, but he chose his officers according to talent, not gender or species. I thought she would be the best being for the job. I see, Jagged said again, and this time he understood. He'd always suspected Krul was running covert research expeditions into the unknown regions, despite Jagged's admonitions not to. Well, I've come a long way and gone through a lot of cloak and dagger, so I'd really like to know what this is about. Of course, Veila said. We're nearly there. A few more turns brought them to a sealed vault door. Veila punched her code into its padlock. The door hissed with released pressure and swung open. Jagged, Ricochet, and Veila stepped inside, leaving the stormtroopers behind. The chamber was stark, cool, and dark. A few lights flickered on in the center, revealing a set of objects on an elevated platform, walled off in vacuum-sealed transparent steel. Jagged walked right up to the platform, but the moment he stepped into the room, he knew what it was. Half a corpse lay on the platform. The whole lower half had been reduced to a cinder and the upper half was scorched and scarred, but even then he could clearly make out the heavy shoulder pads and broad breastplate made of Vondon crab armor. The face, already scarred and tattooed, was frozen in dying agony. Around the dead Yuuz Hand Vong were a variety of other charred pieces of alien biotechnology. Jagged thought one looked like the nose sensor of a coral skipper. Another, coiled up in a corner, was a dead amphistaff. Jagged pressed a hand against the cool transparisteel to steady himself. It had been half a lifetime since he'd seen these things. He thought he never would again. You can see the need for security, Ricochet said. If anyone even thought the Vong were on the warpath again. I understand, Jagged nodded. No, Ricochet hadn't been playing games. This was deathly serious. Tell me everything. One of my pickets was patrolling the border of Imperial space when we detected unusual energy signatures. I personally took Wessex out to investigate, crossing the border as I did so. Veila said. Most of the damage seemed to have been cleaned up beforehand, possibly by a Dovin basal, but we recovered these pieces, along with a few others, about a parsec away from the main battle site. Who was fighting whom? Jagged asked. That is a bit more uncertain, Veila said. However, we also recovered the remains of more traditional spacecraft. Traditional, Jagged said. Meaning from our galaxy. Correct, she nodded. That includes several hull fragments, a piece of engine nacelle, a few proton torpedo shells, and the melted down remains of a turbolaser cannon. No escape pods. No survivors that we could find. We've identified the turbolaser cannon as a tame and back X-70B model, commonly installed on a number of Alliance warships. The engine nacelle was badly warped and we're still trying to identify the make, but it seems to be composed of metals most commonly used in Mon Calamari products. You're implying that the Alliance has engaged the Yuuz Hand Vong in combat in the unknown regions. I'm merely reporting what we know thus far, which isn't much. It could have been any number of forces. All we know for certain is that it wasn't ours. Are you certain? Jagged looked at Ricochet. I mean, absolutely certain. I've been keeping a close eye on Darla and her allies, Ricochet said. This was definitely neither Imperial nor a renegade Imperial force. Somebody else fought the Vong out there, and it wasn't some unlucky cargo hauler either. This was a warship. Probably more than one. Which means they were hunting for Vong, Jagged said. Or trying to probe our flanks, or seeking the chiss, or any number of reasons, Veila said. At this point we simply need to know more, without spreading alarm. Jagged looked at Ricochet. You asked me because I have friends in high places. Several high places, Ricochet nodded. No response from any of those relations yet. Clearly he was asking about the chiss. Apparently not. But now that I know something concrete, I'll send out feelers again. But I can't predict how they'll respond. All we ask is that you try, Ricochet said. His eyes settled on the charred Yuuz Hand Vong corpse. This has the potential to destabilize the whole galaxy. We need to find out what the Vong are doing and stop them. I'm willing to work with the Alliance, the Hapes, the Chiss, even the Jedi to get it done. I understand, Jagged nodded gravely. I'll start inquiring right away. Discreetly, said the young woman at his side. Discreetly, Jagged agreed. He was already planning his first step. Chapter 6. They were an odd pair. She was a slim young woman, dressed in the neat navy blue Alliance Navy uniform curiously bereft of rank insignia, clothes curiously incongruous with her hair streaked silver and bright electric pink. He looked even stranger, a 2-meter high, 150-kilo Gamorrean bulging in the same unmarked uniform. The waiting room was otherwise empty, but the office receptionist kept on peeking incredulous glances at them. Pretty strange, Miri Antilles thought, that they were supposed to be the commander and executive officer of covert ops unit. Not that she minded being around Vought, of course. He'd been called Piggyback when he'd flown with her father 3 wars and a lifetime ago, but now he went by Vought Sar Binrin, retired pilot, retired mathematics professor, now head of the squadron that, in her father and Piggy's time, had been known as Wraiths, and now officially didn't exist at all. She'd only vaguely known Vought before he left teaching to join the reformed Wraiths, and when he returned he'd been closed off and often outright hostile to the younger pilots, though his experience and technical knowledge were invaluable, even in a group as full of unique skills as the Wraiths. He'd begun to fall slowly. Sometimes she even saw his big lips curl away from his tusks into something like a smile. Her father had suggested that being with the new pilots made him feel younger. They sat in the waiting room without talking. They sat for almost an hour, and Miri kept on checking her chrono to make sure. She was, admittedly, not always a punctual person, which was why she was less annoyed and more concerned. The head of the Alliance intelligence usually was punctual, so maybe something might have gone wrong. After an hour and 15 minutes of waiting, the receptionist finally looked up from her desk and said, "Director Loran is ready to see you now." Vought went first, Miri behind him. She could feel the receptionist staring into her back as she went. The door slid shut behind them with a tight hiss. Garrick Loran sat lazily behind his desk, feet propped on top, while Galactic City's traffic ran by in the late daylight outside his window. His head was shaved smooth and his trim beard had turned grey, but somehow he still managed to keep his hollow-to good looks. Reporting as ordered, so Vought said, snapping as crisp a salute as a Gamorrean could. Miri did her own salute, but Loran waved them at ease. "I'm sorry for the wait," Loran said, rolling some kind of mechanical sphere between his palms. "I just had to finalize a few things." "Of course," Vought said. "Oh, relax, Piggy," Loran shook his head. "You don't have to call me sir." Vought nodded, but didn't relax. Loran looked to Miri and said, "And how are you doing, Antilles the youngest? How's your father? I haven't talked to him in a while." "He's doing well, sir. He and Mum and enjoying retirement on Corellia. About time. He deserves it. We shouldn't have to keep hauling him out of bed every time there's a crisis." "Is there one now?" Miri asked. Loran chuckled. It was a brittle chuckle, hardly encouraging. "That's a good question. That's what we need Wraith Squadron or whatever you're calling yourselves now to find out." "Technically, we don't exist," said Vought. "So you might as well call us Nothing Squadron." "Nothing Squadron?" Loran cocked an eyebrow. "That's worse than Dinner or Silly Squadron." "I don't know," said Miri. "I kind of like it. Has a certain mysterious quality to it." "Well, whatever you're calling or not calling yourselves doesn't matter right now." Face kept rolling the sphere between his palms. "The point is, there's something you need to investigate. We've received reports from certain friends in foreign places that a battle took place in the unknown regions, near the border with Imperial space, about 5 days ago." "Between what parties?" Vought asked. Loran took a deep breath and pressed a button on his metal sphere. A blue hollow image sprung up in front of them, showing a wide, flat table with wreckage laid across it. Miri leaned in for a closer look and felt something sink in her gut. She'd never seen one in person, but she'd heard plenty of stories and seen plenty of hollow documentaries. She heard Vought suck in air beside her. "The U.S. Hanvong," Loran nodded. "Further, we've been informed that other wreckage retrieved from the site indicate vessels or Alliance origin, or at least those using military-grade equipment produced by Tam and Bacon Moncal manufacturers. We're sending your squadron out there to try and track down either of those fleets. Someone is fighting a war with the Vong out there and we need to find out everything we can about them. We don't want this war to spill out into the known parts of the galaxy. We'd prefer that word doesn't get out at all. The panic would be unthinkable and potentially dangerous." Miri looked at Vought, then back at Loran. They had both fought in the Vong War and lost people dear to them. Their eyes were dark and cold. "Have we tried contacting Zonoma Second?" Miri asked. Vought still looked cold and Loran looked away. "We can contact them, right? We do know where it is, don't we?" Loran gave a long sigh as he turned off the holo. "Antilles, you've just stumbled onto the second most important secret in the galaxy. That we've lost all contact with Zonoma Second." He nodded. "And what's the first most important secret?" "Where it is now, obviously," Vought said. Loran said, "I'm afraid we lost contact with Zonoma Second shortly before the Corellian crisis started. At first we thought it was some kind of mechanical malfunction, energy storms blocking the transmission or something, but when we sent scouts to its last recorded location, Zonoma Second had vanished. We were investigating its whereabouts, but when the crisis started, those resources were needed elsewhere. So a planet full of US Hanvong has been wandering the universe for 5 years now, and nobody knows where it is." Vought sounded angry. "Information we've kept quiet, for obvious reasons. My predecessor wasn't exactly the most exemplary of leaders, so he didn't try very hard to fix this problem even during peacetime. Now it's something we can no longer ignore." "Okay," Miri said. "So we're hunting for a rogue planet, as well as 2 phantom fleets, in a huge uncharted region of space. Sounds like fun. And there's more, Loran said. You're going to be working in conjunction with Imperial intelligence. Imperial intelligence. Vought growled. Are you sure that's a good idea, sir? I'm not crazy about it, but you'll be working directly with our source of information in this case. It's someone I trust implicitly. His ass flicked to Miri and lingered, only for a moment. We'll be sharing information all the way. If the Vong are back on the warpath, it's a threat to us both. And this renegade fleet? Vought asked. If they're fighting the Vong, are we to consider them a threat as well? On that you'll have to use your discretion, but I want you to investigate carefully and be pragmatic. If someone's intentionally trying to start a war with the Vong, then they're to be considered enemies and dealt with as such. Understood? Loran and Vought stared at each other for a moment. Then the Gamorrean nodded. Understood. Sir. Very good, said Loran. He looked to Miri. This is going to be an investigation, not the vanguard for a new war. You're to avoid combat if at all possible. Understood, she said. Without warning, Loran tossed a hollow sphere, which she awkwardly caught against her chest. He said, that also contains the time and location for your rendezvous with your Imperial counterparts. You're to only take your fighters. They'll be providing the capital ship that will serve as your base of operations during the expedition. I'm still not confident about working with the Imperials, Vought said. Our squadron contains a talking Gamorrean, a Claudite, and even a Yuuzhan Vong. Do you think the imps are going to be happy to work with us? If you're worried about anti-alien prejudice, our contact personally assures me that that issue will be under control. Do they now? Vought grunted. So is the Empire finally becoming democratic and pluralistic? Stranger things have happened. Loran shrugged. Thought I can't think of any off the top of my head. Maybe my cousin really is a reformer. Miri crossed her arms over her chest. I'll have to thank him personally once we see him. Loran's eyes went wide. How did you know? Then he laughed and shook his head. Lucky guess. Well, there's not that many Alliance sympathizers working with the Empire, Miri said. Are there? Loran tapped his lips. Need to know, Antilles. Of course. Miri rolled her eyes. What about the other fleet? Vought asked. You say the wreckage indicates Alliance construction? Possibly. While you're gone, that's what my home team is going to be working on. We'll be scouring every ship registry we can find, trying to locate any indication that a Mon Cal capital ship has gone missing. It's a big galaxy, Vought said. It's full of old ships, even big ones that have fallen off people's radars. Alliance, Imperial, Happen, Corporate Sector, even Old Republic. I know, which is why this investigation is going to take time. Hopefully 2 teams ferreting out information in 2 different ways can lead us to one important conclusion. Loran leaned forward and folded his hands atop his desk, almost looking professional. Everything you need to know is in that data sphere. Antilles, it's to stay on your person at all times. I want you to keep information restricted until you're at the rendezvous point. Don't tell the other Wraiths or nothings, dinners, sillies, whatever any details about the mission until you're far away from Coruscant. I understand, sir. Good. Dismissed. Now get ready, you're shipping out tomorrow afternoon. We understand, sir. Vought said and snapped his best salute. Miri awkwardly shifted the data sphere to her left hand and did the same. Loran nodded and said, all right, good luck. And be safe. We will. Vought nodded as he let down his salute. I'll get everyone home. I hope so, Loran nodded gravely, and something passed between them. Some old veteran thing, Miri was sure. Dismissed? 5 minutes later they were riding the turbolift down to the transit platform. Neither could think of anything to say. The data globe felt heavy in Miri's pocket. When the turbolift jerked to a halt, they walked down the hall at a brisk pace, past dozens of soldiers, officers, clerks, and droids who had no idea that the galaxy might be on the verge of another Yuuzhan Vong invasion. In covert ops you got used to knowing things normal people didn't, but suddenly it drove home the gravity of the situation. As they walked, Vought said in a low voice, we'll call up the Wraiths when we get back to base. I'll take everyone out to a cantina. You? Miri stared. Vought wasn't the partying type. They'll need a fun send-off, Vought said. A last hurrah. Miri nodded gravely. As they approached the exit to the landing bay, a woman walked briskly past. Miri caught the flash of bronze hair balled into a ponytail, a sharp nose, and cool blue eyes. Her hand jerked out and grabbed the passing arm, half spinning the woman to face her in the middle of the corridor. Miri! Sayal gaped at her younger sister. What are you doing here? Confidential, Miri grinned. What's up with you? Sayal jerked her arm away and tugged the sleeve straight. Something similar. Everybody seems busy nowadays, Miri's eyes darted up and down her sister's uniform. Hey, those bars look new. When did they make you a fleet captain? 4 months ago, Sayal avoided Miri's eyes. Oh, right, I think Dad mentioned it. So what, does my big sister have her own ship now? A frigate, the Watchkeeper. I'm stationed at Fonda, but I haven't been doing many operations. Mostly I've been overseeing supply and asset tracking fleet-wide. She paused, then added, it's a peacetime job. Not much action, but it's stable. Not dangerous. Oh, okay. Well, welcome back to Coruscant. Sayal nodded once. Hey listen, I'm going to be leaving tomorrow. You know how it is with ultra top secret spy stuff, really exciting. I don't know when I'll make it back, but we're having a meet up tonight, all us Wraiths. Or nothings, or whatever we are now. You want to come? Sayal shook her head. Sorry, I don't think I can make it. Not for one drink. Piggy's hosting, and I promise he won't take us to a dive. Will you? It's unlikely, Vought deadpanned. I don't think I can do it, Sayal insisted. I'm not set to be on Coruscant very long and I'm really busy. You know how it is. Yeah, Miri forced a smile. I sure do. See you later then. Later, Sayal nodded and quickly walked away. Miri watched her back until it turned a corner and disappeared. Then she remembered the big Gamorrean standing at her side. Hey Vought, you don't have siblings, do you? Not to my knowledge. I won't say you're lucky, but it's probably simpler that way. Miri blew out a sigh. Well, whatever. Let's have fun tonight, right? Yes, said the stolid Gamorrean. Fun. When Loran finally finished, Sayal Antilles didn't know what to say. She stood in front of his desk, hands bunched at her sides, staring at him but through him, through the transparent steel of his window, through the skyscrapers turning aglow as the light in the sky went down. Sayal felt sick to her gut, and it took all her military training not to let it show. But Loran had known her since she was a child, and he saw through her with ease. Frowning, he asked, Can you do this, Captain? She blinked and tried to focus on the man in front of her. I'll do whatever mission you give me, sir. Loran shook his head and leaned forward, elbows on desktop, looking uncharacteristically serious. Sayal, technically it's not my mission to give. I went to Admiral Buatu for this and got his special permission to borrow the services of naval intelligence. I figured they'd have better resources for this than civilian intel. I understand that, sir, and if anyone has the resources to track down a fleet of missing ships, it's naval intel. I've spent months at Fonda overseeing asset tracking, so I'm familiar with the process. I know. That's why I chose you. Is that the only reason, sir? Oh, you know it's not. Call it nepotism if you want, but I'm not just choosing you because of your father, just like I'm not sending Vought out there because he's my friend. Your people I know and I trust your professional abilities. Are you sure I'm the one you want, sir? He raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to talk yourself out of a job, Captain? No, sir. It's just that this seems to be a very important mission. That's putting it mildly. If we can figure out where this renegade fleet came from, we can figure out who is behind it and, I very much hope, put a stop to it before it starts another US Hanvong war. It's a heavy responsibility. I'm honored. And intimidated. I didn't fight the Vong, sir. I was too young for that. I remember being on Borlius during the siege, and I remember the fall of Coruscant, but I never actually saw action against them. I know. Your job is to see you, and everybody else your age or younger never has to. She looked down at his desk and didn't say anything. Loran exhaled. Talk to me, Sayal. Not as your boss. Talk to me as Face, the family friend. I'm trying to do you a favor. Since the end of the war you've been stuck on asset tracking jobs and captaining picket patrols. And you've seemed content with it. To be frank, that doesn't seem like an ace pilot, and definitely not like the young lady who enrolled in the academy under a false name and clawed her way up to a captain's rank without any laurels to help her up. That captain's rank came from Jaina Solo, sir. He gave it to me during the Battle of Centerpoint. She couldn't bring herself to call him face, or to look him in the eye. That wasn't exactly a mark for promotion in the new administration. But you got one anyway. You got your own ship. She shrugged lightly. The chief asset tracker at Fonda retired. They needed a new one. And Watchkeeper, it's a good ship, sir, but it's not like I'm leading combat missions. And that's just fine by me. Loran gave a little sigh. This is about Shyam, isn't it? Sio looked down. It had been 4 years since he died at Bamora, and she still hadn't forgotten the rough, warm feeling of her fiancé's fingers interlocking with her own, just like she'd never forget his smile, brazen, but also slightly abashed, as he'd bought Sio her first drink at the Blue Divers Cantina. At the start of the last war, Jaina Solo's war, they called it, now Shyam had been a breath of joy. Now he was just another tragedy. Gently Loran said, "It's a sad thing to say, but losing people we care about comes with the lives we led." Please, she exhaled sharply, "I don't want to talk about it." "I'm sorry." Loran held up both hands and leaned back in his chair. "Sio, I'm not going to force you to take this job. It's a critical position, and if we end up having to send a full task force into the unknown regions, well, you're very likely to be at the front of it. So there's a lot of responsibility, and a lot of risk. But someone has to do it, and I honestly believe it should be you." He put a little steel in his voice. "So please, let me know now, because I can't wait for you to resolve your personal problems. Will you help me find this renegade fleet, or will you go back to Fonda, run patrols on your little frigate, and count shuttles for the next 30 years? He made her feel like a chastened child. Sio straightened and said, "I'll take your offer, sir." "Very good." Loran nodded and rose from his chair. "In that case, let me go fetch a pot of kaf." "Sir." She blinked. "I said we don't have time to waste, and I meant it. Get ready for a very long night." Vilgorset, commonly called Scott, tried to have fun. He almost succeeded. The Wraiths, as they still called themselves informally, lacking any good agreed-on designation, had chosen to descend on a pub called the Ricochet, which was neither a fine officers' club near Intel headquarters nor a broken-down, crime-infested dive in the lower levels. It was a middle-of-the-road place, chosen as to accommodate the varied tastes of the attendees. The ale was good enough, but the air was a little too hot. Scott's skin felt sticky beneath the neoglyph masker he wore, and he wanted to rip it off, but he knew the others in the pub wouldn't not react calmly if a Yuzhan Vong suddenly appeared in their midst. The vat-grown organism clung to the pores of his real skin, creating a second layer that gave him the appearance of a bland-looking normal human. His forehead was made more prominent and hair added to his scalp. A slightly hooked nose was piled on top of his flat nostrils. Thicker lips formed around teeth that, along with his eyes, were the only parts of his true body visible to the outside world. Scott had been born part of the shamed ones, now considered extolled, but had been raised from childhood by a family of eccentric scientists. He'd followed the path of his human parents into the fields of exobiology and genetic engineering, and that, just as much as his Yuzhan Vong blood, was why Scott was here now, even if he didn't have much first-hand memory of his people. After an entire life of living and working alongside the normal people of the galaxy, Scott was almost used to hiding in a second skin, but not quite. As he hunched over the counter and sipped his drink, he looked around the Ricochet and tried to track the other Wraiths. Terman Dura, former actor and Claudite master of disguise, was standing in a corner, with handsome human demo expert Traycorsa. They were putting the charm on a pair of unfamiliar women. Miri Antilles, who had donned a slinky dress and added even more highlights to her already colorful hair, was not talking with a young man her age, as Scott expected, but with Charlotte, the squadron's other executive officer and its most veteran pilot, after its leader. In another booth sat Jessamine Tainer, ex-Antarian Ranger, communications expert Fames Fordrick, weapons specialist Ran Narkassan, and Deveronian medic Drakul Bessera. They all looked quite drunk. Finally, also perched on the bar but far more conspicuous than a masqueraded Yuzhan Vong, was Wookiee Quartermaster Huhana and Gamorrean squad leader, Vought Sarbinrin. Every non-Wraith in the pub was eyeing the unlikely pair and trying not to be obvious about it. Scott found the whole scene amusing, but maybe that was the ale at work. At some point Hugh Hunter left Sar Binrin alone. The Gamorrean saw Scott hunched over the counter just a few meters away. Their eyes met in the pub's dim lighting, but neither moved. When Sar Binrin had rejoined the Wraiths, his reaction to Scott had been harsh to say the least, even compared to other veterans of the Hand Thrawn war that Scott had known. In time, Sar Binrin had come to accept him, and their relationship now was one of professional trust, but not friendship. For a reason he couldn't explain, Scott picked up his drink, walked over to Vought, and took the spot the Wookiee had just vacated. He swallowed a mouthful and asked the first thing to come to his head. "What do you think would happen if I took off my masker?" Sar Binrin's little eyes blinked. "I wouldn't if I were you." "Well, why not? I might as well join the freak show." It was exactly the wrong thing to say. Sar Binrin snorted angrily. "I'm not a freak. Neither are you." "I hope so," Scott sighed. He usually tried not to dwell on his heritage, but being stuck in a crowd always made him feel claustrophobic beneath his masker. Worse, it made him feel fake to have so many eyes on a face that was not his own. He didn't normally ask personal questions from his commander, but the ale loosened his tongue enough to say, "How long did it take you to get used to it? The way they look at you in public." He couldn't help but wonder if he could ever show his own face to the world without fear. A Gamorrean and a Hand Thrawn would garner different kinds of assumptions from strangers, but if anyone in the squad understood his situation, it would be its leader. Sar Binrin blinked again. "Who says I'm used to it? So you ignore it then?" "I have too. People are always going to have something in their mind when they see a Gamorrean, something I'm not. I can't change that, so I do my best to work around it and deal with what I can change." It was sound advice as far as it went. Vought didn't have to say that he, and many others, would never be able to look at a Hand Thrawn with totally unclouded eyes. A Wookiee hollered from one side of the pub and every head turned to look. Hugh Hunter was standing in a corner with Charlotte waving one long shaggy arm. Sar Binrin took it as a beckon and excused himself as gracefully as a massive Gamorrean could, leaving Scott at the bar alone again. That was fine, he thought, though as he took another drink he wondered where Miri had gone off to. He got his answer a second later. The young woman appeared next to him and called for another drink. Miri Antilles was a party girl, supposedly to the chagrin of her venerated parents, but tonight she was not dragging a trail of male admirers. Once she got a drink she took a sip, put it on the counter, leaned forward with elbows on the formica top and bare shoulders hunched. Finally, she looked at Scott. "You hanging in there?" she asked with a tired smile. "Always," Scott said. "How are you?" "Positively peachy," she said. "It's going to be a hell of a mission though. Probably the most important we've ever done." "Maybe," Scott said. "I will find out when you decide to tell me. Don't worry, you'll get the truth. But I've got to keep secrets." She tapped the side of her nose. "Part of my duty as XO. Operational security. You understand?" "I do," he replied. He had the feeling Miri wanted to say something and was holding herself back, which made him wonder all the more what this new mission was about. Her next words, though, took him by surprise. "Do you have any siblings, Scott?" "Two," he said. "Human, of course." "Do you get along with them?" "As much as anyone gets along with their siblings. We had ups and downs. But they treated me well, considering." Miri sighed. "Sile and I. We were always different. Sile was more like mum and dad, especially dad. And I'm not just talking about the flying skills. She was always about duty, and proving herself, and being a good little soldier. I always wanted to see her lighten up. She had a nice guy at Shyam, and she started smiling a lot more. I was happy for her." From her tone, Scott could tell there wasn't going to be a happy ending. "What happened?" "He died," she said. "At Bamora." "I'm sorry." "Yeah, so I'm a lot of good any of that does, Sile," Miri sighed again. "I just want to help my sister. That's the mature, grown-up thing to say, isn't it? It doesn't matter how much we fought growing up. I want to help her now, but I don't know how, and it's bugging the hell out of me when I should be bugged by something else." "Why are you telling me this?" "That's why I want to come back," Miri said. "That and, saving the galaxy and making mum and dad proud and all that. But mostly, I want to see Sile smile again." That's a good reason, Scott said, and meant it. He wasn't sure what he was hoping for from this mission. Saving the galaxy and parental adoration were good, yes, but he wanted something more too. He wanted to prove something, though he wasn't exactly sure what he wanted to prove, or who he'd prove it to. Miri was watching him intently. The masker clinging to his skin betrayed his emotions almost as if it were his real face. Their eyes met and she smiled. She picked up her glass and clinked it against his. Cheer up, Scott. All we have to do is save the galaxy and simultaneously work out our stupid personal pudu, she grinned. How hard could it be? Scott had to smile back, but his heart wasn't in it. That was the kind of question you were better off not trying to answer. Chapter 7. Ben and Tahiri were lucky. The ship they'd stolen had a first aid kit. They were, objectively, more lucky not to have died, or to have broken any major bones or punctured any organs when their Y-wing crashed nose first into a sand dune. They still ended up with all manner of minor injuries and injuries that didn't feel all that minor, but weren't life-threatening either, so long as your ship had some back-to patches and bandages stored away under the co-pilot's seat. After using up everything in the kit, Ben had joked they looked halfway to joining the Tusken Raiders. Tahiri reminded him, grimly, that Tuskens never showed any skin whatsoever except to their mates after the marriage ceremony. She fared the better of the two, though she had bandages wrapped around her forehead and another around a nasty swelling bruise on her right cheek. Ben had the whole left side of his face covered up, including the eye, which left him with bad depth perception. His left hand was in a split, which at least left him with the right hand to hold a lightsaber datapad, or food rations. At least, he could have, if they'd had food rations. That part had been unlucky. Even worse, they had no water either. And finally, worst of all, the heavy Y-wing had sunken deep into the sand before they could pull out its transceiver array and call for help. Which meant they were stranded, alone, in the dune sea of Tatooine, with no supplies and no hope of rescue. At least their wounds wouldn't get infected. Despite the dire situation, they knew from the start what to do. Once the bandages were set, they'd begun marching north across the dunes, to the source of the lonely pillar of black smoke that rose steadily into the sky. They tried not to talk much as they walked. Better to conserve moisture, Tahiri said. The sky was hot and savage. Ben felt like his clothes were going to burn off his back. The path across the dune sea was treacherous, and Tahiri led them in curving paths through the troughs of the dunes, never atop them, because those were the places where the sand was mostly likely to open up under you and swallow you whole. The footing was steadier in the troughs, and when the suns started to set you might even find yourself in a patch of shade. Wherever they were, though, it was still a few hours to sunset, so that relief wouldn't be coming anytime soon. When it did, the bitter cold of desert night would follow, and that was another kind of danger they weren't prepared to deal with. Walking through the troughs of the dunes, it seemed like the desert spread out forever. Ben's father had told him countless times about the legendary Dune Sea. He'd spoken of the vastness of it, the loneliness of it, and about the fleeting splendor of two suns rising and setting over a landscape of pure and empty white. Ben had tried to picture it sometimes, but never quite managed. Tahiri was right. Living on places like Coruscant robbed you of the opportunity to appreciate natural beauty. Not that Ben appreciated the beauty much right now. The sun was scorching hot, and he could almost feel the moisture leaving his body. Their only hope was to march to the other crash site and hope that Cloak Shape was not only in better condition than their Y-wing, but also well stocked with food and water. The girl they were pursuing seemed almost secondary at this point. So they walked, on and on, winding around the big dunes, always guided by the trail of inky smoke. It was only when they drew close that Ben saw something other than smooth lines of sand. He spotted gold-brown rocks, jagged and jutting up toward the sky. Tahiri, under her breath, told him that was good, because rocks sometimes collected moisture and didn't generate heat the same way sand did. When they reached solid ground, he found out that rocks, even uneven ones like these, were far easier to walk on than the dunes. One outcropping afforded them shade to shelter under. They didn't rest for long. They still needed water, badly. By the time they got close to the crash site, the suns were starting to set and shadows were stretching out from the low rocky hills. Ben pointed this out with relief, but Tahiri warned him against it. When the suns go down, Tatooine gets cold, very cold. We're going to need some kind of shelter if we don't want to freeze to death. Great, said Ben. Really great. This little crashed fighter is going to have everything we need, right? I mean, how could it not? Tahiri didn't dignify his sarcasm with a response. When they finally found the crashed ship, Ben was too exhausted to be disappointed. He was, however, dimly surprised to find the thing mostly intact. It had settled at the bottom of a crevice. Both wings had been torn off, but the main fuselage containing the cockpit, engines, and cargo pad remained intact, albeit covered with scars and indentations. The cargo hold was popped open and empty. So was the cockpit. In fact, the girl seemed to have intentionally blasted every inch of the control panels and equipment into oblivion. She clearly didn't want anyone snooping in her computers. What do we do now? Ben asked. His throat was so dry it hurt to talk. His skin was damp with sweat, but now the cool breezes of early night were blowing. He was already starting to shiver. It was only going to get worse. Tahiri looked so dazed he didn't know if she'd heard. Talking hurt and he waited before repeating the question. Eventually she looked at him and said, "We need to find some shelter." "What kind of shelter?" Ben croaked. "Caves," she said. "Might be water pooled there. Condensation." "Great." Ben wrapped arms around himself and shivered again. "Getting cold?" Tahiri nodded. She took one last look at the fighter and said, "I'll check one more time. There might be something we can use as a heater." Ben watched her hobble over the rocks and inspect the wreckage again. Still hugging himself, he looked skyward. The suns had dipped below the rocks by now, but he could see a dark gold sky with violet highlights on the thin streaks of clouds high above. Feeling at once bored, restless, and dimly angry, he swung back his foot and kicked some of the rocks around him. Tahiri's head shot up. "Sorry about that," Ben said. "That was me." Tahiri held up a hand. Ben shut up. She listened. He listened too, but didn't hear anything except the whistle of wind through the rocks. Eventually Tahiri shook her head and resumed checking the fighter. Suddenly a cry rose up and filled the air. Ben spun around, trying to find the source of the horrible noise. It seemed to echo off every rock, coming from every place and no place at once. It seemed to grow louder, more cacophonous. He couldn't tell if it was 20 echoes or 20 individual cries. Dazed and confused, he didn't see Tahiri until she had bounded up to his position and grabbed him by the shoulder. "Tuskens," she said. "They're here." "Where?" Ben still looked around. He felt empty inside and dizzy. "I don't see them." "Come on, Ben." Tahiri snapped with ragged strength. "We have to go. Now." But it was already too late. Suddenly, they were everywhere, at the crest of every rock. Each one was wrapped in ragged sand-colored robes and each one held its gaffy stick overhead with both hands. Each one was howling something, Ben didn't know what, but it sounded like a feral declaration of triumph. Ben's hands found his lightsaber. He was about to ignite it when Tahiri's hand clamped down on his wrist. He tried to jerk free of her vice grip, but failed. When he looked at her, she shook her head, grimly. Then she turned to face the Tuskens, took in deep breath, and shouted. It sounded so savage and volatile Ben couldn't believe it had come from her throat. She kept shouting, again and again, until suddenly she was the only one shouting, and all the Tuskens had stopped. Tahiri's voice cracked and she sagged against Ben, head lowered, finally silent. The Tuskens were silent too. They had lowered their gaffy sticks, but remained on their rocky perches like looming sentinels. The wind howled faintly. Nobody moved. Suddenly one appeared in front of them. He hadn't made any sound at all, but there he was, a massive cloaked figure, face covered in between an alien war mask and a collection of rags. He made ugly grunting sounds once more, but at least this time he wasn't shouting. Tahiri wearily looked up. She said something, Ben had no idea what. She sagged heavier against him, like she was on the verge of passing out. The Tusken turned and shouted again, this time to his men. They moved from their perches, swarming down into the shadowy valley. Ben's grip tightened on his lightsaber, but with some incredible strength Tahiri tightened her clasp on his wrist. He looked at her as her head lowered against his shoulder, green eyes struggling to stay open. She said, "It's okay." Okay. They were surrounded by savages and both close to exhaustion. It didn't look okay. "We're okay," Tahiri repeated. "They're friends." Then she passed out in his arms. When she woke up, They were in a cave. The air was cold and smelled dimly of burnt kindling. Tahiri was wrapped in a blanket and laid down on the flattest part of the cave floor, but it was still very uncomfortable. Her back ached, though that could have been from the crash or the terrible trek across the dunes. The light in the cave was dim, but she could make out a cluster of Tuskens surrounding the dim flickering of a fire. She struggled to sit and ended up propping herself with her elbows. "Hey," she heard Ben's soft voice beside her. "You're awake." She nodded and felt Ben slip an arm under her shoulder. With his help, she was able to sit up completely. She looked to her side to see him squatting beside her. He handed her an old metal canteen, which she eagerly took. The water felt amazing going down and she was tempted to empty the whole thing without stopping, but childhood instinct kicked in quickly. Never take more water than you need on Tatooine. You never know when it will run out. So Tahiri reluctantly slipped the cap back on the canteen and handed it to Ben. The teenager placed it on the ground between them. "Lucky I had you along," Ben said. "Otherwise I'd be dead." "Yeah," Tahiri nodded. "Lucky. How long was I out?" "A couple of hours. I bet they want to talk with you." "I bet they do." "What did you tell them? Are they your old clan?" Tahiri shook her head. "If only it were that simple. I claimed something. Call it the right of protection." "Right of protection? What the blazes does that mean?" Tahiri was too tired to try and explain the elaborate customs of Tusken intertribal relations to Ben. "I asked for the kindness of strangers and I got it. We're okay now. That's all that matters." "Is it? I mean, my dad used to tell me stories about these guys. Guys and girls. Whatever. I used to be one of them," Tahiri said. "I can still speak their language. Kind of, anyway. We're both Outlanders, Ben, and they don't like Outlanders, but the fact that I can speak Tusken and know their customs earns me special privileges. Like not being impaled by a dozen gaffy sticks." She gave him a tired smile. "Exactly. So can you explain that you grew up Tusken? Wouldn't that give you, I don't know, honorary Tusken rights?" "I'm not Tusken anymore, that's all that counts. I've been a lot of things, Ben. Tusken, Jedi, Yuuzhan Vong hybrid, Sith, bounty hunter." She sighed and looked at her hands. The skin was dry and cracked. "I can never seem to keep a job, can I?" "You're still a Jedi," Ben said firmly. Tahiri smiled against herself. Ben had brought her back from the dark side, even forgiven her after she had accidentally killed his friend and mentor Lon Shivu. He had been trained by Darth Kidas from the age of 14 and come back to the light stronger than ever. Deep down he seemed to have the straightforward, honesty purity of his father, though his upbringing had been far more dramatic than that of a Tatooine farm boy. Most of the time it seemed like he was the older, more mature member of their team. Most of the time. When she didn't respond, he said, "You should ask them about the crashed ship. If this is their territory, they might have been where the pilot went." "Maybe they already killed her," Tahiri suggested. Ben swallowed and nodded. "Well, it's time to find out either way," Tahiri said and tried to rise. With Ben's help she got to her feet, though instead of leaning on his weight she shifted away. "Stay back, Ben. I don't want to show weakness." "Oh. Okay." Ben let her walk ahead, though his expression was one of confusion. So like him, Tahiri thought. Civilized to the core. The circle of Tuskens had been watching them in silence this whole time. When Tahiri walked into their circle she had over a dozen pairs of glassed-off eyes watching her, reflecting the flicking crimson of the fire. None of the Tuskens made a sound until she sat down cross-legged in the middle of the circle. "Thank you again for saving us," Tahiri said in Tusken. She hadn't spoken it in well over a decade and was amazed how easily her birth tongue came back to her. The words and grammar, at least. She knew her vocalizations must sound funny to their ears, but it was what they'd have expected from one of the Chu'utmian, foreigners trained to interact with Tusken tribes. Most Chu'utmian were trained by the Hutts or the local governments. A few were anthropologists from off-world universities doing research. They were rare and not well liked by the Tuskens, but they were tolerated because of the influence they seemed to wield in Tusken eyes. Bringing hurt to a Chu'utman could mean swift and lethal revenge from the Hutt syndicates, and it wasn't until Tahiri had left Tatooine behind that she realized that Chu'utmian were usually middling functionaries instead of important foreign leaders. So now Tahiri tried to play the part. She sat stiff-backed, despite still feeling woozy. She looked around the circle, pausing momentarily on each wrapped-up face, as though she could peer into each pair of glass-top tubes and see the eyes beneath. As a child, she'd learned to recognize individuals by the way each face mask was wrapped. Now they all looked identical and ominous. She could still screw this up and get her and Ben both dead. "Why did you come to the territory of the Red Bantha clan, Utman?" asked one of them. He might have been the one she spoke with briefly before passing out, but she couldn't be sure. She remembered hearing of a Red Bantha clan and tried to place it geographically. In the western Dune Sea, maybe, south of the Jundland Wastes. The Tusken tribes were semi-nomadic and the Red Banthas could have moved thousands of kilometers since she had grown, but it was a place to start. "We came in pursuit of the woman whose spaceship crashed here," she said after a moment's thought. "She is a dangerous criminal." A few Tuskens laughed. It was a harsh, choking sound. A second one said, "Why should we care about Utmian law?" "You have no reason to," Tahiri acquiesced. "However, I'm not asking this just as a true Utman. I may look human, but I was born on Tatooine and raised Tusken, by a sliver of the Long Dragon tribe." The Tuskens regarded her for a long moment. She could sense them judging her, weighing her statement. The apparent leader said, "You are no longer Tusken, only true Utman. We owe you nothing." It was worth a try as she thought tiredly. Deep down she felt a pang of disappointment. Like I said, this woman is dangerous. She already killed one person today, and probably many more before that. She is probably hiding in these hills somewhere, and it would be dangerous if you were to run into her unprepared. A few Tuskens looked at each other. Their gazes seemed to linger, as though they could peer through the masks and into one another's faces. "Is there something I don't know?" Tahiri asked. "Is there something you should tell me?" The leader said, "The Utman you seek is not here." "Not here," Tahiri repeated. "Did you kill her?" "No," the Tusken grunted. "She left." "Left where? What direction?" "She went out across the Dune Sea, opposite the setting of the suns," he said. "She took provisions from her ship and walked out across the desert. The girl is a fool. She has probably been swallowed by the sand by now." "Can you point us the direction where she went? If you do, we'll leave right away and not bother you again." The Tuskens exchanged a few more knowing glances. Then one said, "We will show you in the morning." "If she's moving across the desert, we can't afford to wait," Tahiri insisted. "We have to catch up to her as soon as possible." "These hills are unsafe at night," another Tusken said gravely. Tahiri felt an old, familiar shiver, crate dragons. None of them responded, but that was enough affirmation. She sighed and said, "We will rest tonight, but will require your assistance the moment the sun rises." "Very well," the lead Tusken said. "In the meantime, you are welcome to claim the privileges of the true Utmian, including food and water." "Thank you very much," Tahiri said. She'd take what she could get. "We'd greatly appreciate it." She slowly rose to her feet. All the Tuskens watched her as she did so. She felt awkward as she moved out of the ring, slipping between two who hadn't spoken during her debriefing. As she started toward a tired but expectant Ben, she heard the Tusken leader ask, "Are you a Jedi, Utman?" Tahiri spun around. All of them still stared at her with goggles that gleamed in the firelight. The leader asked again, "Are you a Jedi? We saw your companion holding a long metal cylinder. He did not light it, but we have seen those weapons before." "Have you now?" Tahiri's throat felt drier than ever. "There is one story passed down by the White Bantha clan, and another by the Blue Sky clan. Would you like to hear them?" Tahiri ran through the names of the new tribes, trying to tell if they were familiar. She couldn't remember, not in her current state. She walked back into the circle, resumed her cross-legged position, and said, "I'd like to hear, yes." "Among the White Banthas," he said, "there is a story of an Utman who wielded a sword made of light. He lived in the desert, all alone. If nobody bothered him, he would not bother anyone. But if somebody did bother him, he would set that glowing sword ablaze. Even if disturbed, though, he would not kill. He would disarm his enemy, confuse them, or render them helpless, but he would never kill. He was a warrior whose very presence brought peace." "I see," Tahiri said. Now she remembered. The White Banthas had dwelt in the desert plain between the Jundland Wastes and the Mesra Plateau. Based on the stories she'd heard from Master Skywalker, This peace-bringing hermit must have been Obi-Wan Kenobi, who had kept watch over the heir of Darth Vader for 2 decades from his humble hut in the wastes. The Blue Sky clan has another story, the Tusken said. We think it must be about another Uthman, it is so different. Please, tell me, Tahiri said. She thought back to her own childhood, trying to recall other Jedi stories. She had known about Jedi when Master Skywalker came to take her off-world. She remembered that much. Those who wielded swords made of light had seemed like vague phantoms, legends. Some Tuskens thought them noble while others called them demons. It had been her accidental introduction to the Force's dual nature. The Tusken said, there once was a man from off-world, an Uthman with a blazing green sword who came to the desert to live the life of the Tusken. He married a Tusken woman, learned our language and customs, and became leader of the Blue Sky clan. The name stirred more memory in Tahiri, nothing specific, only a vague and somber feeling. This man used his blazing sword to fight for his clan, and sometimes to kill. Under his banner, the Blue Sky became the greatest clan on Tatooine, feared even by the Hutts. That was his downfall, of course. Even the bravest Jedi and the truest Tusken was no match for the army of Uthman scum. In the end he was killed, and the Blue Sky clan slaughtered. Its survivors scattered like sand in a storm. A few found refuge in other clans and told his tale. I see, Tahiri said. I'm surprised I never heard that story. Or perhaps she had, long ago, and simply lost it in the fog of childhood memory. Ever since her return to Tatooine she felt like she was moving through some mist, trying to gain solid ground on a world she'd left behind several lifetimes ago. Bounty hunter, Sith, Yuuzhan Vong, Jedi, and Tusken at the very start. She felt far away from all of them, but Tusken most of all. Far from giving her nostalgia, coming back to Tatooine had made Tahiri feel more alienated from her past than ever. That is not the end of the story, the Tusken leader said. The great Tusken Jedi was slain, but his son survived. His son? Tahiri asked. Yes. His son disappeared after his father died. Some say he was taken off-world to be trained by these Jedi. I see, Tahiri considered. Do you have the name of these Jedi? Do you know how long ago they lived? It's possible I could learn what happened to him, though I can't make any promises. That part is lost, the leader said regretfully. However, all stories agree that he came back. You mean he rejoined the Tuskens? He did, and he fought more valiantly than even his father. He killed Uthman by the dozens and made them fear us. He sounded like a Jedi gone dark, a Jedi who had surrendered the lofty rules of the Order for the more base and violent life of the Tuskens. She asked, what happened to the man? He disappeared, the voice sounded grim. We do not know where he went. Some say he was slain and buried in secret. Others say he was captured by the Hutts and died gruesomely. A few venerate him and say he is wounded but sleeping, and he will emerge from the sands to save us when we Tuskens are most in peril. That stirred memory a little more. Tahiri wondered if Slytherin had told her of that Uthman savior. It was strange to learn that, after all this time, the supposed hero was something much darker. The leader added, one other story says he was confronted by the hermit from the first tale. Versions of the ending vary. Some say the savior lost a hand to the hermit's light sword. Others say the hermit was crippled. It takes 2 hands to hold a Gaddafi, Tahiri recited the old Tusken standard. The leader nodded. If it's true, the savior Tatooine behind. No longer a Jedi, no longer a Tusken, he wandered the stars in lonely exile, never to find a place he could call home. The thought rang close to home. Tahiri shuddered. That does not sound like a happy story. From what we have heard from other true Uthman, Jedi stories rarely end well. That's not true, Tahiri said, but she wasn't sure she believed it. So tell us again, true Uthman, the Tusken leaned forward with intent. Are you or are you not a Jedi? And if you are, do you bring peace or war? We don't bring war, Tahiri shook her head. But you do not bring peace either, another Tusken said. We just want to find this woman and return her to the stars, where she cannot harm anyone ever again, Tahiri insisted. We believe you, true Uthman, the leader said, but you have not answered our question. Are you or are you not Jedi? Tahiri stared at that blank face, at those flame-bright slips of glass that hid its eyes. A long, long time ago these faces had seemed as natural as her own. Now she understood how terrifying the Outlanders found them. You were right. She gestured to Ben slumped half asleep against the cave wall. He is a Jedi. None of the Tusken looked at him. The leader asked, "What are you?" "Me." Tahiri ran a hand down her trousers, palm resting on the ridge of the lightsaber tucked into her pocket. "I'm sorry, but no. I'm no Jedi. I wish I could be, but I'm not." The Tuskens didn't object. They didn't argue. They merely accepted. As Tahiri walked out of the circle in silence, she realized that was one thing the Tuskens had always been good at. Acceptance of death, acceptance of birth, acceptance of the desert's freezing nights and scorching days. Acceptance of the harshness of the world they lived on. Had Tahiri retained that, at least, from the people who had raised her? It didn't seem like it. She was too torn in too many directions and never satisfied. The Tuskens knew how to endure despite their sufferings, though, and she hoped she'd kept that if nothing else. She walked back to the wall of the cave where Ben was propped up. His eyelids fluttered open as she sat down next to him. "Well?" he asked. "That took a while. What did they say?" "She ran, somewhere across the desert. They'll show us how to find her in the morning," Tahiri said, then added, "It's not safe at night. Too much unfriendly fauna. So we wait until morning." Ben sighed. "At least we can rest. I don't know how we'll catch up with her though." "We'll think of something," Tahiri said, though she was too tired to think of what. "What about supplies? Food and drink?" "We'll get those too," she said. "Good," Ben muttered as he fought to keep awake. "Go to sleep, Ben." Tahiri gave him a soft smile. "It's been a long day." "No kidding," Ben breathed. "Well, at least now we've got a nice comfy cave to sleep in. Better than nothing. Lay down and sleep, Ben." "Yeah, sure." He shuffled his body forward, stretched himself out. As he lay down face up, his eyes darted back to her and he asked, "Did they say anything else?" "Nothing Tahiri wanted to talk about, not yet. No, sorry." "Oh, well," Ben sighed. "Well, good night, I guess." "Good night, Ben," Tahiri said. Less than a minute later he started snoring, a low lazy drone. It took Tahiri longer to fall asleep. Her mind was busy with old thoughts. But when it finally came, it was sweet oblivion. Chapter 8. The return to Yavin 4 was like a dream. Tenel Kar's personal shuttle, the Ice Order, exited hyperspace with her 2 middle escorts. Immediately, they were bathed in the warm orange-gold glow of the gas giant. The light from Yavin blocked out the light of the stars and Yavin 4 hung in the pure dark distance like one perfect emerald sphere. Zek was at the helm of the Ice Order, Taran in the co-pilot seat. Tenel Kar, Alana, and Loie crowded forward to see the wisps and whirls of gas drift across the face of Yavin. Jaina kept in the back of the cabin, arms crossed, watching the face of the planet she hadn't seen in half a lifetime. For a long time, it had seemed like Yavin was the only thing she ever did see, the constant fixture in the skies of Yavin 4 both day and night. She had forgotten how deep its colors were and how the gas seemed to writhe in slow motion across its ever-changing face. She'd forgotten what a deep, beautiful green the moon was. "You're looking at one of the most important places in the history of the galaxy," Zek was telling Alana as she squeezed between his seat and Taran's. "Before any of us were born, Master Skywalker destroyed the Death Star in orbit over Yavin. That was the turning point of everything. Before that, nobody believed anyone could beat Emperor Palpatine and Darth Vader. But with that great victory, the whole tide turned." Alana nodded dully. She seemed transfixed by the orange light of Yavin. Zek smiled gently, and it struck Jaina that he was good with kids. Strange, since he was raised an orphan himself. Zek continued, way before that, Yavin 4 was the base of a great Sith Lord named Naga Sadow. Naga Sadow led his people, called the Sith, out of their original empire in the Outer Rim and brought them into the Republic to make war on it. He failed, but the Sith people settled on Yavin 4. 1,000 years later a Jedi named Exar Kun found this moon. The natives called themselves Massassi now, and they'd built huge temples. Exar Kun found remnants of Naga Sadow's great dark side magic here and made it into his own Sith empire. Exar Kun was betrayed by Ulic Qel-Droma, Alana said, as if repeating stayed lessons. His spirit stayed in the temple for 4,000 years until Uncle Luke and his Jedi Knights defeated him. Lobaka roared. The green moon drew closer. He's right, Tenelkar said. This place is truly rich with history. You're about to step foot on a place that's seen 5,000 years of conflict between Jedi and Sith. I know, Alana looked at her mother, but like Zek said, that was a really long time ago. Not for us, Zek said. Exactly, Alana gave a little pout. I don't care about ancient Sith lords and battles. I want to see the places you care about. Tenelkar smiled gently and patted her daughter's shoulder. I want to as well. But we don't know how much the Yuuzhan Vong left behind. Well, we'll see in a minute, Taran chimed. The green moon was filling their viewport. I'm heading for the coordinates of the Great Temple, but it looks like there's a storm system moving through the area. You should all strap in, it might get a little bumpy. We could hold in orbit and wait out the storm, Zek suggested. Taran shot him a sly look. Come on, dear, don't you want some excitement on our honeymoon? She punched the throttle, and they dove. The middle escorts hung in orbit while the Ice Order stabbed into the storm. Jaina strapped into one of the seats in the rear cabin along with Tenelkar and Alana, while Loie stayed up front to help Zek and Taran. As the wind buffeted the shuttle and jerked them in their seats, Alana asked, Aunt Jaina, are you excited to be going back? Excited? Jaina forced a laugh. I'll be excited to get on solid ground. But Yavin 4 used to be your home, right? Don't you want to go home again? Jaina looked at Alana, then at her mother. Tenelkar's lips were a flat line, her grey eyes inexpressive. Jaina shook her head and said, It was all a really long time ago, long before you were born. I don't even know how much I remember. I bet it'll come back to you, Alana said. Really important things always do. You're getting wise with age, aren't you? Jaina smiled. Alana did that pout again. I'm almost 10. I'm not a little kid anymore. No, Jaina admitted. You're definitely not. Alana looked satisfied. The shuttle jerked hard and Tenelkar put an arm around her daughter's shoulders. They said nothing else on the way down. When they finally settled on solid ground, Jaina found she couldn't wait to get outside. She was used to spending time in spaceships, of course, but still she hated being tossed around inside a metalcan. When the landing ramp lowered, the smell of damp, warm air rushed into the shuttle's artificial atmosphere. Loie and Zek went down first, followed by Taran and Jaina, with Queen and Princess coming down last. Zek had put them down in a clearing, and wind and light rain still shook the surrounding forest. Great trees groaned as they swayed and mistickled their faces. Jaina stepped tentatively onto familiar soil. She'd been to more worlds than she could count, but somehow Yavin 4, her old home, felt different from the rest. Even with the clouds covering the gas giant overhead, there was something in the shape of the trees, and the smell of the thick warm air. In the distance, wild animals gave familiar cries she hadn't heard in half a lifetime. And far away, peeking above the shaking tree line, the old temples rose into the air as if defying storms and centuries. Oh, wow, Zek said softly. Taran came at his side and softly squeezed his hand. Wow, he said again. Jaina nodded. That was about all anyone could say. Except for Alana. She scrunched her face and said, This is awful. Is it always this rainy? Loie chuckled and brushed some of the water out of his fur. Tenelkar said, Only sometimes, dear. Let's get some cloaks from the ship, Zek said. And some supplies too. It shouldn't be a long walk to the temples, but the forest floor might be damp. This is a fact, Tenelkar nodded. Alana scampered up the ramp, glad to be out of the rain. Zek, Taran, and Loie followed. Tenelkar lingered at the bottom of the ramp and sidled alongside Jaina as she walked back into the ship. How do you feel, friend Jaina? She asked. Weird, Jaina said. Just weird. Fact, Tenelkar said, nodding once. The 6 of them set off through the jungle with rain cloaks, 2 packs of rations, and a communicator patched directly to the missiles in orbit. All the Jedi had their lightsabers, and Zek, Loie, and Taran all had blasters. Most of the rainwater hadn't worked its way down from canopy to jungle floor, so passage through the forest was not difficult. When they got to the temples, though, it was clear things had changed. Jaina had gotten only second-hand descriptions of the Yuuzhan Vong attack on Yavin 4, but she knew the Great Temple had been damaged. She was shocked to see the black scored hole where its east face had been, and a pile of rubble spilled across the lawn now choked with waist-high grass and new sprouting trees. The entire 5,000-year-old structure had been smashed by some Yuuzhan Vong weapon. Walls and steps and superstructure caved in. The Blue Leaf Temple, smaller than the Great Temple and not as big a target, seemed in better condition, though it too bore many black battle scars. Interestingly, Jaina saw virtually no remains of Yuuzhan Vong biotechnology. From what her late brother Anakin had told her, the Vong had begun their typical attempts at terraforming the moon to make it more habitable for Vong-formed creatures. The Alliance hasn't made any attempts to re-terraform the moon. Perhaps when the Vong left after the war, they'd made sure to take all their materials with them. Tucked behind the Blue Leaf Temple they found the burnt husk of what had once been a Demutech, shell-shaped organic bunkers the Vong could grow quickly on the planets they invaded. The jungle had already reclaimed most of the wreckage. Creeper vines carpeted the walls of the cracked, curving exterior. Leaving the others outside, Jaina and Loie began to explore the inside of the structure, such as it was. The roof had been torn off, leaving it exposed to the elements. Grass and small trees poked through the floor. From what she remembered of Yuuzhan Vong biotech, it seemed like the places that should have housed Vilip choirs or sensory apparity had been intentionally gouged out and burned rather than simply abandoned to the elements. She wondered if this had been the shape of the Mutech where her friend Tahiri had been held captive, and into which her brother Anakin had ventured to rescue her. She found herself glad that Ben and Tahiri were off on the other side of the galaxy, doing who knew what. Coming back to Yavin 4 was hard enough for Jaina. It would have been even worse for Tahiri to revisit the place of her torture. As they stalked through the ruined Mutech, Jaina found herself glad for the distraction. She'd been afraid that Yavin 4 would bring back a rush of memories of her older brother as he once had been, always grinning and cracking the lame joke, fishing for a smile from Tenel Ka, and collecting jungle animals for his menagerie. Instead, the place seemed alien, which was far better than familiar. Once Jaina and Loie had determined that the Demutech was indeed abandoned and overgrown, they went back to the others. By now Alana seemed eager to get inside the Great Temple and see the place her parents had called home, though the adults were far less certain. "We don't know what kind of damage the Vong attack did to the superstructure," Taran said as they circled back around the big pyramid to look at the damaged east face. "Even if this place had an internal energy grid, I doubt it's workable now." Lobaka roared and pulled a globe out of his pack. "Fact," Tenel Ka nodded, "but even so, we don't know the integrity of the building. The entire interior may have collapsed." "These temples were made to last," Zek reminded them. 5,000 years and more than one invasion, and most of it still standing. "You know how it was built, layer by layer, step by step. Most of the damage doesn't look too deep to me. We should at least take a look inside. I'd bet the old hangar bay is intact. Maybe the old communications room too, where they planned the attack on the Death Star." Alana groaned, "Not another history lesson." "It's family history though," Zek reminded her. "I'm more worried about what else is inside," Taran spoke up. "I don't suppose any of you Jedi can scan the temple for life forms." "I don't feel anything," Jaina said, and Loie moaned in agreement. "Of course, if there was Vong-formed life we wouldn't feel it anyway," Zek said, then asked, "Would we?" "I doubt it," Jaina shook her head. The Yuuzhan Vong had proven immune to the Force, something that had baffled the Jedi all throughout the war until the living world Zonoma Sekhet had revealed that the Yuuzhan Vong had been separated from the Force after their fall into barbarism, like a diseased person put under quarantine. "Well," said Tenel Ka, "it seems there is only one way to determine the truth, and that is to investigate the scene." Fact. Taran nodded and readied her blaster rifle, a medium-range carbine. She affixed a light to its barrel while Lobaka and Zek prepared glow globes. As they rounded the side of the temple, the entrance loomed before them like a big black mouth, spread wide to take whoever wished to enter. Alana, at least, still seemed excited. "Come on," she said, tugging her mother's hand. "What are we waiting for?" "Nothing," said Taran, and flicked on the light. Its beam stabbed into the darkness like a knife. "Nothing at all." Everything felt different in the dark. The Great Temple had always been a strange place, as ancient and ghost-filled as it was filled with life and young energy. When she'd allowed herself to think back to the place, Jaina had thought of the people who'd filled its old stone hallways, stubborn Tenel Ka, brave Loe, troubled Zek, her brothers, Uncle Luke, wise Tion, stern Cam Solozar, restive Kat Deren, when he wasn't off playing hero. Dark hallways flashed in the light of glow globes and beam lights, and with every flare of light she felt like some old remnant of the living and the dead was stirring. The temple itself was not as badly damaged as Jaina had expected. The big open hangar space at the base of the pyramid was untouched, though whatever equipment the Jedi or Rebel Alliance left there had been stripped or presumably destroyed during the US Hanvon occupation. They climbed stone stairwells, ancient and durable, all the way to the convocation chamber near the top of the temple. Stone benches, some intact and some broken, lined the tiers that descended to the speaking floor. Loe and Zek sent their glow globes levitating high in the air and set them to maximum, casting the entire vast chamber in artificial light. "Wow!" Alana exclaimed. "This place is huge." "Yep," Zek said, "you could fit a whole lot of Jedi in here." Loe grunted in agreement and went down the steps. There was a stout platform in the center of the hall from which Uncle Luke had given many addresses. Jaina's mind flashed back less to those than to the fierce debates during the Vong War that had turned this convocation hall raucous. She remembered all of Kat Deren's fiery speeches and Uncle Luke's attempts to meet that fire with coldness and calm. It hadn't always worked, and sometimes Jaina herself had felt drawn to Kype's personality, which had been as magnetic as it was angry. Anakin had been tempted too, she remembered, though not Jacen. Back then, he'd clung to peace like Kype clung to his lightsaber. She still didn't understand how he's changed so much. "This is where Master Skywalker used to gather the Jedi," Tenel Ka was explaining to her daughter as the two stepped carefully down to the central platform. "It's a huge space." Alana marveled. "Did they fill up the whole room? Were there that many Jedi?" "Not quite," Tenel Ka admitted, "but when Master Skywalker spoke, he commanded everyone's attention." "I know," said Alana, "he's always like that." "And he always has been," Zek said, and chuckled to himself. "You know, I used to be kinda scared of Master Skywalker." Jaina smiled at that memory. After his brush with the dark side, Zek had been more conscious of its temptation than any Jedi she'd known, and he'd always pressed hard to curry Uncle Luke's approval. He'd been scared of other people's judgment then, and maybe still was. "Master Skywalker has never been intimidating," Tenel Ka arched an eyebrow. "Quite the contrary, he has always acted rather fatherly toward me." "Well, he was friends with your mother," Zek shrugged. "I was just a street rat with a bad attitude." Taran, still at the top of the stairs, said, "Will we visit the underworld of Coruscant for the rest of our honeymoon, dear?" "If you really want to," Zek looked up at her. "It might be the least popular vacation spot in the galaxy." "Then we should have no problem booking a hotel." Taran raised her spotlight to scan the roof of the hall. Jaina's eyes followed the lights. The roof seemed largely intact at first, until Taran's spotlight caught a long crack running from the center of the ceiling to what must have been the eastern wall. Loe gave a low moaning sound. "He's right," Taran said. "This place isn't as stable as we thought. We should be very cautious." "As long as nobody tries to smash the roof in from above, I think we'll be fine," said Zek. "I'd rather not risk it, dear." Taran wasn't leaving room for argument. Alana tugged her mother's hand. "Mum, do you think you can find a room?" "My room?" Tenel Ka looked down at her daughter. "Yes," said Alana. "Do you remember how to get there?" Tenel Ka looked thoughtful. "I believe I may." "I want to see it," Alana said eagerly. "If we go into the upper levels, we'll have to be careful," Zek said. "Fact," nodded Tenel Ka, "but we've come this far. It would be a waste to turn back now." The halls of the great temple were dark things, illuminated only by bursts of artificial light. They were cool and damp and the air smelled of mold. The jungle had crept into the hole in the temple left by the US Hanvong, and it felt like the moon was finally starting to reclaim what had been built from its stones 5,000 years before. Without light or the hum of living and the force, it felt like an empty thing, haunted not even by ghosts but by them 20-year-old memories. When Jaina tried to find her way to the room she and Jacen had shared all those years ago, she was relieved to find the way blocked by a collapsed hallway. Zek fared little better, but Tenel Ka was able to lead Alana to the room where she had lived. Dim grey light shone through its porthole window. Tattered remains of someone's mattress lay on one ledge, while a broken desk slumped against the opposite wall. Alana looked disappointed. Tenel Ka did not. Come, she said, leading the group away from her old room. We should reach the top of the temple. Are you sure we can get there? Jaina asked. Most of the structure is still sound, Tenel Ka said. Besides, Jaina, I knew every corner of this place, inside and out. It was true, Jaina thought with a reluctant smile. Tenel Ka had been the master explorer of both the temple and the jungle, always seeking out new ways to challenge her mind and body, even after the loss of her arm. She had climbed trees, scaled cliffs, and of course she had found a dozen ways to get to the top of the great temple, inside and out. They needed to give Alana a few force boosts to get her over a ledge here and there, but in the end it wasn't hard to ascend the step pyramid. When they emerged at the peak, the rain had stopped and afternoon sunlight was beginning to break through the clouds, casting the sky in mottled shades of gold and pink. The great orange-red form of Yavin shone faintly through thinning cloud, and the jungle expanded in every direction, treetops still swaying in the wind. A few birds glided through the air, these shapes moving lazily in the distance. Jaina couldn't deny it. It was a beautiful sight. Wow! Alana marveled, spinning herself around to get the full panorama. This is amazing. It is impressive, Taran sounded almost grudging. You can even see the clearing where we left our ship. Good to know, Zek breathed. Slightly winded, he stood at the edge of the roof, staring down the eastern side at the charred rubble and creeping vegetation. Lowy tipped his head to the sky and gave a proud roar. Tenel Ka smiled, and Jaina did too, against herself. I would come here every morning, Tenel Ka said, putting her arm around Alana. I would get up an hour before dawn and exercise in the jungle, then scale to the top of the temple to greet the dawn. Alana made that pouty face again. Is that why you always try to get me up early? A habit made early is a habit for life. And I have missed this place. Spending too much time on Hapes has been softening. I don't think you're going soft, Tenel Ka. Zek grinned at her, then said to Jaina, she still gets up an hour before dawn, you know. The Fountain Palace still has plenty of walls to scale and ledges to climb. And she never takes the same route twice, Taran added. It's a nightmare for her security detail. And she always tries to get me to join her, Alana whimpered. Jaina fixed Tenel Ka with a tight smile, and her friend returned it. Jaina was surprised to find how relieved she was, learning that Tenel Ka was still Tenel Ka after all the sad turns her life had given her. Some people, thankfully, never changed. Jaina stepped careful to the eastern ledge and stood beside Zek. She said, a long way down, isn't it? That it is, Zek said. Shame about the temple, but in a way it just shows how amazing this place is. 5,000 years old, and it takes an extra galactic invasion to finally put a dent in it. Yep, those Sith engineers could work wonders. Well, I give credit where it's due, Zek shrugged. He said in lowered voice, you've been pretty quiet this whole time. Jaina glanced at Taran, then at Zek. I'm fine. It's just been a long time. I know, Zek said. But it's not all gone, is it? You, me, Tenel Ka, Lowy, together again. It's nice, Jaina admitted, but they both knew who was missing. A memory came back to her, vague and distant. She remembered standing on a cliffside and seeing these temple peaks from a far distance. Jason had been with her, and Anakin too. The bittersweet thought made something well up in her throat. Her eyes became unexpectedly moist. At that point Taran sidled along Zek's other flank. Instead of interjecting, she took you a pair of macro binoculars and brought them to her eyes. She scanned the horizon and said, I see another temple that looks very intact. Looks like 5 kilometers south-southeast. Lowy growled warning and Zek said, he's right. We don't want to go there. What's there? Taran asked. A Sith temple, Jaina said. Another Sith temple, actually. One XR Kun built 4,000 years back. I thought Corranhorn blasted it to rubble though, or at least part of it. Maybe. It's hard to tell from this angle. Taran adjusted the binoculars. Is it located in a clearing? A lake, I think, Zek said. It wasn't really a place we wanted to go. We don't have to go there too, Alana said. Lowy moaned in relief. But what about that other temple, the Blue Leaf Temple? Did you guys use that? Master Skywalker did use it as an additional training area, Tenelka confirmed. We could visit that too, if you like. I don't see why not, Zek said. We did come all this way, didn't we? Fact, Tenelka patted her daughter's shoulder. Come. It's going to take a bit more effort to get down safely. I'm ready for anything, Alana said with a youthful confidence that made everyone, even Jaina, crack a smile. Before they could start down, they heard a loud noise from somewhere within the temple. It sounded like cracking stone. What was that? Zek said, suddenly alert. Loie moaned something, and Tenelka nodded in agreement. Some crumbling structure, I expect. We should be cautious. As they moved again through the dark halls of the temple, Jaina felt a chill go through her body. She looked around at the others. Zek, Loie, and Tenelka were all extra alert, and she felt a nervousness emanating from all of them. Do you feel that? She spoke aloud. I feel something, Zek muttered, and Loie grunted in agreement. Taryn, at the head of the group, stopped dead in her tracks. Feel what? Is this some kind of Jedi thing? I don't think I feel anything, Lana said. It does seem a little chilly, maybe. This is familiar, Zek said. Almost like. Like what? Jaina asked, because she didn't want to be the one to say it. She hadn't felt this in the Force for almost 20 years, but she remembered it in her nightmares. Voxin, said Tenelka. It can't be Voxin. Jaina snapped. We killed their queen. Anakin died so we could kill their queen. And how could they be here, on Yavin? The Yuas had long gone. Nobody's even seen them in over a decade. It's not possible. We need to get out of this place fast, Taryn snapped. We'll call the fighters in orbit and have them pick us up. There's not room for all 6 of us in Mittles, Zek told his wife. Let's just stay calm and get back to the shuttle. It can't be Voxin, Jaina repeated. Something else maybe, but not Voxin. Oh, Jaina, Tenelka breathed. I'm so sorry. Jaina spun to look at her friend, but as soon as she turned they heard the skittering of claws on stone. Taryn spun her light beam to face the noise and motion flashed out of the darkness, scampering legs, white teeth, glow and gold eyes. It lunged forward and in the cramped space of the hall there was no room to hide. Tenelka grabbed her daughter with the force and held her against the floor. Taryn fired vainly, laser blasts leaving pitiful scorch marks on its armored hide. Zek, Jaina, and Loie ignited their lightsabers even as they tried to dodge the creature. Loie let out a yelp of pain as the Voxin threw him to the ground. As the creature whipped past them, Jaina stabbed outward with her lightsaber, jabbing the animal in the side. It let out a horrible scream and whipped its tail back and forth, knocking Zek to the ground. In the cramped space of the hallway there was no room for it to spin around, so instead of turning to attack Jaina it kept barreling down the hall. It turned with the corner and kept moving, leaving its victims in its wake. Report. Taryn snapped, staggering for her husband. We're all right, Tenelka said, finally stepping back from Alana after shielding her with her own body. Loie let out a weak moan and Jaina crouched low to inspect his wounds. She felt warm blood on his fur and in the light of the glow lamp saw red streaks across his side. Loie groaned again, trying to tell her the wounds weren't too bad, but his eyes were going unfocused. Jaina's mind tried to race back 20 years to that horrible warlordship over Mika, where they had fought the Voxin and doing so lost almost half a team of promising young Jedi Knights, including her younger brother Anakin and, in some sad way, her older one too. She remembered the Voxin's acidic saliva, and their poison-tipped tails, and tried to remember if their claws were poisoned too. Taryn was already on the comb to the Mittles in orbit, calling for help. Zek, dazed and bruised but apparently okay, shambled over to Loie and pulled some back to bandages from his pack. Oh, this doesn't really work for a Wookiee, Zek shook his head as he tried to attach the bandages to Loie's furry hide. Their friend was moaning weakly, still, but his breath was getting slower. Jaina put her small hand in his paw and squeezed it as tight as she could, willing him to hold on until help came. We need to get out of here, Tenelka said, helping Alana to her feet. It will be too hard to get the Wookiee out. Taryn checked the power cells on her blaster rifle. We are not leaving him behind, Jaina snapped. It will be too hard to take him out the main entrance, Taryn said coldly. We need to take him back up top. That's the way to Voxin went, Zek reminded her. Or we tried to find a hole in the east face. Jaina tried to calm herself. That would be the easiest. Agreed, Tenelka said, and clasped her daughter's hand. Let's go quickly, before that thing comes back. Taran took the front of the group, with Tenelka and Alana behind her, advising her on which way to move through the temple's dark winding corridors. Jaina and Zek shared the burden of force levitating Lobaka, all the while reaching out with their awareness and trying to sense of the Voxin. They still felt it, that familiar, half-forgotten animal need to destroy and kill, like the dark side embodied at its most primal. Mixed in with that she thought she felt fear, like the kind a wounded animal might, but she wasn't sure. It had always been Jason who worked well with animals, at least until Mika. Tenelka was able to lead them down a few caved-in corridors, through which they were narrowly able to squeeze Lobaka. When they emerged onto a breach in the temple's east face, the two middle fighters were waiting for them, hovering in the air with cockpits popped open. Just as they stepped out into the open, Taran began firing her rifle downward toward the jungle clearing around the temple. The others looked down to see the sleek black form of the Voxin racing away from the temple mouth. If Taran's shots connected, they didn't do any good. The creature quickly disappeared in the jungle, though from its direction it seemed to be heading for the distant black pyramid of Exar Kun's temple. The thought filled Jaina with dread, but somehow she wasn't surprised. Jaina and Zek lifted Lobaka into the empty passenger seat behind the pilot's seat, while Taran got on the comlink and ordered the pilot to take him to the shuttle for immediate medical action. They can take someone else in the other ship, Zek reminded them as the pilot awkwardly strapped the unconscious Loie into his seat. Alana, get in the ship, Tenelka said firmly. The girl looked at her mother with the typical Solo stubbornness, but in the end the encounter with the Voxin had rattled her, and she nodded. Tenelka force lifted her daughter into the air. Alana gently waved to the others as she was set down in the middle's passenger seat. The pilot moved to strap her in, but she did it herself. Tenelka took Taran's comlink and spoke directly to the pilot. Take her back to Hapes immediately. Make no delay. Yes, Mom, the pilot affirmed, and the cockpit swung shut. Jaina felt a wave of relief as she watched the middle shoot off into the sky, red engine trail blazing. The other ship, the one with Lobaka strapped inside, still hovered over the temple. Well, what are we waiting for? Zek said, gesturing to the ship. Oh no, Taran shook her head. You can't be serious. Fastest way to the shuttle. Jaina nodded agreement. Probably the safest too, if your pilot's good. She's one of my best, Tenelka said. Shall we? Taran sighed, strapped her rifle to her side, and let Zek put an arm around her waist. They went first, hovering up into the air, drifting toward the middle, then gently dropping onto its scimitar-shaped twin. They pressed themselves flat against its surface, gripping its edge hard. Are you ready, friend Jaina? Tenelka said, reaching out to grip Jaina's hand in her own. As I'll ever be, she said, and they took off in the air. Chapter 9. Wraith Squadron was a unit with no articles of incorporation, and no place in the Alliance military or security command structures. It answered only to Director Loran, but it filed no official reports and left no records. Given that they were a squadron which did not technically exist, the Wraiths were used to being kept in the dark, then sprung with sudden revelation and forced to throw together a quick plan and act on it. Such was the lot of any intelligence agent, or so Scott had been told, and it certainly held true for their unit. However, even with all that in mind, the current operation felt weird. The Wraiths left the military base up Borlius with only their T-65XJ7 starfighters. Once they were in the black, Sarbinrin transmitted coordinates for their hyperdrives and ordered them to lightspeed. The coordinates themselves were for a deep space site, far from any system inhabited or otherwise, but notably close to where Alliance and Imperial space abutted the unknown regions. That provided plenty of fuel for thought during the long outbound ride. When the X-Wings finally arrived at the coordinates, they got part of an answer. The Lorana strike cruiser waiting for them had clearly undergone some major refitting, and as they followed Sarbinrin in to land at the ventral hangar, Scott marked unusual sensor in place, Ments on the nose and additional missile batteries on either flank. This ship looked like it was built to brawl, but also to explore, which was pretty close to proof they were heading into uncharted space. The Wraiths set their X-wings down on an expansive hangar deck with only one squadron of TIEs suspended from overhead racks. The Wraiths weren't used to grand greetings, so they weren't disappointed by the modest reception. A black uniformed Imperial in Lieutenant's bars met them instead of the captain, and as he led them through the clean grey corridors, he rattled off a long list of areas that were to be restricted to Alliance personnel. He said, "We can use the freshers at least, right?" Drukul whispered at the back of the group. "I think he mentioned those," replied Trey. "Showers too. Tell me I can shower. If they don't, I will personally lead a new rebellion against the Empire." Their barracks on this ship, which the lieutenant called the Wessex, were small but clean, with bunk beds lining two long walls. The Wraiths had slept in far worse, and Scott took in the sight with one sweep of the eyes before resting attention on the single man waiting for them at the wall furthest from the door. "I'll take it from here, Lieutenant," said the short man with the trim black beard and white streak through his hair. Despite wearing a civilian suit, he had the bearing of a man used to uniforms, and Scott recognized him instantly as Jagged, former Imperial head of state. The lieutenant raised one hand halfway, remembered he had no reason to salute, and left without another word. "Well," Jagged said, looking around the Wraiths crammed into the narrow bunk room, "I hope they weren't too rude." "We've had worse greetings," Miri said. "Right, nobody shot at us this time," Shah agreed. "Always a plus," added Drukul. Sarbinarin, though, was all serious. He extended a fat green hand for Fel to shake. "Thank you for meeting us privately. I'm sure we have a lot to talk about." "We certainly do." Fel shook, then glanced at his wrist chrono. "I've arranged for you and your executive officer to meet the captain of this ship. She'll give you a detailed projection of the current operations plan. Before that, I wanted to give all of you a quick summary of why you're here." "I'm glad somebody's going to tell us," said Terman. Fel looked over the group slowly, like he was examining each face. Scott shifted uncomfortably under those eyes, and the whole scene was getting awkward until Miri said, "Well, are you starting or should we?" "Of course." Fel turned his eyes downward, took a hollow projector disc from his suit pocket, and held it up. Before turning it on, he said, "These are images of debris recovered from a system just past the edge of Imperial space, about in the unknown regions. They were recovered when Wessex itself investigated heat signatures indicative of a major battle." With a twitch of the thumb, he sent bright light into the air. The hollow image showed a laboratory's table with jagged pieces of debris laid carefully under a bright light. Scott's heart fell into his stomach as he made out the charred remains of a Yuuzhan Vong warrior's Vondon crab armor, an amphistaff curled up in death, and several portions of thick uric coral, the kind grown into construct starships. "You see the cause for alarm," Fel said dryly. "Wessex also recovered fragments of other warships, native to our galaxy. The debris is inconclusive, but the Imperials believe it is largely of Alliance manufacture." "The Alliance military has no part in this," Sarbinarin said quickly. "I have personal assurances from Director Loran. He hasn't picked up even a whiff of this." "Well, something sure as hells is going on." Charlotte frowned and crossed his arms. Aside from Sarbinarin, he was the only other member of the Wraiths who'd fought in that horrible war. "So this is a joint investigation, then?" "In essence, yes," Fel nodded. "Have we asked the Chiss if they've noticed anything?" asked Ran. It was common knowledge that Jagged Fel had been raised in the Chiss ascendancy, that secretive polity in uncharted space. The general public, Scott included, wasn't certain of his current relationship. He'd heard Fel had been exiled from the ascendancy, but a group of Chiss had also helped him out in his recent battle with Admiral Dala. Fel said, "The ascendancy has yet to respond to any overtures on this matter," which was suitably diplomatic, but explained nothing. "This is an Imperial Alliance cooperative mission," Sarbinarin said. "It was approved on the highest levels, by Windorvan and Vitteriage. We will comply with every rule and stricture the Imperials lay on us while we're aboard Wessex. We're here to avoid another galactic war, not pick a fight with old enemies. This is the most important mission we've ever undertaken. Busting crooked Alliance admirals is child's play compared to hunting down two renegade fleets trying to restart the most deadly war in galactic history, and we're not going to let ourselves get distracted from that goal." "Understood." Sarbinarin's small porcine eyes passed across the group. The other pilots met his eyes, but when they'd swept past, a few turned their own gazes on Scott. He didn't have to see it to know they were glancing at him askance, wondering what he must be feeling at this revelation. It was an internal conflict about his loyalties, and he hoped his squadmates knew that. He prayed they trusted him that much, after all they'd been through together. Instead, what seized him was something different. A sudden weight had settled on his shoulders, but he also felt lightheaded, almost dizzy with revelation. It felt like his entire strange life had been leading to this great leap into the unknown. When Sar Binrin's eyes met his, Scott said, "You don't have to worry about my loyalties, sir." "I wasn't," Sar Binrin said. Scott looked at him, trying to tell if he was being nice or truthful, but that porcine face was as unreadable as ever. Whatever the case, Scott realized Sar Binrin wasn't the person he should be speaking to. He turned his attention to Jagged Fell, drew in breath, and said plainly, "Mr. Fell, for the sake of disclosure, you should know that I am a Yuuz Hanvong." Scott's squadmates shifted on their feet and breathed wordless surprise that he'd come out so plainly. Fell, to his credit, held Scott's eyes and didn't flinch. "I was aware your unit had a one-of-your-kind," he said, too polite to admit he'd been scanning faces and trying to puzzle out which was a disguise. Scott was wearing a homegrown neoglyph mask now, and his face was that of a forgettable human in his early 30s. He said, "I expect you'll want me to keep his disguise when in front of the Imperial crew." "That would be wise," Fell said without apologies. He seemed less shocked than thoughtful at the revelation, something Scott appreciated. In fact, Fell even got a little smile. "This may actually work to our advantage. I was raised by humans," Scott clarified. "I've studied Yuuz Hanvong culture and especially their technology, but I can't give you an inside view." "Can you speak their language?" "Only a little." "That's still something." Fell looked to Sar Binrin. "I believe we should bring Mr. R. Vil Gorset. Or Scott. We should bring Mr. Gorset to the meeting with Captain Veila. In the interests of full disclosure." Scott felt a lot less comfortable revealing himself to an unknown Imperial captain, but he knew it wasn't his call to make. Sar Binrin titled his broad head thoughtfully, then nodded. "If you think it will make this captain trust us more instead of less." "I can't promise anything," Fell said, "but I think you'll find this captain can bring her own unique view to things." Miri Antilles barely knew her cousin, once Imperial head of state but now just Mr. Jagged Fell. She did know that he'd always come off as a stuffed shirt. He'd probably get along better with Sile. She stood across the table from him in the briefing room on the strike cruiser Wessex. It was an old ship, but had clearly been heavily remodeled with all sorts of surveillance and reconnaissance devices Miri knew they'd never let her see. Its commander was standing next to Jag, and she was definitely not what Miri had expected, a small, red-skinned Twi'lek woman with alert gold eyes and tight-pressed lips that seemed equally likely to curve into a frown or sly smile. Miri didn't like her already, but admitted that she was an interesting addition to a briefing that already included a genetically modified Gamorrean and a human-raised Yuuz Hanvong. "My parents adopted me when I was a small child," Scott was explaining now. "I still don't know much about Yuuz Hanvong culture, aside from what I've read in books." "But you know about their technology," Veila said evenly. "I made a point to study it as I got older," he nodded. "I've worked a little with the sample creatures still in possession of Alliance intelligence, and attempted to replicate it using organic material native to our galaxy, like the mask I'm wearing." "That makes you the closest thing we have to an expert," Fell said. "We'll see how you can help us in the coming days." "I'll do my best," Scott said, though Miri could see the doubt in his eyes. He wasn't conflicted about potentially fighting the Vong. He was scared he wouldn't be up to the responsibility that was suddenly on his shoulders. Privately, on their way here, he'd told Miri he'd always wondered if a day like this would come. Veila tapped a button on the table, and the holo map materialized showing the Imperial border sectors and neighboring systems. She said, "Our current plan is to send 2 fighter reconnaissance missions into each system. At 12 fighters, that's 6 missions at a time. We'll allot 3 hours to each mission. It's going to be a very long, tedious slog, but it's important to be thorough. There's a million planets, moons, asteroids, and nebulae they could be hiding in. It's like looking for one grain of sand on a beach." Vought shook his head. "We'd almost be better monitoring space for signals of another battle, then responding when necessary." "We're already on the lookout," Fell said, "but as of right now we haven't found anything." "What makes you think there are even any place near here?" Miri asked. This battle was over a week ago. They could be on the far side of the galaxy by now. Veila shook her head. It's very likely they've dived deeper into the unknown regions, but we can't go deeper ourselves without making sure our back is clear. Like I said, it will be a long slog. Thankfully, the star charts you brought should make things somewhat easier. Glad to help, Miri said quietly. The rotation of pilots is up to you, of course, Veila said. We've already prepared an extensive list of planets to be searched, though if we uncover traces of either fleet we will of course consult together to determine the best course of action. Of course, echoed Vought. Veila took a data chip out of her breast pocket and slid it across the table to Miri. This is the master list of all systems to be searched. It also contains data on the recovered wreckage, for all your pilots to view. Thank you, Miri said, picking it up carefully. We'll look over it together. As for when we're not hunting phantom fleets, the Twi'lek said, your pilots have free access to their quarters, of course, as well as the eatery, and all facilities on decks 4 and 5B. The identity cards we've provided them have such access keyed in. Everything else is off limits. Including to their commanding officer? Vought asked. Yes, she nodded. Including you. You understand, I trust. I do, said Vought. And our service weapons. Yours as well, though I hope you have no cause to use them. Neither do I. He extended a fat green hand across the table. I look forward to hunting with you, Lieutenant Colonel. The Twi'lek woman gave the Gamorrean an appraising glance, then reached out and put her small red hand in his. Likewise, Mr. Sarbinrin. Jag and Veila watched them leave. When the door hissed shut behind them, she turned to him and said, "You as Hanvong raised by humans, a talking Gamorrean who literally escaped from the lab, and your colorful cousin. Tell me, does the head of Alliance Intelligence have a sense of humor?" The Twi'lek raised by humans asked that to the human raised by Chiss. Jag reminded her. You could ask the same about Vitteriage. Point taken. Veila looked thoughtful. Tell me, has your wife ever spoke of the Force being fond of jokes? For some reason Veila talking about his wife made him uncomfortable. Not to my knowledge. Never mind, Veila waved a hand. Tell me about your cousin. I don't have much to say. Miri's my uncle's daughter, but I barely know her. She went into intelligence like her mother. She has an older sister Sile who's a rising officer in the Alliance Navy. Well, after losing so many senior officials, I'm not surprised they're promoting the young, Veila seemed to purr. Like a lot of Imperials, she took pleasure in every mess the Alliance got itself into. If they have anything of their father in them, I'm sure both Antilles girls are more than capable. Are you so sure? We've seen plenty of their type, Veila. The ones born of great war heroes, government officials, or rich businessmen, who get every honor handed down to them by birth. Not everyone has to be born to a slave, or raised an outsider, Jag said firmly. I trust my uncle to raise his children right. Veila favored him with a sly smile. You're a bit of a romantic, aren't you, Veila? I can see how you charmed your Jedi princess. Jag looked away. Regardless of the professional abilities of the Antilles women, I'm sure Chief Loran sent us his best. My uncle used to fly with Sarbinrin. Yes, you said he was a product of the old warlord Singe's experiments. Not only did they give him speech, but a superior intellect as well. He was a mathematics professor for a while, but he's returned to spy work. And what about the Vong? Do you know anything else about him? Nothing beyond his personnel file, and nothing about any of the other pilots either. No, I'm sorry, there's also the other executive officer, a human named Charlotte. I fought with him during the US Hanvong War. He's clever, good at schemes and propaganda. This Chief Loran sounds like a very creative man to make such a unit. It was originally my uncle's idea, but Loran's creative too. And he does have a sense of humor. Well, we'll see how long this little partnership lasts. What do you mean? Jag asked. Oh, come on, Veila said. You know it as well as I do. If there's some rogue Alliance fleet out there fighting the Vong, they're not going to let us stroll back to Bastion with proof. They'll try to silence us and keep their secret. Jag shook his head. That might be the way the Empire operates, but not the Alliance. Not Garrick Loran, and not the Wraiths. I don't believe you, she said. which is why they'll be monitored at all times. At the first sign of trouble, we can gas them in their quarters and dump them into space. Jagged glared at her. You will do no such thing, not while I'm aboard. Then you can go with them, Veila said, voice icy. This is my vessel and under no circumstances will I allow Wessex or her crew to be destroyed, either by Alliance agents or the US and Vong. Jagged sighed. You disappoint me, Lieutenant Colonel. Veila seemed taken aback. Why, if I may ask? There's a fine line between practical and ruthless. One keeps you alive, the other makes everyone your enemy. If the Empire has any future in this galaxy, it will have to learn the difference. You're the one who tried to bring democracy to the Empire, then dropped the whole mess in Vitoriage's lap, and walked away. I don't need a man like you lecturing me about responsibility and command. That attack stung, because it was what Jagged had been trying not to tell himself for the past 2 years. Surrendering his position to Riage had been the only way out of a civil war that could have destroyed the Empire, and at the time he'd congratulated himself for his cleverness. On reflection, he knew it had been unfair to Riage, and worst of all, the thing he'd been raised from birth to despise, a cowardly dereliction of duty. The hurt must have been visible on his face. Veila's voice softened slightly. Tell me, Fel, do you think the Empire has a future? There was rare vulnerability in her voice. Jagged examined her face, trying to tell if she was putting him on, but she'd shown no proclivity toward acting thus far, only provocation. I can't say. For now, with the Alliance still getting back on its feet, we have a place. In the long run, I don't know, but I think the Empire has to adapt. That's not what you'd think the Empire would be good at, but you never know. The fact that you're here, commanding this mission, is a good sign in itself. I expected to be working with some Moff Preenin's son, but instead I have someone who earned her rank. She kept from smiling, but still looked proud. Maybe you've spent so long climbing the ranks that you see everyone as an enemy. I don't know, but I can tell you right now that real leadership requires trust. Sometimes it involves letting go. I trusted Riage enough to hand the Empire to him. She regarded him carefully. And do you trust me, Fel? At all? I'm not sure, he admitted. I'm still trying to decide. She smiled. It was a weak, honest smile. Very well. I suppose I'll have to earn it. He watched her exit, leaving him alone in the briefing room. Gripping the table's sides, he let out a long breath he hadn't known he'd been holding. This was going to be a very interesting mission. Chapter 10. As it turned out, the Red Banfer clan had one last parting gift for the true Utmian. It wasn't a particularly impressive parting gift at first glance. Apparently they'd found it abandoned on the edge of their territory, half buried in sand. They'd dug it out and ransacked the thing of various components, as Tuskens usually did when they got their hands on Outlander technology. They'd torn out parts of the control console, ripped out all the seating, and peeled away half of the outer plating. But at the end of the day, it was still an XP-40 land speeder with intact engines and repulsors. The question was whether that would be enough. Ben had hoped to start out at dawn. Their quarry already had maybe a half-day's head start on them, wherever she was going. Tahiri reminded him that she was probably moving at night and hiding during the day, like any sane being would, and that meant there was still plenty of time to catch up to her. It made logical sense, but it didn't make Ben any happier to spend a good 3 hours trying to figure out if the XP-40 would fly without exploding on them. 2 of the 3 engines still worked, which was a start. The repulsors looked intact, though the control systems had been cannibalized. Ben had decent technical proficiency, but he was no expert on the internal construction of Sorossuab land speeders, which meant a lot of time with his upper body shoved into the tangle of wires and mechanisms beneath the land. Speeder's nose trying to determine what was a flux capacitor and what was a radiator. The latter was going to be pretty important if they were going to get this thing going. So after 4 hours of fishing around inside the guts of the XP-40, he walked over to the rock outcropping where Tahiri had been alternately watching and talking with the Tusken leader. He had no idea about what. At that time Tahiri was sitting on the rock alone, watching him approach. When he got there he dropped himself on the stone next to her and sighed. This is crazy, he said. Do these people have any mechanical aptitude at all? Did they know what they were doing when they found this thing? Or did they just pull out stuff they thought looked pretty? Mostly the latter, Tahiri said. Tuskens are a very traditional people. Anything of Outlander origin is considered suspect. But they still scavenge for scrap. Tahiri shrugged. They don't like foreigners, but they also like to survive, which is never easy in the desert. It's a strange relationship, I know. They'd never ditch Bamfers for land speeders, but they're fine with scavenging and equipment or trading for Outlander guns. That was the biggest Griffin mess I've ever seen, Ben complained. I had to completely rewire the radiator. I had to remove one engine entirely because somebody ripped out the stabilizer, and if we tried to fly without it the whole thing would blow up. Most of the front hull plating is gone, which means this thing's innards are going to get coated in sand. He shook his head. This is crazy. But will it fly? Tahiri asked. Ben stared at the land speeder, then nodded. Yeah, she'll fly. Terry draped an arm over his shoulder and gave him a hug. Good job, Ben. She'll fly for now. Ben clarified. She'll fly until the radiator bursts of an engine falls off or the insides get so clogged with sand they just plain stop working. Take it slow and steady, Tahiri said. I doubt we'll have to go far. You think so? Ben scowled. While you were working they showed me which way she went. Out across the Dune Sea, west-southwest. My guess is, she's on her way to Anchorhead. Anchorhead, Ben repeated. Sounds familiar. Dad grew up outside there. But that's not a big city like Mos Eisley, is it? No, but it'll have speeders for rent, speeders that can take her or us to the spaceboat. Wizard, Ben sighed. Wizard, Tahiri smiled. By my guess, we're about a half-day's ride from Anchorhead. Stretch it out to a day if we go slow and steady. Either way, we should be moving a lot faster than the girl, so we won't have any problems overtaking her. You know how to track in a land speeder? Never done it before, but if we go slow it shouldn't be too hard. Tahiri paused. I think. It's been a while since I had to follow in an open desert. I don't think the girl's going to be covering her tracks though. Well, there's only one way to find out. Ben stood up. I'm going to give our precious carriage a once-over before we get started. Take your time, Ben, she said. I'm going to say some goodbyes. Goodbyes? Ben raised an eyebrow. You getting back to your roots or something? Not quite. Tahiri shook her head. She had a sad smile. These people saved us. They deserve thanks. Yeah, well, you do that, Ben said, and scrambled back to the land speeder. He didn't like spending any more time around Tuscans than necessary. They might have saved him, but he knew very well what if it hadn't been for Tahiri, they'd have slaughtered him just as easily. It was strange to think about such primal, tribal creatures as the Tuscans. He wondered how they could relate to the Force. Tahiri, obviously, had come to the light side even after being raised in such a harsh environment. She'd had plenty of problems staying there, but that was due to what happened after she'd left Tatooine. Ben's father had explained to him how the Yuuzhan Vong had been stripped of the Force due to the savagery their civilization had fallen into. He still wasn't exactly sure how that worked, but it seemed almost like the Force had cut them off, like a doctor severing an infected limb. Perhaps the Tuscans were something similar. They were outside civilization, which meant their violence and anger was outside the Force as well. If so, that meant the Force, with its light side and dark side, were the province of civilization only, of beings with reason and law, completely detached from the more natural, animal state of being. It was a weird thing to think about and Ben pushed it aside. He had to concentrate on one thing now, one thing only, and that was getting the land speeder to fly without killing them all. As he set himself to work, he grimly reminded himself that Jason had also asked too many questions. The Red Bantha clan didn't give them any hollering send-off, and for that Ben was grateful. Two of them were gracious enough to give the land speeder a forward shove across the sands, which was nice, because even though the repulsors worked pretty well, Ben needed a little forward momentum to bring the engines online. The Tuscan scrappers had also been gracious enough to leave the forward windscreen intact, which meant that even though the front of the land speeder was sucking dust, some of which seeped its way through the machinery and into the seating area, at least it wasn't blowing into their faces. Tahiri was right, at least, about the girl not being hard to track. Even after a half-day's walking distance her path was still evident. Her footprints wound their way through the troughs of sand dunes, just as Ben and Tahiri had done the day before. From time to time Ben would cut the engines entirely and drift on repulsors to keep them from overheating. It was good to stay close to the ground, following her tracks at a pace that was slow but steady. At Ben's guess, they could catch up with the girl in just a few hours, assuming she was still out there, trekking across the dunes. Ben and Tahiri didn't talk much on the way, but after about an hour of flight they spotted something unusual on the horizon. The girl's tracks were leading right to it, so they followed both their quarry and their curiosity to find a massive hulk and sand-scorched metal towering like a monolith some 20 meters high. Its russet body sat on a pair of mammoth treads which were scorched with blaster marks. The treads had sunken halfway into the sand by now, and the big trapezoidal body tilted awkwardly to one side. The craft's heavy hull plating had been halfway stripped off, exposing large portions of the inner body to the elements. A Jawa sandcrawler, Tahiri explained as they settled the land speeder next to its derelict hull. Looks like it's been here forever. Decades, probably. I don't feel the girl here, Ben said, stretching out with the force. I don't either, Tahiri said. I thought I saw tracks leading away. She probably just stopped here to see if she could scavenge anything. Think we should too? Ben craned his neck and tried to look inside the sandcrawler. All he could see was thin layers of sand draped across miscellaneous machinery. Tahiri shook her head. I don't know why we should, unless you really need some equipment for this thing. Even then, I doubt you'd find much good here. Looks like scrappers got to this thing ages ago. Yeah, Ben nodded, you're probably right. We don't want to waste time either. Ben kicked the land speeder into a slow lop around the sandcrawler. Sure enough, they found a second set of tracks, these ones leading back across the desert. They set themselves on the girl's trail again, and kept moving. As they moved, Tahiri pointed out something on the northern horizon. In all other directions the sky was a sharp blue, clearly demarcated from the white gold of the sand dunes. To the north, some sand-colored blur lingered on the horizon, like an ugly smudge on a painting. What is it? Ben asked, trying to keep his eyes on the tracks. Sandstorm, Tahiri breathed. They don't happen too often, but they can be nasty. We need to keep an eye on it. Ben nodded in wordless agreement and kept going. Maybe 10 minutes later, Tahiri tapped him on the shoulder and said, Look at it now. He took his eyes off the tracks and looked back north. It was getting bigger all right, an ugly mustard-colored pool that seemed to marshal on the horizon like an approaching storm. Which, Ben grimly realized, was exactly what it was. Well, he said, what do we do now? Try and find shelter, Tahiri said. What shelter? He waved his hand at the endless dunes. Keep your eyes open, she said. We've probably got an hour before the storm hits. Lovely, Ben grimaced. Trust the force, Ben, she said chidingly. He kept grimacing. In the end, though, it was their quarry that saved them. It was hard to spot at first, but the tracks led them straight towards some old homestead. A squat, sand-colored dome sat to one side of a broad pit. A few moisture evaporators stood like lonely, rusted sentinels around the homestead's perimeter. As they got close, it became obvious that the homestead had been abandoned for some time. Sand had crept through the open doorway of the dome, and the pit was half submerged. By that time the sandstorm was approaching fast, and Ben could hear the distant scream of sand whipped violently by wind. They circled the homestead once, but there were no tracks leading away from it. When Ben reached out with the force, he couldn't find her. What do we do? Ben asked. This place is a wreck. Best we're going to get, Tahiri said. There, see over there? That looks like a vehicle garage. I see it, Ben nodded. To one side of the dome, a low-set metal shack. He gave the engines a kick that sent them sliding across the sands, right toward its open mouth. He slowed down the repulsors as the land speeder entered the garage, then killed them entirely. It was a big space, dark, with enough room to hold 2 or 3 speeders, though their XP-40 was the only one there now. If we can close this door, we should be safe, Ben said as he hopped out of the cockpit. The garage door had retracted upward, into the ceiling, but all it took was a tug from the force to bring it sliding back down again. It closed with minimal protest and settled tightly against the threshold, effectively sealing them off from the sandstorm that began to pound against their door. Well, Ben said, that was easy. Not surprising, Tahiri said. Look at this place. Barely any sand. She gestured to the metal floor, the tool sheds, the equipment bins. Everything was rusted and dusty, but no sand. This door's been closed for a while, Ben said. And he's grating, Tahiri gestured to the floor. I'd bet anything there was another land speeder in here just hours ago. She stole a ship. Ben felt a surge of panic. She could be at Anchorhead now, or even Mos Eisley. How are we supposed to track her? Calm down. Let's think about this, Tahiri said. This place looks like it's been empty for decades. Whatever speeder she found is probably just as bad as ours. I'd bet she went to Anchorhead first, probably to get a better speeder. That's a big gamble, Ben said. Best we've got, Tahiri shrugged. But she's not here now, that for sure. So we have to wait out the storm, then. Ben scowled. How long do you think it'll be? I don't know. An hour or two at most. I was moving fast. Great, sighed Ben. So we have to sit around and twiddle our thumbs while she gets away. That's Purdue, Tahiri. We might as well explore this place while we're stuck here. She might have left a clue or something, Tahiri said. See that door over there? They should have underground tunnels connecting the various parts of the homestead. They usually do. Assuming they haven't been filled up with sand. How long do you think this place has been abandoned? Tahiri shrugged. From the look of this equipment. Decades, at least. Hard to tell in a place like Tatooine, where all the equipment's already out of date before it gets here. Still, we might as well explore. Yeah, Ben admitted. I guess we've got nothing else to do, huh? That's the spirit, she slapped him on the back. Think we'll find anything useful. Only one way to find out. Come on, let's poke around. Chapter 11. Asilda may have looked like a small, humble shuttle, but it was also the personal transport of the Queen Mother of Hapes, which meant it had a capable emergency medical system. 3 minutes after the metal fighter awkwardly touched down in the clearing with 4 people hanging off its wings, they had moved Lobaka inside and laid him out on a table in the main cabin. The shipboard medical droid, a small floating sphere with 2 thin arms attached, was able to quickly diagnose the wounded Jedi. To everyone's relief, there was no poison in his system, though the claw wounds on his side meant he wasn't going anywhere. Once they were sure Lobaka was stable, they fired up the shuttle's hollow-net transceiver and placed a call directly to Luke Skywalker. He had left Hapes about the same time they had and could have been on Ossus or in the unknown regions, but he'd left Jaina with a special emergency encryption key that routed the message to wherever he might be. When his wavery blue hollow image appeared in the shuttle's cockpit, he looked alarmed. Hello, Jaina. I see you're using my emergency code. That's right, Jaina said as she, Zek, and Tenelkar crowded around the hollow projector. Because this was Jedi business, Taran remained in the cabin with Loie. We've returned to Yavin 4 and were investigating the Great Temple ruins when we were attacked by a Voxin. A Voxin? Luke gaped. Are you sure? A Voxin or very close to it, Master Skywalker, Tenelkar said. It is not the sort of creature one forgets. That doesn't make sense. The Voxin clones had short lifespans, and the war's been over for almost 15 years. They should all be long dead now. I know, but this one was very alive. It wounded Loie. Luke looked grim. Is he alright? He'll recover, though he won't be going any place for a while, Jaina said. Uncle Luke, we hurt the thing and caused it to flee. It looked like it was going for Exar Kun's temple. Luke's mouth settled into a grim frown. He looked very old. Exar Kun is dead, and his spirit no longer haunts that temple. His spirit was exorcised and destroyed, and Corran Horn blasted the temple decades ago. There still might be some kind of dark side energy, or some reason the Voxin might have been drawn there, Jaina said. Uncle Luke, there may be a nest, or maybe even worse. This Voxin looked pretty hale, and if somebody's growing new ones, well, I don't even want to think about what that might mean. Luke nodded grimly. The very thought of another Yuuzhan Vong invasion was terrifying to anyone. Master Skywalker, Zek said, I have to ask. Do you know where Zona Maseka is? Has anyone been in contact with it in the past decade? Do we have any idea what the Vong have been up to, at all? Luke's image stared at him but said nothing. Even now, it seemed, he had secrets to keep. Master Skywalker, Tenelkar said, I think it would be best to make a tentative exploration of Exar Kun's temple. Luke's blue blurred gaze shifted to her, like he was trying to size up her intentions. Then, slowly, he nodded. Very well, as long as you proceed with extreme caution. Where is Alana? I have sent her back to Hapes, Tenukar said. You should be going back too, Your Majesty, Luke said. And abandon my friends. Tenukar cocked a red eyebrow. If that is your order, Grand Master, I will do so, but only as an order. It was advice. Very well, said Tenukar, and that was all I ever needed to say. All right, Jaina said. Uncle Luke, we'll keep in touch. I planned on heading out with Tenukar, Zek, and Taran. We'll leave Loie on the ship, under guard, and keep a comlink open at all times. Very good. I'll dispatch a team to assist you. Jaina didn't know if that would be necessary, and she didn't know if it would get there in time, but she didn't argue. It certainly couldn't hurt. Thank you very much, Uncle Luke. His eyes scanned all three of them. May the Force be with you. And you, Master Skywalker, said Tenukar, and the holo flicked out. For a moment nobody said a word. Then Zek exhaled. Did anybody else think that was weird? Master Skywalker has the right to keep secrets, Tenukar said. We simply have to keep faith in his judgment. I have faith, Zek insisted, a little weakly. When they went back into the cabin they found Taran already prepping their supply packs and recharging their blasters. How did you know what we'd be doing? Zek asked. I can guess. You Jedi are pretty predictable. She gave her husband a sly smile. It's fine though. Traipsing through the jungle after some dark side monster is what I always wanted for my honeymoon. Well, it will be just like old times, Zek said, and threw a smile back at Tenukar and Jaina. Neither returned it, and his own grin wilted. After that they got to work. 15 minutes later, they marched out into the jungle. It was about an hour's walk to Exar Kun's temple, and they took it slowly and cautiously. The three Jedi reached out with the Force, tentatively seeking the same dark, cold feeling associated with the Voxin. Yet the whole time they felt nothing except for the ordinary sensations of a forest full of life. Life growing, sleeping, hunting, eating, chattering, calling, loving. In all its messiness it achieved something like balance, and Jaina had spent so long in artificial places like Coruscant, that she forgot the natural harmony of Yavin 4's jungles. It drew her thoughts further, not just to Yavin 4's jungles, but to a place even more serene, where all the struggles of life had seemed to sing with joyous music in the Force. That place had been Zenoma Secca, and if the Yuuz Hanvong really had returned she wondered what could have happened on that paradise world, and what sort of shape it was in now. The very existence of Voxin implied something had gone very wrong. They went through the jungle without speaking for almost a half hour before Zek interrupted the silence. He tapped Taran on the shoulder and said, Do you see something over there? All three women turned to look where Zek pointed. Jaina saw no motion except for the slow sway of trees in the breeze, but something did seem odd. A patch of the forest seemed discolored, like two layers of shadows falling over each other. Taran hefted her rifle and cautiously stepped forward. Zek raised his rifle as well, and Jaina and Tenukar followed in their wake. As they walked, Jaina felt a cold shiver run down her spine. She saw Zek and Tenukar stiffen as well, and the three exchanged looks. Taran, unaware, kept going forward. As they got closer, they more clearly saw some kind of camouflage net, drawn tight over a large object. The area surrounding looked trampled and burnt, as though a ship had landed here. Ship, Jaina muttered. The camo net couldn't hide what the Force was screaming to her. I could guess that, Taran said. Somebody must have parked one right in the jungle. No, Jaina said. It's ship. Zek looked alarmed. You mean the Sith ship, the one Almar had? Almar, and others, Jaina said grimly. The ship had originally been recovered from Zayest by Ben Skywalker, after being sent there as a trial, by Jacen in the days before he became Kedis. After the mad Twi'lek Almar had died, the ancient semi-sentient Sith vessel had gone in search of a new owner, and as best Jaina knew, that was currently Vestra Kai, the Sith girl who had toyed with Luke and Ben for months before finally betraying them. By now Taran was getting close to the net, and Jaina reached out with the Force to pull her back. The Happen woman spun around, shooting an angry glare at Jaina. Don't touch it, she said. It's a Sith vessel. It probably has all kinds of traps on it. She's right, Zek added. You don't want to get close to that thing. Tenukar scowled. What is it doing here? And how is it connected to the Voxin? Sith breeding Voxin, Zek shook his head. Not even my nightmares could come up with that. Still scowling, Taran said, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't Voxin creatures bred by the Yuuzhan Vong? Some hybrid of Vong beasts and the Vornsk is native to Mika. How is it even possible for the Sith to create them? The answer was obvious, but nobody wanted to say it. A Sith-Vong alliance surpassed everyone's nightmares. Jaina took a deep breath and said, come on, let's get to the temple right away. You sure you don't want to wait for backup? Zek asked. Jaina looked at the blackened earth beneath ship. This thing's probably been here for less than a day. They probably came to search the temple, and if that Voxin made it back, they probably already know we're here. We could wait here and set a trap for them, Taran said. We're too close to that thing already, Jaina gestured to ship. It could be warning them right now. No, we're going to the temple to head them off. That could be dangerous if we're outnumbered, Zek said. Ship isn't very big. It doesn't have room for a whole legion of Sith, especially if they brought Voxin along. No, we're going to do this and we're going to do this now. Understand? Jaina clenched the lightsaber in her hand. We're going to find Vestra Kai and we're going to capture her. The name lit recognition in everyone's eyes, even Taran's. The Happen woman, finally, gave an approving nod. All right then. We'll follow your lead. Thank you, Jaina said crisply, then led them away from ship. It took another half-hour's walk through the jungle before they reached Exar Kun's temple, but when they did, it was clear that Corran Horn had done a job on it, all those years ago. The sleek obsidian pyramid still rose high from its square platform in the middle of the Mirror Dark Lake, but the perch where Exar Kun's statue once stood had been reduced to scorched rubble. The entry plaza was littered with broken stone and debris. Vines had crawled up the sides of the pyramid and crept through cracks in its face. He doesn't look so tough, Zek said, attempting bravado. His wife seemed unimpressed as she skirted close to the water's edge. This lake looks deep. Are we going to have to float again? I do not think that will be necessary, Tenelka said, and with long nimble strides stepped across the water. Instead of falling in, she seemed to hover atop the surface, leaving shallow ripples with every footfall. After 2 long steps she turned around and gave the others the hint of a smile. Stepping stones, Zek said. Quite, Tenelka nodded. They are spaced rather far apart, but you can see them if you look closely. Zek followed after her, followed by cautious Taran and finally Jaina. As they crossed the lake, Zek asked, so did you used to go exploring here too? Of course, Tenelka said, though I admit I never went inside the temple. Well, there's a first time for everything, Zek said. When she reached the debris-strewn plaza around the entrance, Tenelka stopped to consider. I doubt that, but the Force is full of surprises. So Taran said as she completed her last hop, do any of you feel anything Sithy yet? The 3 Jedi attuned themselves to the Force. Jaina did sense something very different from the chaotic harmony of the jungle, but she couldn't tell what. It felt dark and hungry, but without the Voxin's cold determination. It felt frantic almost, confused and desperate and angry. It might have been Vestra. Something is in there, Zek said. We all feel it. Jaina stepped into the temple's entryway. She held her lightsaber forward and thumbed the blade. Violet energy lanced out into the darkness. She said, only one way to find out what it is. Let's go. In single file, they followed her into the dark. Chapter 12. It felt strange, eerie, being in this Tatooine homestead as the sandstorm raged outside. Everywhere Ben went he could hear the howl of wind and the battering of a million tiny sand particles against the homestead's outer shell, but in its darkened interior he was safe. These Tatooine moisture farms had been built for such storms. It had clearly been through its share, too. As he explored the place, Ben wondered again and again how long it had been abandoned. Sand had crept into most places, usually forming a soft carpet across the floor and sometimes clinging to the walls and other crannies and nooks. Even disregarding the sand, everything in the place seemed a mess, like somebody had torn through it before abandoning the place. It couldn't have all come from damage from sandstorms, not in the lower tunnels that mostly escaped natural damage. Again, it was hard to tell how long the place had been abandoned. Ben and Tahiri found glorias complete with batteries that helped them explore. The dry desert air was a remarkable preservative, and when Ben stumbled into the kitchen he found vegetables still in the cupboards, dried out to the point of being brittle white husks, but still intact. He tried to get into the upper dome of the homestead. He had to climb up a stairwell coated in sand, at times dropping on all fours like he had when clambering blind up the Mos Eisley landing pad. Most of the upper room had been coated in sand as well, and Ben had to stuff a cloth over his mouth to keep from breathing in the dust he disturbed with every step. He went to the front entrance as quickly as he could and slammed the door shut, sealing the room off from the sandstorm. As he scanned the room with glory held high, Ben found more signs of struggle: a pair of overturned chairs, a table still topped with dishes, and a bowl filled with some calcified liquid. His heart skipped a beat when his light shone on the walls. Blaster marks, almost a dozen of them, scored the white plaster. Cracks run across the walls. They'd probably first been made by the blaster shots, after which they'd crept their way through the plaster as the years went by. Ben went down the stairs slowly and carefully. This place was growing more haunting by the minute, and he wondered what could have happened to this homestead. Tuscans presented one obvious possibility, though they didn't seem the kind to spray a dining room with blood stir-fire. He would have also expected them to have scavenged the hangar more thoroughly, but apparently that hadn't been the case. So who else then? Ben supposed any kind of bandits could roam the desert, attacking helpless moisture farmers. It was yet another reminder of what a wild world this was, savage and far beyond civilization. His father often talked about Tatooine with a touch of nostalgia, like it was a quiet place where no big problems ever reached, a place a young man wanted to run from and an old man wanted to return to. So far, Ben's trip to Tatooine had been anything but peaceful. He'd been shot at, crashed his ship, almost died in the desert more than once, and was now imprisoned in this homestead full of ghosts and the memory of anonymous violence. He wandered through the tunnels again until he found his way back to the hangar. When he'd left, Tahiri had been here, investigating the equipment for anything useful. Though after all these years Ben doubted there was much aside from half-drained batteries and clunky old glorids. Now she was gone. Ben opened himself to the Force, just a little, and felt her elsewhere in the complex. He sighed and sat down. A lot of equipment was strewn about on the floor: hyperspinners, batteries, manual ratchets, cans of dried-up oil. Everything you'd expect to find in a moisture farmer's garage. He sighed and inspected the XP-40, bending low to brush out some of the sand that had already nearly clogged its innards. He went over to the cockpit to see just how much dust had reached it too, when he saw a datapad sitting in the pilot's seat. He reached in and picked it up. Tahiri must have left it there, though why, he had no idea. He flicked the switch, wondering if the thing still worked after all this time. Its screen flickered once, twice, then shuddered off. Ben gave the thing a hard smack with his palm, and it flickered to life again. The screen showed blue haze, like old two-dimensional screens usually did. He smacked it a second time and suddenly he had audio. Crackly, fuzzy audio, but audio nonetheless. Wouldn't believe, really miss, infra. The datapad buzzed. The screen was still a mess of static. Anyway, really think, good luck, Luke. Luke? That was impossible. It had to be. Ben smacked the datapad again and again. The audio conked out, but the video came on. It was still fuzzy, but he could clearly make out faces. A young man, barely older than Ben, with a thin face and dark mustache leaned in front of the screen. He was talking enthusiastically and soundlessly. His eyes were bright. A few more heads hovered behind him, smiling, sometimes talking, either to the screen or each other. Suddenly the video winked out. The screen went blank except for the simple words, replay. Return. Ben thumbed the control switch on the datapad and selected the first option. The video returned, this time with audio. Hey Luke, how have you been? The young man with the mustache said. There was nobody behind him. He seemed to be sitting in a dorm or barracks. Bunk beds lined the wall behind him. Well, we're doing fine here on Rand Ecliptic. Still protecting and serving the galaxy, if you can believe that. It's a lot different from the Academy though. I mean, you expect service to be different than the Academy, but you're never really prepared for it. The man tried to keep smiling, but Ben could see it waver. Someone tall and thin, hair cut short, came up behind the mustached man and said, Hey Biggs, who you talking to? Biggs. Biggs Darklighter, it had to be. Ben had heard about Biggs surely enough. Luke's old friend who had joined the Empire before defecting to the rebellion. He and Luke had been reunited very briefly on Yavin 4, shortly before Biggs had died protecting Luke during the attack on the first Death Star. Ben's hands were shaking. He was suddenly short of breath. He was not just holding history in his hands, he was holding something personal and impossibly more important. Just leaving a message for a friend back home, Biggs said. Oh, is it a pretty girl? A third man said. What was her name, Kami? No, it's not her, Biggs sighed. Sorry to disappoint, Clivian. Never hurts to ask, the third man said. Anyway, Biggs said to the screen, we're all doing okay here. I know you feel like you missed out, not going to the academy and everything, but, well, maybe it wasn't a bad choice. I never thought I'd miss that old dust bowl you're on, but once you get into the thick of things, well, the galaxy can be a pretty complicated place. You wouldn't believe it, but I really miss Anchorhead sometimes. His face got serious as he said, listen Luke, we're in for a busy couple of weeks, so I don't know when I'll get a chance to send another message. Hey, keep it simple, Biggs, another man said. Okay, Biggs said. His tone was joking, but his eyes were serious. Anyway, I really think you should take some time. Think about whether you really want to go to the academy. Either way, I wish you good luck, Luke. I'm sure you'll make the right call. There was a bit of static, then the video resumed. Anyway, Luke, tell Fixer and Kami I missed them, but all's well. Oh, Kaimi, one of the men, Clivian, teased. Hey, cut it out. Biggs laughed. The other men did too. What about your friend Luke? Another man asked. Does he have a girl back home? I don't know, do you, Luke? Biggs asked the screen. Well, I hope you do. I hope you settle down and, well, no, I won't say that. I hope you do what you think's best. That's what we're gonna do, Luke. We're gonna do what we think's best. Hey, Dark Lighter, a voice said, lightly warning. Right, Biggs waved a hand. Just remember that. I did what I thought was best, and so should you. I'm not sure when I'll see you again, Luke, but I'm sure I will someday. Until then, keep flying straight. Biggs out. The video winked out. The screen came up again. Replay. Return. Ben put the datapad down. His hands were shaking. His breathing was fast. He stumbled over to the closest bench and sat down on its dusty surface. He held his head in his hands and breathed in, breathed out, steadying himself against the assault of so many old ghosts. He was a Jedi and he knew how to calm himself like a Jedi should. Eventually, when his breath and head were stable, he picked up his head and looked at the datapad's blue screen, still shining dimly atop the land speeder's hood. He walked across the room, picked it up, and switched it off. Only then did he realize that the hail of sand no longer pounded on his door. Finally, it was silent. Tahiri sat at the base of an old moisture evaporator, watching the sun set. One brilliant disk was slightly larger than the other as they both slid down toward the clear line of the horizon. The sandstorm was now just a haze in the southern distance, barely visible as the cloak of darkness fell gradually from the east. In the west, a corona of scarlet and gold hovered around the setting suns, turning the pale, blank desert landscape into a sea of deep red. Soon the suns would be gone, and sky and sand alike would plunge into utter blackness. And when the last light of day had faded, you would be able to look up and see a billion stars spangled on the night sky. Tahiri had almost forgotten the beauty of Tatooine. Almost. She remained seated as she heard the sound of footsteps. She waited until Ben sat down next to her to ask, pretty, isn't it? Ben said, nothing. He sat with his butt in the sand, resting his elbows on his knees. He watched the desert shift colors and transform before his very eyes. Tahiri didn't press him. When the first sun started to slip beneath the horizon line, he finally said, this was my father's home. I know. This sunset, he said, and trailed off. I know. There's signs of violence all over. Dad said the stormtroopers came and killed Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru. That was when he decided to join Obi-Wan Kenobi and go to Mos Eisley, and that was where he met Uncle Han, and then they flew to Alderaan and got captured by the Death Star and met Aunt Leia, and he trailed off. The suns were setting fast. The first one was already half eclipsed by darkening land, Everything started here, he said. They watched the first sun slide into the horizon. The second one began to disappear as well. Soon it would be fully dark and then it would get cold. The hour after sundown was precious to the Tuscans for its fleeting comfortable temperature. It was the time when anything could be done. Ben and Tahiri couldn't afford to waste it, but they could linger here for a few minutes, she thought. This was a twilight that deserved to be savored. Still watching the horizon, she said, I found some old maps. They give us the route to Anchorhead. Normally this isn't the place to go driving in the dark, but I think it'd be okay. We won't be going too fast, and we want to try and head her off before she can go to Mos Eisley. Ben didn't respond. He kept staring ahead at the last glimmers of day. We shouldn't wait long, she said. The rim of the second sun seemed to linger for a long time on the horizon before, finally, it slipped beneath the division line and disappeared. The sun's red glow lingered in the western sky, slowly turning to violet and then to black, while the sky grew deeper and deeper with stars. That was beautiful, Ben said. Harsh, but beautiful. I know, Tahiri said. But there's a whole big galaxy out there, and a lot of things we need to do. Yes, said Ben, and sniffed back a tear. You're right. Of course I am, said Tahiri. I'm old and wise. Sometimes, anyway. She got to her feet and dusted off her bottom. She offered Ben a hand and helped the teenager to his feet. They lingered for a minute, wordlessly watching twilight fade, before they walked back to the homestead. Chapter 13. 2 X-Wings hung, barely visible, in the blackness of space. The starfighters had been fitting with the most sophisticated sensor equipment before the battle, with range and detail capacity far beyond what was normal for a T-65. If there was anyone in the system, they wouldn't know they were being observed. It was either their 12th or 13th recon since the mission began, Scott couldn't remember. He and his clawed-out partner, Terman Durra, had been jumping in and out of systems for days, running intensive sensor sweeps of every planet, moon, asteroid, or space rock, hoping for some signs of activity. Most of these systems didn't have names, only alphanumeric designations assigned by Old Republic researchers decades ago. Missions like these reminded Scott just how immense the galaxy really was and how much of it was filled with nothing except lifeless rocks and gases drifting through the vacuum. In a way, though, he was glad of it. If someone did find Yuuzhan Vong's ships lurking in the unknown regions, he didn't want to be the one to do it. It wasn't that he was afraid of fighting members of his own race. He was more afraid of letting down his peers in Wraith Squadron, or just as bad, appearing weak or indecisive in front of them. He and Terman drifted at sublight speed toward the X3BR-19 system's largest planet, a silvery gas giant with a dozen moons and a broad ring. As agreed, Terman ran sensor sweeps for unusual minerals or energy signatures, while Scott searched for life signs. By now this was such a routine that Scott barely paid attention to the readouts. Nothing, and a whole lot more nothing. The only thing that kept him from falling asleep on these missions was that nagging worry that maybe, just maybe, they'd run into the Yuuzhan Vong somewhere. Hey, Scott, Terman's voice crackled over his comlink. I'm picking up water on the third moon. Ice, you mean? Scott asked lazily. Not sure. Looks like ice, plus geyser eruptions on the surface. Does not sound relevant, Scott said, but intensified his own sensor sweep on the moon anyway. Temperature readings are patchy too. Probably denotes tectonic instability beneath the moon's surface. Are you sure that's our business, Shifter? Scott asked. Then something lit up on his screen and his heart beat faster. Hey, I'm getting organic residue readings from the moon. Let's swing by for a closer look, Terman said, and the 2 X-Wings veered onto a direct course for the moon. Its surface seemed to glimmer in the reflected light of the system's primary, and this in turn reflected on the ice particles in the planet's ring. Pretty thing, ain't she? Said Terman, and Scott reluctantly grunted agreement. As they drew closer, Scott's sensor scans became slightly clearer. It looked like there was some organic material floating in low orbit over the moon, which was strange. He felt sweat prickle underneath his helmet, and his heart beat even faster in his chest. Might have something, he said. Follow my lead. Let's check it out. Terman sent his affirmative and Scott plunged closer to the moon. He could see nothing with his naked eye, but the sensors were pointing out small chunks of organic material drifting in orbit. He followed where the sensors told him to go, and soon he saw tiny flecks of black drifting over the moon's icy surface. "See it?" Scott said. "Yeah," Turman replied. "What do we think it is?" "Debris. Yuuzhan Vong debris, of course." It was the only possibility. Scott felt cold settle in his gut as he brought the X-Wing closer still. He could make out jagged, twisted shapes, the kind of wreckage you'd expect from a small space battle, except all of his readings labeled them organic. "Hey," he asked Turman, "anything artificial showing up on your scans?" "No," Turman said. "Looks like this was a one-sided fight, if that is what it was." "I don't know what else it could be," Scott admitted. As they drew close to the debris field, its contents became clearer still. Fried chunks of uric coral, some 2 or 3 meters long, drifted in front of his cockpit. "Maybe someone got ambushed," Turman suggested. "It doesn't look like a big fight." "A patrol, maybe," Scott suggested. "Can you pick up any residual energy signatures?" "Faint, maybe. It's hard to tell." "Hey, you see that big chunk over there?" "Where?" Scott scanned the debris field visually. "You are right, I think I see something. Not sure what it is though." As he flew toward it, though, he recognized the profile. It was about the same size as his X-Wing, bulbous in the rear but elongated in the front. The coral skipper's translucent cockpit casing gleamed in its nose like a polished gem. Morbid curiosity drew Scott closer. The cockpit's casing was lined with cracks, and part of its aft section looked torn away. It drifted dead in space, and Scott cut the engines on his fighter so he could drift with it. He flipped his fighter so he hovered above the dead coral skipper, aligning his cockpit over the dead ships. Part of its broken casing reflected the moon's silvery glow, but he tried to peer beyond that and see into the cockpit. He thought he saw the head and shoulders of the pilot, still strapped to his vessel, staring dead ahead. Then the Yuuzhan Vong pilot shifted, lifted his head, and stared up at Scott. "Fearfic!" Turman shouted. "Watch out!" Scott barely had time to jerk his fighter away before the coral skipper fired its dove-in basils to life. The vessel jerked away, pitched upward, and began shooting fiery bursts towards Scott's X-Wing. The pilot swore and wrestled with his fighter, pulling away from the debris field. "A little help here," he shouted. "I'm on it," Turman reported, and on his sensor Scott could see his wingmate trying to vector in on the coral skipper. Neither of them had ever faced the Yuuzhan Vong in combat, but they'd seen recordings and played simulations. They knew coral skippers could be far more nimble than any Alliance or Imperial ship, using their dove-in basils to slip and slide in all sorts of crazy directions regardless of thrust and momentum. Scott pulled his X-Wing into a sharp dive, hoping to give Turman a shot at its broadside. The skipper followed all right, but it kept weaving from side to side, evading Turman's sprays of laser fire. Scott veered toward the planet's rings. He remembered that the best way to break a skipper's defenses was to overwhelm its dove-in basils, and the countless tiny rocks and ice particles of the planet's ring might just be a good way to do that, assuming his own shields held, which was a decent-sized assumption. "Hey," Turman barked, "are you doing what I think you're doing? You have a better idea?" Scott grunted, still bobbing and weaving to keep from being hit. "If he holds still for a second, I can get him." "If he holds still, that means he's already killed me," Scott snapped. "Hold on, I'm going to try something stupid." Scott threw his X-Wing into a corkscrew and plunged into the planet's ring. His shields flared around the cockpit, and he slowed his engine to prevent a high-speed collision, though he knew his ship was going to get knocked up regardless. On his rear scanners, he saw the coral skipper, too, had slowed down, and shunted its power to its forward dove-in basils. "Gotcha!" shouted Turman, and burst of energy lanced into the skipper's aft. The vessel veered off course, tumbling through the ring. Scott pulled up, out of the ring, but his alarms were still screaming. Damage to his bottom port S-foil. Damage to his upper port engine. One torpedo tube out of operation. Well, at least he still had atmosphere in his cockpit. "Where is he?" squawked Turman. "I lost him. Where did he go?" Scott pointed himself back toward the ring and ran scans for organic materials. Nothing came up, but the planet's rings might have been messing with his sensors. "Did you kill it?" he asked Turman. "I don't know. I couldn't see. He's just gone." "Could he have jumped to hyperspace?" "I don't know. Can these things even do that?" Don't remember, Scott admitted. He'd been studying the UAS Hanvong for years, but in his panic he couldn't remember if Coral skippers could fly into Criffin hyperspace. Suddenly, he spotted the flare of incoming projectiles. Scott jerked hard, but one exploded just beneath his fighter, rocking him in his cockpit. He spotted the Coral skipper's forward profile, its cracked cockpit gleaming like a gemstone in the planet's silver light. It was heading right for him. "Break off!" shouted Turman. No, I have this." Scott wrestled with his fighter and brought its nose level with the skipper's. I have this. "No, you don't. Break off." "I have this." Scott shouted and tapped out 2 torpedoes from his starboard tube. His fighter shuddered as it fired off both torps. One collided with the skipper's own projectile, creating a flower blossom of fire and debris. The second burst through the explosion and hit the Coral skipper like a punch to the face, shattered the cockpit and nose before exploding the belly of the craft. Scott soared through one explosion, then another, leaving the skipper's burnt-out hull in his wake. "Woo!" shouted Turman. "Nice flying." Scott looked behind him at the burnt-out remains of the Coral skipper. The adrenaline drained away and the sinking feeling in his gut returned, only now it was so much worse. He was now the first Alliance pilot to score a kill against the UAS Hanvong in 15 years. His gut told him he was far from the last. Jagged and Veila sat the briefing room on Wessex, watching a replay of the dogfight at X3BR-19 through the onboard cameras of Turman and Scott's fighters. They sat 2 chairs apart, and sometimes Jagged glanced sideways to see the blue glow of the projection reflected on her stern red features. "I'll give the Vong credit," Veila said. "He's quite the pilot." "Do you mean Scott, or his opponent?" "Both," she said. "I think this proves his loyalty, if you were worried." "Loyalty?" Veila shrugged. "I never doubted his loyalty to the Alliance, if that's what you mean." "Well," Jack stretched in his chair, "do we have readings from the second recon team yet?" "They just came in." Veila pressed a switch underneath the table. The camera recordings vanished and were replaced by a hovering readout of technical data. "Based on analysis from the faint residual heat from the debris, we can assume they were destroyed between 30 and 40 hours ago. Not including the one the Alliance killed, of course." "It wasn't much wreckage," Jack said. "Do you think some of it fell into the moon?" "Almost certainly. The ones still there had retrograde orbits and would have been lost within less than 10 hours. The question is how much fell into the moon compared to the amount still in orbit." "It wasn't much debris. A flight of Coral skippers, maybe on recon, probably ambushed and destroyed." "That was my thought, but I think there was more to it than that," Veila said, and tapped the table again. The technical data vanished and was replaced by a diagram of the ringed gas giant and its many moons. The holo zoomed in on one particular satellite. "Take a look at the minerals on that moon," she said, and brought up its technical specifications. Jack nodded. "Perfect for anybody who wants to refuel." "Exactly. The unidentified fleet, either in part or whole, must have been gathering material here when a Vong recon flight spotted them. Presumably, they were able to destroy the flight before it escaped. Either way, that was only about 2 days ago." Jack stroked his beard. "Well, I suppose it's a good sign that we're on the right track." "Yes, and it also shows we need to proceed with extra caution," Veila said. "And extra thoroughness. I'll talk with Sar Binrin about stretching out recon mission to 4 hours instead of 3. We don't want to miss anything." "Agreed," Veila nodded. As a Wraith, you were expected to put up with odd situations and work under informal circumstances. That had, in fact, been part of the appeal when Miri and Talise joined. However, she had to admit that she had not been expecting this kind of unusual circumstance. Their activities on board Wessex were restricted, of course. The Imperial cruiser was fitted with all the newest information-gathering equipment and offered a very tempting target to a squadron full of spies. They were only allowed to move about their quarters, which consisted of 2 rooms of bunk beds, the hangar area where their ships were kept, and a common mess hall. The latter 2 they had to share with the Imperial crew. It was easier to do that in the hangar. The Imperial techs were competent and professional, and most of the interactions between Wraith and support staff was of a purely technical nature. Nonetheless, Many of the imps looked a little weirded out by the fact that the Wraith's chief mechanic was a 2.5-meter tall female Wookiee and preferred to interact with the human members of the squad. Sharing the mess hall was stranger. During meals, the Wraiths got in line with the imps to get their food, then gathered at a table in the corner like a clique of schoolkids and talked very quietly among themselves, sparing occasional over-the-shoulder glances at the tables full of imps, who in turn sneaked their own furtive looks at the Wraiths. All in all, it was not a comfortable partnership. Therefore, Miri was surprised when she came into the mess hall to see a group of Imperial pilots, half in uniform and half in black flight suits, standing around the table. She felt a spike of alarm and wondered if somebody might be picking a fight, but they didn't look or sound tense. When she got closer, she saw that they were listening to Scott and Termin. The two pilots were describing their tangle with the choral skipper, demonstrating maneuvers with their hands and answering questions from the Imperial pilots. Miri sat down at the other end of the table, where Charlotte and Jessamine Tainer were watching. "This looks civil," she said in a low voice. "Yeah, who'd have thought," Jessamine agreed. Miri had known the tall blonde woman since they were children, and like Miri, Wraith Squadron was in her family. So was the Force. Jessamine's mother Tyria had become a Jedi Knight after her stint as a pilot, and her older brother was one as well. Jessamine had some Jedi training, but hadn't been as strong in the Force as her mother or Doran. She often carried around a lightsaber, which was useful for all sorts of things, but on Wessex she left it in her quarters, lest it rouse up anti-Jedi sentiment common among the imps. "It's a good thing they don't know," muttered Shah. The Wraith's executive officer was the second oldest in the group after Piggy, and had fought in the Yuuzhan and Vong War. His hair had been white since Miri could remember, and his tan dry skin gave his face a curiously ageless quality. For a second Miri wondered what Shah meant. Then it clicked. None of the imps knew there was a Yuuzhan and Vong on the Scutt's mascot, and it was a good thing too. "How's he holding up?" Miri asked softly. Jessamine shrugged. Shah said, "Seems fine to me." "That's good. But, you know." Jessamine shrugged again. Shah said nothing. The three of them watched as Termin and Scutt finished their demonstration. The Imperial pilots thanked them politely and went back to their table. Now that the event was over, the three of them scooted to the other end of the table to join the stars of the show. "Well, you kids got popular," Shah said. "I'm envious." "They're in awe of our superior flying skills," Termin grinned. "Now we'll get the rest we deserve." "Technically we don't exist, so we'll never get the respect we deserve," Shah reminded him. "Damn. Guess we'll have to make up for it by being extra cheerful." "So do we have any idea what it was you ran into?" Jessamine asked. "I already went over it with Vought," Shah said. "Fel and the captain think it was the remnants of a Vong patrol that met up with a larger fleet by accident." "So the renegades, in other words." "Presumably, though there wasn't enough non-Vong debris to make sure. Either way, it was a minor skirmish, not like the battle the imps detected before." "I guess that made us a clean-up crew," Termin said. "Which is fine. If I'm going to get my first taste of fighting the Vong, I'd like to have them outnumbered 2-1. "I know that feeling," Jessamine said. Miri did too. She was not looking forward to going against them herself. She was a decent pilot, but nowhere near as good as her father or Sile, back when Sile had been a pilot instead of a deck pounder or a desk jockey. She asked Scott, "How are you hanging in there?" "I'm fine," he said, though his tone didn't invite further conversation. In truth, Miri had no idea what he must have been thinking. She didn't doubt Scott's loyalty to the Alliance, but she also knew he was fascinated as well as repulsed by the Yuuzhan and Vong. He'd always insisted that his admiration for their biotechnology was matched by his disdain for the rest of their culture, but she'd always wondered if you could really separate the two so easily. Since Scott didn't want to talk anymore, Shah said, "Well, we're all going to be on longer patrols now, if you haven't heard. 4 hours instead of 3. Jessamine moaned. "I get antsy enough sitting in that cockpit for 1 hour." "Well, you need to stop being antsy, Ranger," Shah admonished. "It's time you learned commitment." Jessamine scowled. He was hitting on a sore spot. He added, specifically, "Commit your butt to a chair and let it stay there. It's actually pretty comfortable. Those pilot seats were designed for long-term sitting, after all. I liked it better when I got to run around and cut things with my lightsaber." "Those were simpler times," Shah said with an air of false sagacity. Maybe we'll get back to simpler times once this mission is over, Terman said. Maybe, said Miri, but in her gut she knew, just like the rest of them, that this one mission was probably just the opening volley in a much bigger conflict. The best they could hope for was to keep the conflict from getting too big and spilling into known space. Miri had already been through one war in her adult life, and it had cost a lot of people dearly, especially her sister. In a way, the Wraith's mission now was nothing more ambitious than damage control. Chapter 14. It was hard to believe there was anything left inside Exar Kun's temple, but Jaina could feel something. When Corran Horn had blasted the place 30 years ago, he'd done a good job of raising the temple's upper levels, but the Sith built things to last. Beyond the entry portal, they found a mess of burnt, tumbled obsidian, illuminated by pools of sunlight spilling through the cracks in the ceiling that was still mostly intact. Jaina saw a few statues, broken in pieces, staring up at her with half-ruined faces. In the time since its destruction, the temple ruins had been gradually infested by the jungle, and now tangles of creeper vine wound everywhere. There shouldn't have been anything in this dead place, but there was. I can sense it, Zek said grimly. I can't tell what it is exactly, or where, but I can definitely sense it. Beneath us, muttered Tanukar. Jaina could feel them both stretching out with the force. There must be lower layers to this place. Taranzel, looking slightly discomfited by her Jedi companions, had a portable scanner out. I'm searching for life signs, but I'm not getting much. Something in the temple's structure is interfering with sensors. Let's see if there's a staircase or a shaft leading deeper underground, Jaina said, holding her lightsaber tight. If the way though, I doubt we'll have to search for long. If Ship hasn't warned them, they'll probably sense our presence right now, just like we're sensing theirs. What about the Voxin? Taran asked. She pocketed her sensor array, unshouldered her rifle, and clutched it with both hands. I don't feel any, Jaina said, but I didn't feel any in the Great Temple ever, not until it was too late. I feel obliged to point out that this rifle doesn't have a stun setting, Taran said, looking at the three Jedi and settling her gaze on Jaina. Jaina nodded and said, nothing. She didn't want to kill Vestra not because she hoped to redeem the girl, or redeem much of anything anymore, but because something important was going on, and only a live prisoner could give information. If it came to a fight for their lives, however, she wouldn't hesitate to use lethal force. And, she thought bitterly, if her own brother hadn't deserved her mercy, Vestra certainly didn't. The four spread out to search the rubble. The Jedi stretched out with their feelings, trying to locate something unusual in this dark, debris-filled space. They searched for several minutes before Zek, from the far corner of the room, called them over. He had uncovered a hole in the floor, revealing a very narrow staircase that spiraled down into darkness. Well, Taran breathed, who goes first? I'll go, Jaina said. Her mouth felt dry and her voice cracked. No one objected to the sword of the Jedi leading the way. The stairwell was barely wide enough for one person to squeeze down, and Jaina was lucky to have a small body and nimble step. Likely Lowbacker wouldn't have been able to fit at all. She kept her lightsaber ignited, filling the surrounding area with a dim violet glow, while her other hand gently touched the inner wall for stability. The others followed, but the staircase was so narrow that they had to walk at staggered distances. Jaina wasn't sure how long it took to get to the bottom of the stairwell, but it felt like it took forever. She found herself in a totally dark space, and it wasn't until Taran came down and activated the glowrod mounted on her rifle that they could see the area more clearly. It was a much larger chamber than she'd expected, wide on all sides, with a low vaulted ceiling supported by rows of circular pillars. A doorway sat on the far side of the room, two wooden doors torn off their hinges and lying in the dust. Old statues lined the sides of the chamber, carved from some red stone, bearing the horned features of ancient Masasi. Well, Taran asked, what do your Jedi senses tell you? There's something up ahead, all right, Jaina said. What is it? Vestra Kai. Voxin. I don't know. Jaina shook her head. I feel something very, very cold, Zek said. His voice trembled with a shiver. He was right, Jaina thought. Not the mix of anger and confusion she associated with Vestra Kai, nor the animal hunger of the Voxin. She felt the force or of someone, or something, else. We should go forward, Tenel Kar pointed her silver lightsaber toward the door. If they are waiting for us, there's no sense in delaying. If they're waiting for us, we might as well call out and attempt to parley, Taran said. Unless we don't expect that to work with Sif. I wouldn't count on it, Zek said. Jaina was about to agree when she heard the snap hiss of an igniting lightsaber. A warm red glow filled the distant doorway, and a large, dark shape filled the space. Too large for Vestera, it had to be a male. The glow of his saber underlit a dark-robed figure, cowl hung lower over his face. Jaina could make out a human-shaped jaw, streaked with black wall paint or tattoos. Surrender now and we won't harm you, Jaina said. It was a formal offer of leniency, nothing more, and they both knew it. The dark-robed figure remained the doorway, red blade held to the side. He said nothing. Jaina still couldn't see his face. If you fight us here, you will not leave Yavin alive, Tenelkar said in her most commanding voice. Finally, just as Jaina started to think he might be some statue, the man shook his head. He shifted his stance, gripping the lightsaber in both hands and pointing it toward them. That was when Jaina felt a stab of energy in the force, cold and hungry. Voxin! She screamed, just as the wall to their left exploded. Dust and old stone gushed into the chamber, and above the crashing rumble was the horrible nightmare wail of a wounded Voxin. The creature slammed into Tenelkar, swiping at the queen with its massive claws. Tenelkar rolled to the side while Taran dropped to one knee and fired a volley of shots from her rifle. The laser blasts left smoking wounds in the Voxin's tough hide, and the creature wailed once more as Zek force pushed Tenelkar out of the way of its flailing tail, skidding the Happen Queen across the dusty room. Then he leaped forward, trying to stab his saber into the Voxin's belly. His lightsaber seemed to hiss as it pierced the animal's rough hide, but again the Voxin flailed, tossing Zek to the floor. Its tail lashed like a whip against the old stone floor. Zek tried to move out of the way, but was too slow. The tail cracked down on his left leg, breaking bone. His scream was drowned out by the Voxins as Taran's blast caught it in the throat. Jaina barely saw any of it. She was fighting the Sith. His lightsaber was a red whirl, a constant volley of blows. Jaina kept on raising her blade to parry, but never managed to strike out with a thrust of her own. The Sith kept on forcing her back, closer to the place where her friends were battling the Voxin. As the Sith his hood fell back and she could see a bit of his face, the sickly red gold eyes of a dark side user, the streaks of black that covered his face in ornate patterns, the needle-like teeth that grinned in his mouth. He exuded a ferocious energy she hadn't felt since she fought and killed her own brother. Whatever kind of Sith this was, he didn't belong to the Lost Tribe. Behind her the Voxin thrashed in pain and gasped for breath. Tenelkar had stumbled to her feet, and this time it was she who pushed Zek out of the way of the rampaging animal. The Voxin charged for Taran, and Tenelkar frantically reached out through the force, trying to find her lightsaber in the dark and rubble-strewn room. Taran, still clutching her rifle, rolled out of the way of the charging beast, giving rein for it to skid to a halt, spin around, and come at her again. Taran, lying prone on the ground, hefted her rifle and began firing again and again, pumping smoking laser blasts into the animal's face and heavy shoulders, causing it to stumble but not halt. Then a silver lightsaber snapped to life, pinwheeled through the air, and lodged itself blade first into the Voxin's left eye. The creature fell almost immediately. It was dead before it had to change to cry out. As it collapsed to the floor, Taran looked to the fight still taking place in the other side of the room, where a hail of red was constantly crashing against Jaina's violet blade. In the darkness it was impossible to tell where either body was, Jedi or Sith, but Taran didn't hesitate to heft her weapon and fire. The Sith attacking Jaina suddenly stumbled, grunted. His saber dropped and Jaina finally got her opening. She raised her lightsaber and brought it down for the killing blow. Another red blade shot out to catch it. Jaina looked down, stunned at the form that had suddenly interposed itself between her and the wounded Sith. On this face there was no glowing eyes, no needle-sharp teeth, no paint or elaborate tattoos. She looked down into the pretty white face and violet eyes of a teenage girl. "Sorry I'm late, Master," Vestera gritted her teeth and pushed Jaina a step back. "Better late than never," grunted the Sith behind her. He jumped to his feet and said, "Come." A second later they were gone, racing up the narrow stairwell. Jaina looked around, stunned, to see the three others in the room. Taran was crouched over Zek, who groaned as he clasped a wounded leg. Tenel Ka was still on her feet, silver lightsaber in hand. The two women looked at each other through the dust and gloom and nodded. Then they turned and raced up the stairwell, after their prey. Darth Vidius gave her no thanks for saving her life, but Vestra hadn't expected any either. Instead they raced up the stairwell, through the rubble-strewn foyer of the temple and out onto the mirror-dark pool. The sun was getting low over the jungle, casting the sky in shades of gold and bloody red. Vestra could feel them behind her, the familiar force aura of Jaina Solo, burning like a bright determined flame. And beside her, an aura just as bright, driven not by Jaina's feelings of determination, but by something else, something deeper, more intimate. If so, then Vestra had seen correctly in that dark crypt. She was being chased by Tenel Ka, Queen Mother of Hapes, whose daughter Vestra had betrayed to the lost tribe of the Sith. Darth Vidius was not of the lost tribe. Even wounded he moved faster, with more agility and rage, than any saber that Vestra had known. He plunged into the forest, head low, lightsaber held ahead to clear out the foliage. Vestra followed in his wake, clutching the satchel to her chest, looking over her shoulders into the shadow-streaked forest. She saw the bob of lightsabers, silver and violet, approaching from behind. Vestra didn't know if they could make it to ship in time. She didn't know a lot of things. She didn't know anything about Darth Vidius, aside from the power he clearly held in the Force and the attraction he had to ship. His power had attracted her to him when he had found her and ship both hiding in orbit over the moon of Raxus Prime. She wondered if he might be connected to the hidden Sith presence she'd felt when she, Jaina Solo, Luke Skywalker, and Ben had investigated Cooperative 3 years ago. But he didn't answer. He'd just promised to tell her more if she helped him retrieve the lost Sith holocrons of Exar Kun and Naga Sadow from Yavin 4. Maybe he was lying, maybe not. Vestra didn't care. She had no one else in the galaxy now. Not that she blamed anyone but herself for that. The time spent traveling with Luke Skywalker and Ben had made her weak and drawn her away from everything she'd known as part of the Sith. Watching father and son trade quips and loving conversation both had thrown her world into confusion, and in that confusion she'd fallen into something even worse. Love. Love for Ben Skywalker, that smiling boy with the red hair and blazing blue eyes who had promised, really promised, that he could make her into a Jedi and give her the life he said she deserved all along. But that was a long time ago. Now she ran. Vestra felt ship in her mind as they grew close. It was a warm presence welcoming her to the only home she had left. She didn't know if ship talked to Vidius. It never said, and neither did Vidius. She hoped it didn't, because if ship would respond to Vidius' commands, she fully expected both to abandon her here to the mercy of two angry Jedi. When they got the clearing, Vidius threw a shockwave out with the Force, knocking back the camouflage tarpaulin they'd thrown over ship. In the late afternoon light, the Sith vessel looked especially grotesque, with its panels spread out from either end like batwings, each flanking a central pod that looked like some ever-staring blood-red eye. As they approached the entry hatch at the back of ship, Vidius turned and shouted, "Vestra, the holocrons. Now!" She obeyed without thinking. She slung the sack off her shoulder and tossed it to the Sith warrior, who held it up with one hand and cried to ship, "We have it now. I have your masters in my hand." And lo, the hatchway opened. Was that it? Vestra sent her thoughts to ship. You obey him, just like that. But ship was silent. She hated it when ship went silent. It was the only friend she had left. Vidius plunged inside, holding the sack tight to his chest. Before Vestra could follow, she heard the hum of lightsabers and spun to see both of them standing there, sweating and panting, but with determination in their eyes, the sword of the Jedi and the Queen Mother of Hapes. Vestra ignited her lightsaber and held it in a high defensive position. Jaina Solo snapped, "Stand down, Vestra." Vestra heard ship's engines hum to life. Its ancient repulsor jets shot hot air into the clearing. Ship was leaving her, just like everything else. "Stand down," Solo shouted and moved forward. Vestra lunged to intercept. She pushed Solo back on the first blow, but Tenel Ka came at her from the side. The Queen Mother only had one arm to fight with, and instead of a heavy swing she came forward with a fencer's one-handed thrust. The tip of her silver blade stabbed Vestra in the side, burning through her clothes and sending stark pain through her gut. Vestra doubled over, but kept on her feet, kept clinging to her saber. The two Jedi stood there, 2 paces away from her waiting. "Stand down," Solo said again. "I'll never let you kill me." Vestra gritted her teeth, picked up her head, and glared at Solo. "Don't make us, Vestra." There was no mercy in her eyes. "That's what Jedi do, isn't it? Kill Sith." Vestra felt like her guts might spill out of her at any moment, but she still found the strength to shout over the roar of ship's engines. "You'd kill all of us, even your own brother." Words thrust deeper than any saber could. With Jaina momentarily stunned, Vestra lunged at Tenel Ka, swinging with both hands to drive the one-armed queen back. She did her best to block each blow, but Vestra got close enough to rear up on one leg and deliver a thrust kick into the Queen Mother's gut. By that time Jaina Solo had recovered and swung down on Vestra. The Sith girl pivoted, parried the blow, then ducked low and swung her lightsaber for Jaina's legs. The sword of the Jedi jumped high over it, then came down swinging. Vestra ducked, rolled through the grass, and came up close to Tenel Ka. The Queen Mother was already swinging down, but Vestra parried it with ease, then shifted her saber and stabbed for the woman's legs. Tenel Ka took a glancing blow to the calf, grunted once in pain, then stabbed down again. Vestra couldn't bring her saber up in time to deflect and took a jab to the chest, just below the left collarbone. She fell back on her haunches and raised her saber to deflect another of Tenel Ka's attacks, but she could do nothing when Jaina came in from behind and swung down on her left shoulder. Vestra screamed in white agony as Jaina's saber cleaved through muscle and bone, shearing off her left arm. Somehow, through all the pain, she still clung to her lightsaber, the only thing left for her in the world, holding it up in front of her like a pathetic shield, the only thing standing between her and annihilation at the hands of 2 brutal Jedi. Then Vestra heard the hum of a third lightsaber, even above the roar of ship's engines. She pried her eyes open, and through the pain and the streaks of blood-red sunset light she could see the black figure of Darth Sidious dancing between the 2 Jedi women. Lightsabers spun, clashed, sparked. She felt the ground disappear beneath her, and knew she was dying. Vision blurred and faded to blackness. She felt wind, hot wind on her face, like ship taking off, though she was beyond hearing the roar of its engines, or anything at all. As much as she could feel anything, she felt surprised. Surprised at how easy it was to die, after trying so hard to stay alive and losing everything in the process. Then she felt pain again, a sharp stinging on her cheek, like the slap of a leather-gloved hand. Darkness became light, the dim light of a vessel's interior. She heard the sound of engines, now low, as though from a ship in flight. Not just any ship, of course. It was her ship. Formless light blurred to shapes. She saw the face of Darth Sidious hanging over her, smiling with those pointed teeth. He had his hood pulled back now, revealing his Deveronian horns. What happened?" Vestra's words were slurred. Her lips were heavy. Had he given her some kind of drug? Was she dying? Everything around her seemed distant, dreamlike. "You fought well, Vestra Kai." Sidious grinned. "This is your reward." "Reward? We'll see what we can do about that arm of yours," he said. "But in the meantime, relax. We have a long flight ahead of us." You saved me. I thought. Did you think I would abandon a specimen as brave as you?" Sidious shook his head. "You give us too little credit, Vestra Kai." She felt her consciousness sliding back into whatever drug-addled sleep she'd emerged from. "Who? Us?" "Soon to be we, I expect," Sidious said, as all things faded to black. "You should make a fine addition to the one Sith." Chapter 15. On Coruscant you never saw the stars, not even if you were standing at the peak of the Mannery Mountains at the dead of night. The artificial light generated by hundreds of billions of living beings eradicated any hope of that. It was better if you went to other worlds, but in big cities you still ended up with the same problem. If you went to Coronet on Corellia, Salis Dar on Bakura, or Oridin on Brental Ivy, the city light always drowned out the stars. Even on humble, dirty Mos Eisley, the city lights had the effect of dimming the stars, like you were viewing them through a translucent screen. Not so with Anchorhead. In Anchorhead, you could see every light in the sky. Miranda didn't have much time to stargaze. The old landspeeder she'd stolen from the abandoned homestead desperately needed a radiator replacement, and in a hole like this there weren't any mechanic shops open in the middle of the night. She'd tried knocking on doors, but that hadn't gotten her anything except threats of violence if she tried it again. That left her rummaging around a miscellaneous scrap of tow station. That station master told her most of the stuff was decades old and probably didn't work. Since the exact same thing could be said about her land speeder, Miranda decided to keep searching. Unfortunately, she wasn't coming up with much now. She'd done a cursory scan already, then wandered out into the town's dusty streets in search of some open tap cave. She didn't need ale right now, just some stimulant to keep her fresh. She'd slept a little during the day, after reaching the abandoned homestead, but she'd only permitted herself a few hours sleep. After that she'd barely made it to Anchorhead before the sandstorm came and shut the whole town down, but all the time she'd been more worried about the Jedi on her tail. She didn't know they were still after her. She'd definitely managed to crash their Yavin, but these were Jedi, after all. They didn't give up, not ever. She'd only trust they were dead if she put a blaster bolt in them herself. Miranda was coming back to tow station now after finding a place that sold cheap stimulant drinks. After shaking off the drunken affections of a moisture farmer old enough to be her grandfather, she was full of energy. She walked fast and didn't look up at the myriad stars. Last night, trekking across the open desert, she'd felt like they were ready to swallow her up. It was strange, coming home for the first time. Not home, of course. Tatooine had never been home, never would. Her father's home, yes, but her father was long dead, her mother dead longer, and Miranda was alone. She'd come to Tatooine expecting it to be full of other people's ghosts, and she'd been right. Tow station was empty this time of night except for the station master, an old Tatooinan who Miranda now found in his chair, sleeping, through the windows to his office. She walked past his office, down the hall to the garage. She flicked on the lights and went straight to the pile of scrap she'd been sorting through earlier. Like her father before her, she was a good mechanic. She had a natural feel for machinery and the vehicles that used them. She didn't have to look at each piece of equipment long to determine if it was useful or not. They were all useless. Now she was just double-checking. As she went through the second time, making absolutely sure, she glanced around the garage. There was her land speeder, with its broken radiator. There was a newer Suab model, XF something, which wouldn't have interchangeable parts. She'd seen an old T16 airspeeder outside her and wondered if that might have what she needed. She doubted the sleepy garage manager would notice if she plundered some of his intact craft. At least, he wouldn't notice until she was well on her way to Mos Eisley, if not a forward entirely. But would a T16 have what she needed? The airspeeder was income, hers was Suab, but it was old enough. She might be able to figure something out. Miranda got to her feet, tossing an old flux capacitor to the floor. She turned for the door, patting the datapad that bulged in her vest pocket to make sure it was there. She would have noticed it falling out, of course, but she needed to reassure herself it was there. She'd come too far for the damned thing and almost lost her life. She was terrified of losing it now. Then something smacked into her, like an invisible wall. Miranda took 2 steps back, wincing in pain. She tried to bring her hand up to her face, but she couldn't move it. She tried the other hand too, but nothing. It was like binders had clamped down on her limbs, holding them in the air. Jedi! She realized, just before she heard the snap hiss hum of a lightsaber. She could turn her head, just barely. She saw the glow of the blade spread softly across the dim garage. Footsteps approached from behind and she felt something clamp down on her wrists, something metal, flexible but firm. The force grip on her body did not relax, even as the metal cord pinned her wrists behind her back. If Miranda could have reached her blaster, she would have shot herself through the heart. Better death than capture by the Jedi. Better death than failure. Finally, the invisible grip on her body released. She almost collapsed to the ground, but another grip, this one firm flesh, took her by the shoulders and sat her on a bench in the middle of the garage. Finally, she could see her attackers. The same ones as in the Mos Eisley alley, the teenage Jedi, with the red hair, and behind him, lightsaber ignited, the short blonde woman. Kill me, Miranda insisted, eyes on the lightsaber. Do it. Do it now. The blonde woman shook her head and shot off her blade. The garage was dark again, and quiet. We're not here to kill you, the young man said. Do it anyway, she hissed. I'll never talk. We don't need you to, he said. He squatted in front of her and carefully reached for her vest. He pulled the datapad out of its inner flap and turned it on. He couldn't have understood what he saw. Miranda took some comfort in that, though he'd figure it out eventually. The boy walked over to the blonde woman. 3 distinctive scars carved lines down the center of her forehead. She looked familiar from somewhere, though Miranda couldn't quite place her. The young man held up the datapad. Well, this is what Trago was carrying. The woman looked at its screen. Looks like location coordinates. Not sure for where though. We'd have to plug it into a nav computer. Sounds good to me. We just need to get back to Mos Eisley, the young man said and stuffed the datapad in his jacket. He turned his gaze on Miranda. What do you think we should do with her? Take her with us, the woman said. I doubt the Mos Eisley police care who killed Trago, but she belongs with them, not us. That's it. Miranda twisted in her seat and glowered. That's all. You're not going to interrogate me? Burn me with your fancy sabers? Use Jedi mind tricks? I don't know if you've been listening to too much of Darla's propaganda or what, the boy said, but Jedi don't torture, and mind tricks only work on the weak-minded. You don't seem the type. So you're one of those peace and love Jedi, Miranda sniffed. Sorry. I thought I was getting the Jaina Solo type. It's hard to keep track anymore. Both their faces turned to stone. The woman especially seemed grave. Then it clicked, finally. Miranda crowed, I know you. You're Tahiri Veila. You killed Admiral Pellaeon. She gave her best angry smile. Weren't you supposed to be executed or something? The blonde woman stared cold anger from across the room. I'm atoning. In my own way. Oh, sure, never mind the trial by jury thing. So are you Jedi, like, officially above the law now that you left Coruscant? Outside the law? It's all pretty confusing. Yes. It is. Veila stayed where she was, but the boy took a few steps closer. Not close enough. Miranda leaned forward, sharpened her predatory gaze, and tried to draw him in. So, one of you is an escaped murderer. Who's the other one? Red hair, about my age. You're not Ben Skywalker, are you? He didn't speak, but his face told enough. Oh, wow. Miranda laughed despite herself. I really was chased by 2 of the most famous Jedi ever. I guess I should congratulate myself on getting this far. So why'd you come after me? Or did you just stumble on me? Was this some kind of Tatooine reunion trip? Were you going to check out your dad's home planet? Hey, Luke Skywalker isn't here, is he? His son scowled. No, he's not. And we were tracking Trago. Sorry, we don't even know who you are. I guess you're not important enough. Shame, Miranda sighed. She needed to get him closer still. You know, I'd have loved to meet Luke Skywalker. My dad met him a long time ago. Said he was a great guy. That piqued his interest. He took a few steps closer. Who is your father? Miranda said sharply. Was my father. His name was Cole Fardreamer and he was the deck chief on the Resilience. He died when she went down at Fonda, fighting Jaina Solo. That shook them, both of them. Fonda, where Veila had killed Admiral Pellaeon. Fonda, where another costly battle had been fought 15 years back. Fonda, where Miranda had lived almost all her life, and where Tatooine was only a word and foreign memory. Fonda, which wasn't home anymore because no place was. That name sounds familiar, Skywalker said. He took a step closer. Cole Fardreamer. He helped your father once, Miranda said softly. He stepped closer. During the crisis on Alamania. You remember Kula? Another of your dad's students tried to play tyrant. He was putting bombs into droids and blew up the Senate Hall, plus other places. My dad was just a deck scrubber then, but he went all the way to the droid factories on Telti to help your dad stop the plot. I remember that story, Skywalker said. Another step closer. He was just a kid from Tatooine then. Right, Miranda said, but meeting Luke Skywalker, helping him to save the galaxy, that was the high point of my father's life. He told that story again and again. He always insisted Skywalker's Jedi could do no wrong. Even when Jaina Solo went crazy. Even when they killed his wife. Your mother. Skywalker took another step. So close now. One more should do it, But somehow, Miranda didn't want to stop talking. She wanted him to know. She wanted to share her pain. He married another deckhand, she said. She died at Fonda too, way back, during the Vong War. She died because one of your peace and love Jedi refused to fire Centerpoint and wipe out the Vong fleet, so some clown did it instead and wiped out half the Republic shipyards. That was months after she gave birth to me. I never knew her. His name was Anakin, Veila said. Her voice trembled. It was one of the hardest choices he ever had to make. He regretted it, you know. He was angry at his brother. Jacen was the one who convinced him not to fire. Miranda snorted. So Jacen was peace and love then. Stan, what happened to him? Neither of them spoke. They looked very, very sad. You want to know something else? Miranda said. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes. She didn't have to fake them. Tell me, Skywalker said. He scooted close, so very close. Do you really want to? Miranda lowered her voice. Tell me, Skywalker repeated. He leaned in close enough to hear a whisper. Beyond the red corona of his hair, Miranda saw Veila tense. You Griffin Jedi need to mind your own business, Miranda choked. Then she sprung. She rocked back and brought both legs up, wrapped around Skywalker's torso in a tight lock. He was bigger than her, but she was able to take him by surprise and knock him off balance. She flipped backward, right off the stool, tucking her head forward so she could roll. Skywalker planted head first onto the cold floor and Miranda twisted her slim body enough to pluck the lightsaber, hanging off his belt. Still wrestling with him, she clasped the weapon, felt one end, then the other, and found the switch in between. She turned it on. She could barely hear the snap of her binds against the pain shooting up her arm. She screamed out loud and so did Skywalker. Miranda kept rolling though, forcing back the burning pain in her left side. With her right she clutched the lightsaber, now turned off. She forced herself to her feet, hauling Skywalker up with her. She could see it now, the black scorch mark in his flank. She had no idea how deep. She could see the long graze across her lower arm too, the black streak of scorched cloth, synth fibers, and human flesh that still smoked. Miranda held Skywalker between her and Veila. She pressed the business tip of his lightsaber against the boy's own temple and said, Don't try it. Don't try anything. You don't want to do this, Veila insisted, holding one hand out while the other still clutched her saber. You want to put that saber down. She certainly did. She wanted to get away from his whole mess as quickly as possible. She didn't want to hurt Skywalker either, or Veila, not really, despite their hounding her for the better part of 2 days, despite their pompous obsession with thwarting the very justice she'd been seeking for so long. Miranda shook her head as if to knock the foreign thoughts out. Nice try, Jedi, but I'm not weak-minded, remember? I can see that, Veila said. She kept her feet planted where they were. Miranda started backing toward the door, even though it was getting increasingly hard to drag Skywalker with her. Where do you think you'll go? Veila asked. As far as I can get on your speeder. With her free hand she fished around in Skywalker's jacket until she found her datapad. She gave it a quick check, saw her precious data rod inside, then adjusted her grip. She held Skywalker up with the other arm, keeping the saber blade angled upward as if to stab him in the chin. With her other hand she tucked the datapad into her vest, pressing tight against her chest. Her hands reached out, found what she wanted right next to it. You can't win, Veila said. Miranda found herself smiling. She wished she could pull her goggles on, but oh well. I already have. She threw down her last flash grenade at the same time as she threw down Skywalker. She squeezed her eyes shut and ran. The light blinded her, the sound deafened her, and the pain of both stabbed into her skull, but her hands found the door and she pushed. She scrambled down the hall, holding one end of the wall for purchase while the other held tight onto Skywalker's lightsaber. By the time she burst out the front door and pitched into the sand, her vision was coming back. She searched frantically in the dark until she spotted a truly miserable-looking XP-40 land speeder, halfway stripped down to scrap. Well, Miranda thought, it would do, assuming the radiator didn't burst. She raced out across the black desert and didn't look back. Sith spawn, Sith spawn, Sith spawn. Tahiri swore again and again. She was on her knees, hands sweeping across the cold garage floor. She touched the fabric of Ben's clothes and felt around his body. Arms, legs, head, chest, all intact at least. She gentle brushed his chest until she found the burnt scar where he'd been slashed by his own lightsaber. It ran down his side, across his ribcage, likely severing bones and maybe organs too, depending on how deep the wound went. Her vision was clearing. She could see the scar now, so long, so black. She could see Ben's face, pale and lax. She heard the sound of boots and looked up. Her eyes focused on the big form of the platoon and station managers, staring at the scene in shock. "Get a medkit," Tahiri shouted. "Bacta, bandages, anything." What the station manager jawed. "Medkit," Tahiri shouted, throwing a force command with it. "Now." "Right. Medkit." The station manager scurried off. Tahiri put her hand on Ben's chest, trying to feel how deep the wound went. Not too deep, she didn't think, but she was never a healer. She wished that a Force Tekli or Silgal were here, that she didn't have to rely on the cheap medical supplies of a backwater town on a backwater planet. Tahiri, she heard a whisper, and saw Ben's lips twitching. She reached up, cupped his head with both hands, and crouched low over his face. "It's okay, Ben," she said. "You're gonna be okay." Did she get it?" he asked. His eyes flickered, tried to open, then shut tight. "She got the datapad," Tahiri said. "Took your saber too." "I'm so sorry, Ben." "My fault," he muttered. "So stupid, but, did she get it?" "I told you, Ben, she took the datapad," Tahiri told him again. Maybe she should be chasing Miranda Far Dreamer across the desert right now, but she couldn't abandon Ben. She couldn't go back to Master Skywalker and tell him she'd left her son to die while she chased a mystery datapad. "Jacket," Ben muttered. "Check." "Switched it." Tahiri felt the torn side of his jacket, then the other. On the intact side she found one slim datapad, tucked away in his pocket. "Switched it," Ben's lips almost smiled. "Just in case." "Ben, is this it? Is this Traego's datapad?" "Sleight hand. Gag trick," he coughed. Tahiri was relieved to see no blood. "Switched with Dad's, wanted to give." Tahiri understood now. Ben had switched out Traego's datapad and put the old one from the Skywalker homestead in its place, just in case Miranda tried something, which she obviously had. "Good job, Ben," she patted his face lightly. "You did good. You did real good." "Of course." His lips just managed a smile. Then they went flat. His head rolled to the side. Tahiri felt a spike of panic, but his breathing was still regular. At that point the station manager returned holding a white case of medical supplies. He crouched next to Tahiri and said, "I called the town doc." "But what happened?" Tahiri sighed. She didn't know where to begin. Chapter 16. The phantom blue blur of hyperspace whipped past Isilda's cockpit, casting everything inside with an eerie glow. All 5 of them were crammed in this time, Zek and Loie in the pilot and co-pilot seats, wounded but on their way to recovery, while the women stood behind him. All leaned in close toward the flickering holo of Grandmaster Skywalker. Once again, they did not know where he was speaking from. "I was afraid something like this would happen," he said sternly. "When you discovered ship, you should have waited for backup to arrive. Going into a temple you knew to contain Sith and Voxin was extremely reckless." "I'm sorry, Master Skywalker, but that was my decision," Jaina said. "It was going to be at least a day before backup arrived, and I thought ship would be gone by then. We were lucky to catch the Sith when we did. They were on their way out when we found them." "Jaina made the correct decision under the circumstances, Master Skywalker," Tenelka said. "Whatever the Sith had recovered from the temple, they had already found it when we arrived. I saw Vestra toss a sack of something to the other Sith as they were boarding ship." "I understand you had to make a difficult choice," Luke said, without taking back his earlier accusation. He gave a long sigh and said, "To be honest, I'm surprised. 2 years ago I sent a survey team to check the ruins of Exar Kun's temple, but they found nothing. Clearly they should have looked harder." That took everyone by surprise. Loie growled a question that was on everyone's minds. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but I've been trying to keep this very secret." Uncle Luke's holo looked over all 5 of them. Its gaze settled on Taranzel. The young woman stiffened. If this is Jedi-only business, I understand. Thank you, Luke nodded slightly. Taran slipped quietly out the door, leaving the 4 Jedi with a little more space. Luke looked over the group once more, then said, over the past 2 years, I've been sending Jedi across the galaxy to search our old Sith worlds, including Yavin 4. Like when we searched Zyest and Korriban, Jaina said. You're looking for what's left of the Lost Tribe. Luke shook his head. Tenel Ka stiffened. If you are not looking for the Lost Tribe, Master Skywalker, what are you looking for? Luke's hollow-transmitted gaze seemed to stare into each of them. This is a matter of utmost confidentiality. Even the agents I have sent haven't been given the full story. Loie gave a low groan. He didn't like the sound of this, and neither did Jaina. Luke said, 3 years ago, when I fought the last incarnation of a Beleth in the Maw, I was severely wounded, as you know. However, I wasn't the only one engaged in that fight. I defeated a Beleth with the help of a mysterious Sith who did not seem to be associated with the Lost Tribe. More Sith out there, Jaina hissed. It never ends, does it? The Sith Lord I fought alongside was extremely powerful, Luke said. After the fight, we were both too badly injured to face each other, and I had to let him limp away. But the things he said indicated he was not alone. And so you've been sending teams to find him, Zek said. It's a huge galaxy, Master Skywalker. I'm well aware of that. Up until now it's been a useless search, even though some teams are still out hunting, Ben and Tahiri among them. So that was why they didn't come to my wedding, said Zek. The Sith spoil every party. The Sith ruin more than parties, which is why they have to be stopped, Luke said gravely. Master Skywalker, Tenel Ka spoke up. Did the existence of the Sith Lord influence your decision to withdraw the Jedi from Coruscant and the Alliance? There are many reasons, Luke said, but that was a big one, yes. Darla was wrong about many things. Loie gave a dismissive grunt. But I remember something she told me that wasn't completely false. She accused the Jedi and Sith of dragging the rest of the galaxy into their sectarian feuds, as she called them. That's Purdue, Zek said with a sneer. The Sith are the ones who want to take over the whole galaxy, and the Jedi are the only ones who can stop them. The Sith want power over everything. That's what being Sith means. And you're very right, Luke said. However, so was Darla, from a certain point of view, and as a wise man once said, many of our great truths depend on a certain point of view. Lobaka gave a skeptical growl. I believe I understand what Master Skywalker is saying, Tenel Ka said. The Jedi have great power, and with that power comes the responsibility to protect innocents. Many millions died when the Lost Tribe attempted to take over Coruscant. And that happened because the Jedi were away. Zek protested. A large piece of the populace sees it the other way around, Jaina said grimly. And if we were still trying to cling to the structures of the Alliance, we'd be so mucked up in politics that we wouldn't see these new Sith coming. Is that what you mean, Uncle Luke? That's a very important part, he nodded. We can focus on being Jedi now, and hunting down the Sith, on our own terms. Also, if the Sith do attempt to attack us, we're far away from the core and can prevent many innocent lives from being caught in the crossfire. Zek crossed his arms over his chest. May I ask a question? Go ahead, Zek. Master Skywalker, why didn't you tell us of this beforehand? If hunting these new Sith is supposed to be the Order's new goal, why haven't any of us heard about it? Do you suspect a security leak inside the temple? Tenel Ka asked. Luke shook his head. No. I was simply being cautious. I also don't want to raise alarm. I trust every Jedi under my command, but if I told everyone about a resurgent Sith, eventually that news will leak out to the normal galaxy and cause chaos. So that's why I had to keep this secret from everyone, even family. He gave a soft smile. Knowing what all of you have been through over the past few years, all you've already sacrificed for the sake of the Jedi, I was hoping to give you a break and let other people take the risks. I thought your Yavin 4 trip would be a simple holiday too. I'm sorry I was wrong. I understand, Uncle Luke, Jaina said. Really I do. Thank you. His smile faded and he seemed very old. You know, a very long time ago, I had a conversation with Mon Mothma. She asked me what I was hoping to create with my new Jedi Order, what place I wanted my Jedi to have in society. That's always been a tricky question, hasn't it? Zek sighed. I remember everybody arguing about that since the Yuuzhan Vong invasion. Before that, believe me, Luke said. In the Old Republic, the Jedi served the Senate and the Chancellor, which was good as long as the Chancellor was a just ruler. But eventually the Chancellor became a Sith, and he turned the Jedi into instruments of their own destruction. Mon Mothma grew up during those dark times and she knew things had to be different. Told me that she wanted a Jedi on every street corner. She wanted Jedi policemen and doctors and pilots, Jedi fully integrated in every facet of society. He sighed. I think she would be ashamed at what the Jedi Order has turned to now, a planet full of warrior monks who have separated themselves from the galaxy even more than the galaxy has rejected them. It was a damning self-assessment, and neither Jaina nor the others had anything to say. Luke said, I think we might have come the closest to Mon Mothma's dream, after the Yuuzhan Vong War, when I let Jedi go free to live the lives they wanted. That changed with the coming of the Swarm War, said Tenelka softly. Luke nodded. I made everyone choose between their normal lives and the Order. It was a hard choice, necessary to meet a time of crisis. I don't regret it, I think it had to be done then, but I can see now that I made a Jedi Order too dependent on myself. After I was made outcast, we saw what disasters happened. Master fought Master. Good Jedi died, and millions of innocents perished. The Grand Master paused. The cockpit was silent except for the faint crackle of static from the hollow emitter. Finally, he said, this will be our last crisis. After we extinguish the Sith, there will be major changes to the way the Jedi Order is run. Loie growled a question. A faint smile came to Master Skywalker's lips. You'll just have to wait and find out. The grim silence still hung in the air. Jaina asked, Uncle Luke, what about the Voxin? We still have no idea how the Sith got their hands on a Yuuzhan Vong bioengineered monster. If there are more Sith out there, and they have more Voxin themselves. I am looking into leads on that as well, Luke said, without further elaboration. Jaina, I'm going to request that you drop your friends off at Hapes, then head to Ossus as soon as possible. Jaina stiffened. Of course, Master Skywalker. Good. Luke looked at the others. The rest of you don't need to hurry. Tenelka, you should return to your daughter and your kingdom. I'm sure you have a lot of work to do keeping both of them in line. Tenelka smiled faintly as always, Grand Master Skywalker is wise. Loie, you should take your time to heal on Hapes as well. Zek, do the same, and enjoy your honeymoon while you're at it. The lanky man forced a smile. Will do, Master Skywalker. Very good. Luke said. Jaina, I will see you soon. Good luck, and may the Force be with all of you. And then his image winked out. Loie gave a long, wheezing sigh and crossed hairy arms over his chest. Zek settled back in his chair, craned his neck up, and looked at the two women. Well, after that conversation I'm ready to relax, aren't you? Neither woman said anything. The light of hyperspace, ghostly and surreal, continued to pass them by. Jaina had little turnaround time before leaving Hapes. She stayed long enough to see Zek and Loie come out of the Bacta tanks, which healed a lot of their minor scrapes and scratches, but the doctors, mildly befuddled by their big furry patient, insisted on keeping Loie overnight for observation. Meanwhile, they gave Zek a sleek metal crutch to hobble around on while his bones mended. I feel like an old man, he groused as Taran helped him limp out of the hospital to the hovercar where Jaina, Tenelka, Alana, and Trista were waiting. Don't worry, dear, you're still as handsome as ever. Taran chided her husband as they slid into the back seat next to the Queen Mother and Princess. Trista brought the engines back online, and soon the vehicle was soaring upward through Hapes' pearly skies, hopping over its islands and making its way for the Queen's personal landing pad, where a middle fighter was waiting. The sky looks really pretty, Alana observed, crawling onto her mother's lap to watch the late afternoon light turn the clouds pastel shades of violet and rose white. Indeed, Tenelka smiled calmly, and put a hand on her daughter's shoulder. Jaina, craning her neck to watch them, had to smile herself. After years of solitude and tragedy, Tenelka finally had something permanent in her life. Even with the threat of renewed tragedy, her friend was smiling more than ever. It made Jaina feel glad, but she also felt a strange pang of envy. She turned away and settled in her seat, unsure of the cause. Did she envy Tenelka for her daughter? Not really. The idea of having children of her own still frightened her. For having Zek, Taran, and Trista as loyal friends and companions. A little. But that was silly, wasn't it? She had Jagged after all, and 2 parents she could only hope to emulate, and an entire order of Jedi Knights who looked to her for leadership. Not that that wasn't as much a burden as it was a privilege. Still, looking at Tenel Ka and Alana made her feel strangely empty. There was little conversation on the way to the landing pad. When the hovercar settled, Jaina got out onto the platform, as did Tenel Ka and Alana. Zek stayed seated by the door, leaning halfway out to give Jaina's hand a warm shake. "If Master Skywalker needs us for anything, let us know," he said, doing his best to smile, though Jaina could see the worry in his eyes. "Don't worry, I will." She shook back. Taran might have been staring daggers over his shoulder, but it was a little hard to tell, and frankly she didn't care. Jaina walked with Tenel Ka and Alana toward the middle. Alana was saying, "Do you think I'll get to see you again soon?" "It wouldn't surprise me." Jaina crouched down to Alana's level. "Good," the girl smiled. "And Grandma and Grandpa too." "I'll tell Grandma and Grandpa you said that," Jaina said, and held out a hand. The girl put her little hand in Jaina's and gave it a shake far firmer than you'd expect from a 9-year-old girl. "Go on back to the car, dear." Tenel Ka put a hand on Alana's head. The girl looked up at her mother and pouted. "Is this going to be Jedi talk or something?" "No, a different kind," Tenel Ka said. "You will understand when you're older." "Oh," Alana rolled her eyes. "That kind of talk?" She looked to Jaina. "Tell Jag I said hello." Jaina had to stifle a laugh as the girl walked back to the car and hopped in next to Zek. "Is it really that kind of a talk?" She looked at Tenel Ka. The red-haired woman shook her head. "Not precisely. Nor Jedi talk either." "Then what kind?" Jaina asked as she retrieved the flight helmet sitting on the rim of the middle's cockpit. "Queenly talk, I suppose," Tenel Ka said. "Oh," Jaina sighed, looking over the helmet and adjusting its straps. "Politics, then?" "It is my life now," Tenel Ka said, not regretfully, just matter of fact. Jaina looked at her feet. "Is this about what Uncle Luke was saying?" "He seems much older lately," Tenel Ka said. "He's been through a lot. Losing Mara, being an outcast, that fight with Abeleth, and in the monolith, there was Jacen too, Jacen more than anything, but neither of them was going to say it." Tenel Ka said, "He looks ready to retire." "Well, knowing Uncle Luke, he'll outlast us all." "Perhaps." Tenel Ka's grey eyes avoided Jaina's. "Tell me something. On Yavin, when we fought Vestra, you took off her arm." "Yes," Jaina stiffened. "She wasn't going to surrender. I had to incapacitate her." "For capture?" Tenel Ka asked. "Or were you ready to kill her?" "She's a very dangerous enemy who's already gotten Jedi Knights killed. I was going to do what I had to." Jaina's jaw clenched. "We were fighting to stay alive, Tenel Ka. I couldn't afford to be merciful." The girl was close to Ben at one time, wasn't she? And he's not going to face her again, period. He's still young. He's not in the emotional state to handle it. It has been my observation that Ben Skywalker can handle just about anything. He was trained by an errant Sith Lord when he was just 14 years old, but he managed to come clear into the light. A Sith Lord. Never his name. Never the man they'd both loved, the man they'd betrayed, the man Jaina had been forced to murder. Forced to murder, what a thought that was. Vestra was dangerous, she always had been. She almost got Alana killed once. Jaina said, "Not that Tenel Ka would need reminding. I was going to do whatever I had to." "I understand that. You always do." There was no rebuke in Tenel Ka's voice. Jaina heard one anyway. "Your uncle has been carrying the burdens of the whole order for far too long. You don't have to follow in his footsteps." "What does this have to do with Hapes?" Jaina crossed her arms over her chest. "As your uncle said, he once made me choose between being a queen and being a Jedi. I had to choose to become a queen." "I know. I remember. But you're still a Jedi." "I am, but still, I am also a queen." She glanced over her shoulder at the hovercar. "I have worlds to protect, as well as people I care about. I am sorry, but if the Jedi call for aid, I don't think I can come again." "Not even against Sith?" Tenel Ka shook her head. "Hapes has never been friendly to Jedi. When I assumed my position as queen, most didn't think I'd last a month. But I am still here after 15 years. That's almost half my life, Jaina, and do you know why? Why? Because I rule for the benefit of my people, which sometimes means appeasing the nobles who represent them in the palace. Hosting the Jedi children at Shidu Mard is a risky enough move, and dangerous if it becomes public knowledge. To mobilize the Happen fleet on what the public will see as Jedi business would be too much. It was permissible before, when Jedi and Alliance were aligned, but that situation is gone. Tenel Ka, you don't have to apologize to me. Apologize, friend Jaina. Tenel Ka forced a smile, but her eyes remained grey and hard. I am Queen Mother of Hapes. I never apologize, only explain. Sorry, I forgot. No, you didn't. Her eyes softened a little. Jaina exhaled. Well, think I can borrow Zek if we need him. That is up to Zek. Taran, you mean? I mean Taran. Her smile was genuine this time. If that's the case, he'll never leave Hapes again, Jaina smiled back. Nonsense, Tenel Ka said. I'm sure she'll want a second honeymoon. This one Jedi free. We put them through hell, don't we? Jaina thought of Jag and her father. It can only be the will of the Force. A joke, Tenel Ka. Jaina cocked an eyebrow. Perhaps she shrugged. You should get going, my friend. Tenel Ka reached out and pulled Jaina into a firm hug. Jaina squeezed her friend back, and when she pulled away she thought she saw a few gleaming specks in her friend's eye. But she said nothing, and waved goodbye as she climbed into the Mittle's cockpit and slipped on the helmet. By that time Alana and Tenel Ka were standing by the side of the hovercar, watching expectantly as Jaina fired up the engines. 2 minutes later, she lifted off into the rose and violet sky. Her friends watched until she was gone. Chapter 17. The big break came with an intercepted transmission. Faster-than-light communication through space was normally an ordered thing, with every ship's comm systems automatically tracking the closest HoloNet transceiver station, which would in return relay the message to the next transceiver, until you were talking in real time with someone on the far side of the civilized galaxy. The unknown regions, of course, weren't civilized. Communication was easy for Wraith Squadron and Wessex, because every recon X-Wing flight was automatically patched into the strike cruiser's communications computer. Wessex in turn was programmed to transmit to the HoloNet station at Esfandia. However, if, say, one had an entire fleet floating around the unknown regions, and one part of that fleet got separated from another, they'd have no choice but send out broadband messages that flashed out through a sector in every direction at once. Because if you don't know which way to shoot your message, you had to send it every place at once and hope it stuck. That type of messaging was notoriously insecure, and worse, it were like a big beacon declaring your location for anybody within 15 parsecs. You only use that kind of message in an emergency. So when Wessex picked up an encrypted broadcast message, they knew someone was close, and someone was probably in trouble. Miri Antilles was scheduled to get in her X-Wing and fly a recon mission with Jessamine Tainer at 600 hours, Wessex on-board time. It was to be the first flight of that standardized day. She was woken quite abruptly at 440 hours, when the comms system right above her bunk started screaming at her. Attention Miri Antilles. Attention Miri Antilles. Report to the flight deck immediately. Report to the flight deck immediately. She was down to the flight deck by 0445, groggy and confused and zipping up her flight suit as she shambled toward her X-Wing. Imperial flight crews were making last checks on her ship. She was never going to like that, or get used to it, and she almost literally ran into Jessamine, who was awkwardly trying to shove her helmet over the ponytail on her head. Any idea what the cark is going on? Miri spat as she deftly avoided Jessamine. The other woman shook her head. No idea. I just heard the alarm. We're not under attack, are we? She looked around. All the other X-Wings were sitting untouched, save hers and Jessamine's. We're not late, right? Jessamine taped her wrist chrono. Not unless mine's off too. Miri scowled and jabbed a finger at Jessamine's ponytail. The other woman took a moment to realize what Miri was pointing at, then nodded, undid it, and shoved her helmet onto her head of blonde hair. Is this a prank or something? Jessamine said as they resumed walking across the flight deck. My parents said the Wraiths used to do pranks all the time. What? You think the imps have a sense of humor? Not criffin likely. As if on cue, a figure stepped out from between their two X-Wings. It was small, female, bright red, and squeezed into a black Imperial uniform. Miri was still trying to figure out which was more bizarre, that a Twi'lek woman had become a commanding officer in a notoriously racist and sexist government, or that one would want to in the first place. Veila walked up to the two pilots and looked their frumpled tired forms up and down, with a perfectly condescending Imperial demeanor. "We're ready to fly," Miri said defensively. "I'm sure you are," Veila nodded. "Do you mind telling us what's going on here?" Jessamine asked, then added, "Sir." "Of course." Veila nodded again. "We've just intercepted a broadbeam transmission. Encrypted, of course. We're working on translation, but we've pinpointed the source of the broadcast." "You think it was our Phantom Fleet?" Miri asked. "Well, it certainly wasn't the Vong. It's up to you to investigate." "You can count on us," Jessamine said, and snapped an impressively crisp salute. Miri did her best to copy it. "To your ships," Veila said. "We'll give you the coordinates once you're in space." After that they scattered, Miri and Jessamine to their ships, while the Twi'lek hurried off the flight deck. Miri climbed up the ladder and into her X-Wing. She looked around for her helmet, sure she'd left it somewhere in the cockpit. She was surprised when an Imperial crewman popped up over the rim of the ladder, holding up her flight helmet. "Here you are, miss." Miri blinked. Thank you." "Good flying, miss," said the imp, and clambered down the ladder. Miri sighed as she put on the helmet. If only her father could see her now. They gathered in Veila's private salon, located just aft of the bridge. Wessex was a far smaller craft than an Imperial-class Star Destroyer, but its command deck was laid out similarly, including the crew pits and walkways up front and the captain's personal station to the back. Veila stood in front of her communication station, Jagged to one side, Sarbinrin to the other. The Gamorrean must have been 2, maybe even 3 size that of the Twi'lek woman, but she looked unperturbed as Sarbinrin lurched closer, listening to the communication from the recon team and watching their relayed data scan, eye on holo projector. The X-Wings were currently hanging close to the shadow of a moon and entering sensor range of a cluster of capital ships they detected. "Getting data now," Miri and Talise reported through their tight beam, encrypted communications relay. "Data received," Veila confirmed, pressing down on her station's broadcast switch. "Getting telemetry now." The holo projector began scrolling through data on gravitational pull and stellar bodies. Then sensors picked up the ships, 5 of them, sitting in low orbit over a dead planet sitting on the outer rim of a nameless star system. "No identification broadcast, but I think we can estimate ship data," Antilles said. "Copy, data incoming," Veila confirmed. The data began to scroll in front of them. Confirmed Mon Calamari Shipyard's MC-80 cruiser. Confirmed Mon Calamari Shipyard's MC-80 cruiser. Confirmed Republic Engineering Majestic class cruiser. Undetermined Rindili Star Drive Victory, I-class or Victory 2 class. Confirmed Nebulan B-class escort frigate. 2 Mon Calamari cruisers, Sarbinrin said. And ships from the new class program. Confirmed alliance, then, Veila looked at the Gamorrean. "We knew nothing about this," Sarbinrin insisted. "I believe you didn't." Veila glanced at Jagged, then looked away, but he got the message. She was bragging, because she thought her suspicions were right. "Hold on, we don't know their alliance," Jag said. "You're telling me they could just lose a couple Mon Cal cruisers and not notice?" "They were starting to investigate possible missing ships when we left Coruscant," Sarbinrin insisted. "We have no idea what they found in the meantime." "So you lost the whole task force by accident?" Veila scowled. "The Empire would never be that sloppy." "You did," the Gamorrean growled. "It was called the Black Sword Fleet, and a bunch of Mad Yevifer used it to kill millions of people." "I'm picking up com traffic," came the voice of Jessamine Tainer over the comms system, cutting off Veila's surely nasty rebuttal. It was a one-way connection, so the recon pilots, thankfully, hadn't heard the argument. "What kind of comms traffic?" Jag thumbed the comlink on, thankful for a distraction. "Not sure yet," Antilles said. "Looks like tight beam communications between all ships. Short bursts. Can't intercept. Could be doing status checks before a jump to hyperspace." Jag looked to the others. "Agreed," Veila said, and pressed the broadcast switch. Try to get tracking information on those ships, and fast. Don't let them see you, but see if you can plot possible destinations of their jump to hyperspace, based on current trajectory. Already on it. Antilles sounded slightly annoyed. I'm picking up energy spikes, Jaina spoke up. Those MC-80s are warming up their dam. They just jumped to hyperspace. Can we track them? Phila scowled. Just a sec, Antilles said. Trajectory data appeared on the holofeed. Getting projection 70% odds that jump puts them on heading for the XB790C star system. Follow them, Phila said. She glanced at Jagged, then at Sar Binrin, as if asking for their objections. She got none. Copy that, Antilles said. Laying in a course now. We'll try and pop out on the edge of the system so they won't see us leaving hyperspace. A good decision, Roller. Sar Binrin spoke up. Have weapons and targeting systems warmed up just in case. Copy that, Piggy. Getting ready to jump. When Phila took her hand off the broadcast button, Jack asked, do we want to go to yellow alert? Why? The Twi'lek woman looked at him. In case my pilots run into trouble, Sar Binrin said. They may need help. Phila cocked an eyebrow. If your pilots run into trouble, they are on their own. I'm not risking the safety of this vessel for 2 pilots. Sar Binrin's lips curled around his tusks. You don't have to risk your pilots, but I command mine and they will follow my orders over yours. Jump plotted, Antilles interrupted. Ready to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. The star lines blurred to light, and light dissolved back to stars in the space of 3 seconds. Miri barely had time to register shock before last blast flashed just meters outside her cockpit. She fought back a shout of surprise and snapped her fighter into a hard port roll, barely in time to avoid a pair of molten projectiles that whipped past. Sith spit. Jasmine swore over the comlink. Wessex, we end under fire. Repeat, we are under fire. Locking S foils in attack position. Miri reported. Get ready to fight, then get your bearings. Weapons armed and ready. Roller, Ranger, relay location. The voice of Jagged fell crackled over her helmet speakers. Came out hyperspace short, Miri said. Try locking on our beacon. Roller, was it a drag ship? Vaught asked. Miri looked back and forth between her scanners and her viewport, trying to make sense of the chaos around her. She saw fighting whipping past in every direction: X-Wings, B-Wings, E-Wings, A-9 interceptors, even a few bulky old K-Wing bombers. And dancing between them, chunks of space rock shooting out volcano blasts of energy. It took Miri a second to realize what they were, even though she'd fought them in simulators a dozen times. We've got Vong ships out here, Jasmine reported. I'm picking up capital ships, including an interdictor analog. What about the Mon Cal ships? Red's voice crackled over her headset. I'm picking up Criff. Miri swore and jerked hard starboard to get away from a coral skipper. Ranger, I've got one on me. Coming after you, hold on, Jasmine said. Miri pulled hard port now, but the skipper hung on her tight. She looked at her status screen, a swarm of yellow unidentified fighters and just one speck of Jasmine's green. She looked out her cockpit, and began the tangle of dogfights. She saw the sleek silver forms of a trio of Bovan assault cruisers. The second she recognized them, her fighter shook under the impact of enemy fire, and Miri pulled her fighter into a steep upward corkscrew. Anytime, Dizzy, she shouted. Tracking, hold on, Jasmine said. A pair of torpedoes slammed into the nose of the coral skipper just as it turned to pursue Miri, shearing off its cockpit. The remains of the vessel flipped and tumbled, dead in space. Thanks, Miri breathed. That wasn't me, Jasmine said. As Miri leveled out her craft, she saw an E-wing whip by. Her anonymous savior joined a delta formation with 2 more E-wings, then dove back into the fray. Roller, Ranger, Phila seemed to shout over the comm. Get us our data and get out of there. Do not engage, repeat, do not engage. We're trying our best, Wessex, Miri hissed. It's a little thick out here. Hold on, I'm bringing my sensors online, Jasmine reported. Syncing with Wessex. Then she screamed. Miri looked starboard to see a stray torpedo hit Jasmine's X-Wing, shearing off both port S foils, and sending the craft spinning out of control. Ranger, Eject. Miri shouted. Eject. Eject. Jesmin's X-Wing blossomed into a flower of molten light. Miri dove right for the wreckage, scouring the still fiery debris field for any signs of life. I've got her. She shouted. I've got her eject beacon. Ranger, do you copy? Jezzy, do you? And then something slammed into Miri's X-Wing. She was thrown into a swift spin, and as the stars whipped by outside, she reached for her own ejection lever. Her hand found the level just as an energy blast slammed into the nose of her X-Wing. She pulled it hard right before her proton torpedo magazine detonated. Miri trailed fire and light as she shot into space blazing with death. Signal's gone, Sarbinrin said, though all three could see the holo feed wink out. The Gamorrean moved for the door more quickly than Jagged would have thought possible. Where are you going? Veila snapped. The Gamorrean spun around equally fast to stare at her. I am going to recover my pilots. We don't even know if they ejected. The signal beacons don't carry this far. Then there's only one way to find out. A comlink appearing in Sarbinrin's big green hands. He flicked it on and said, All Wraiths, report to the flight deck. Repeat, all Wraiths, report to the flight deck. You expect to recover them with your X-Wings? Veila said. I'm not going to go to their parents, my friends, and tell them I let their daughters die, because some Twi'lek traitor ordered me to. Provide them a shuttle, Jagged snapped. Both of them looked at him as if remembering he was in the room. Veila said, with all due respect, Mr. Fell, you're a civilian advisor with no actual authority. Send a shuttle, Jagged's tone mustered all the authority he'd given up 3 years ago. Even if we can't recover the pilots, we need to monitor that battle. We can't let this opportunity pass. Veila scowled but nodded. She plucked out her comlink, dialed the flight deck, and said, prepare a shuttle for recovery mission. X-Wings will escort. I'll send you the flight plan. After the deck commander gave affirmative, she pocketed the comlink and stared stonily across the room at Sarbinrin. She said, I was born in the Empire, Mr. Sarbinrin. My parents were slaves, but I was freed under Pellaeon's reforms. The Empire did horrible things to non-humans, but that was in the past. Some of us can look to the future. The Gamorrean gave no grunt of acknowledgement, no nod of thanks. He just turned and walked out of the room. Only when the door hissed shut did Veila seem to deflate. Her stiff military pose sagged as she went over to the transmissions console and began punching in the coordinates for flight control. Jagged said, You're letting your distrust of them get in the way of your duty, Lieutenant Colonel. Veila scowled. There are Mon Cal and Bovan ships out there right now, fighting the US Hanvong. Either they are a top-secret fleet, sent by Alliance government without informing us, or they are the biggest rogue operation we've seen since the Black Fleet crisis. Either way, Alliance personnel are involved. That's no reason to let 2 pilots die. Your cousin is irrelevant. You're right, this isn't about my cousin. Hells, I barely know her. This is about the good of the galaxy. Jagged said. Lofty words, I know, but it's true. If it turns out the Vong are on the warpath again, full scale, that rogue fleet is the galaxy's best chance of heading them off. We might need them, and the Alliance. Imperial chauvinism isn't going to help anyone. Veila regarded him carefully. Is that where your loyalties are, Jagged fell? Not the Empire, not the Alliance, not the Chiss or the Jedi, but the galaxy as a whole. He nodded. It was a question he'd asked himself many times, and it was the best one he could come up with. Very well, she said. I'm going to the bridge, Mr. Fell. Feel free to follow. I'd be glad to, Jagged said, so long as I don't get in the way. As long as you don't touch anything, I'm sure we'll be fine, she said, almost with a smile. Chapter 18. The recovery team leaped right into a maelstrom. As soon as they hit the interdiction field, Scott found laser blasts and energy bursts crisscrossing dead in front of him. Starfighters and choral skippers of every variety danced a frenzied, lethal dance. Beyond, 2 sleek Bovan assault cruisers exchanged broadsides with a US Hanvong ship, while a Nebulan B frigate, looking terribly fragile with its fin spine connecting the forward body with the aft engines, was fighting a wide-bodied vessel the likes of which Scott had never seen, not in all the years he'd studied his people's military capabilities. Look alive, silly squadron. Vought barked over his headset. Led and Huhana were aboard the Boxy Gamma-class assault shuttle the Imperials had so kindly loaned them for the rescue operation, while 8 X-Wings flew escort. Scan for eject beacons, Charlotte said. You all have the frequencies. Scott clicked his affirmative, then wrestled his craft hard to port to avoid a flight of E-Wings. Even knowing the frequency on which Miri and Jessamine were broadcasting their distress signals, it would be nigh impossible to find them in the middle of the battle, where so many comb signals and energy bursts played havoc with their senses. Shifter and Smiles, on me, Scott said to Terman Dara and Trey Corsa. We form trios, cover at all times. The 2 pilots signaled their affirmatives, and the 3 X-Wings formed up with Scott in 4, Terman rear port, and Corsa rear starboard. It was a small step to reduce the chaos and danger of this battle zone, but it was the best they could do. Scott counted them lucky, at least, that the Republic fighters or whatever they were seemed to automatically assume them friendly. That left only the US Han Vong to deal with. Sith spawn, look at that, Trey said. Cut the chatter, Smiles, Scott snapped. Look port, 40 degrees. Scott followed the other pilot's directions. Sitting there to the side of the battle zone, protected by 2 feisty little Corellian gunships and another, Bovan cruiser, was a sleek Nebula-class Star Destroyer. 1/3 smaller than the original Imperial model, but just as potent, the Nebula-class featured a curved bow that swelled downward, while the superstructure on the top half of the ship, including its command tower, was kept low to avoid enemy fire. It was one of the best capital ships produced by the Alliance, and somehow it was here in the unknown regions, battling the US Han Vong. Check above, said Terman. We've got incoming. Scott looked up to see a flight of Choral skippers heading for them, guns blazing. Behind it, barely visibly against the black stars, was some kind of US Han Vong vessel, maybe the size of one of those Corellian gunships guarding the Nebula class. Whatever it was, Scott and his wingman dived before he could get a good look at it. He glanced at his scanners, but they were showing such a mess of US Han Vong and Alliance ships he couldn't tell the class of any of them. Give them space, he told his wingman. We're getting our girls and getting out. This isn't our fight. Copy that, Scott, Terman said. We've got a signal. Vort's voice announced. We're moving in on Ranger's eject beacon. Scott, bring your flight around to cover us. On our way, boss, Scott said. It took him a moment to locate the assault shuttle in all the chaos, but when he did he aimed straight for it, Trey and Terman on his tail. He couldn't see Jessamine floating in space, but apparently Vought could, as his shuttle began to slow. Scott slowed too, then veered to the right and began to fly circles around the assault shuttle, shooting at the occasional Choral skipper to keep it away from the recovery team. As he wheeled about, a flight of 6 big K-Wing bombers whipped past, heading for the US Han Vong gunship analog. K-Wings were good attack vessels and probably packed enough punch to break down that gunship's defenses, but they were easy targets for Choral skippers, and Scott didn't see any X-Wings or E-Wings running interference for them. Team, this is Led, Vought said. Ranger is secure. Repeat, Ranger is secure. Scott, break off. As Trey whooped over the comlink, Scott said, copy Led. He almost asked permission to fly defense for the K-Wings, but held his tongue. He was the one who'd just told his wingman not to get involved. All 3 of them pulled up, away from the shuttle as it veered toward the edge of the battle zone. Scott craned his neck to see the gunship and spotted it just as one of the K-Wings burst under its defensive fire. He saw 4 engine trails left, another must have already gone down. He saw more thrusters flare, this time 2 heavy torpedoes each detaching from their underwing hardpoints. The torpedoes arced toward the gunship but 2 exploded before reaching targets. 3 more were swallowed suddenly by the gunship's dove-in basal. The other 3 impacted on the forward hull. Yorick coral shattered and internal atmosphere ignited. Fire burst out into space. The K-Wings, victorious, executing a steep climb right into a flight of Choral skippers. 2 bombers collided and vanished into flames. Another smashed into a Choral skipper, destroying both. The last one clipped a skipper on the wing, sending both wheeling in opposite directions. The skipper exploded first, then the K-Wing. Scott checking his sensors for eject signals, but there was no way to tell. No beacon, Terman said over the headset. I still can't find her. It took Scott a second to realize he was talking about Miri. Scott watched the Yuuzhan Vong gunship smolder in space. He had no reply to give. To Miri it looked like a dream. The Yuuzhan Vong gunship seemed to smolder in the black, while oxygen and flame, corpses and chunks of debris, shot out into space. K-wing bombers and coral skippers collided, flared, turned into chunks of debris invisible against the vacuum. When the fire died out, everything went black. She felt sleepy and light. She was losing oxygen fast and knew it. The manual thrusters on her ejection seat were already out. Stars drifted past slowly as she spun in space. Then light came back. Miri kept spinning, back to face the battle. From the edge of it, when the coral skippers and X-wings weren't whipping past, it was beautiful. 2 Bovan assault cruisers poured fire onto a Yuuzhan Vong vessel, squeezing it from either side until it popped. The escort frigate snapped in two, venting flame from either end of its broken spine. Another Yuuzhan Vong cruiser was pulling close to a Mon Cal counterpart and exchanging broadsides. Or maybe it was the Mon Cal engaging the Vong ship. Her vision was blurry, and they were far away. She never realized how similar they looked. She spun back around, facing darkness. She was sleepy, so sleepy. She could sleep forever here, floating in black space. It would be so easy, so easy. She closed her eyes. They felt too heavy to open. Light fled. Miri opened her eyes to see a B-wing explode. She kept spinning, back to face the battle. The Mon Cal and Vong cruiser were still going at it. She still couldn't tell which was which. She couldn't see the escort frigate anymore. Maybe they'd torn up the pieces. As she watched an old Victory-class Star Destroyer engage another gunship analog, Miri wondered what her parents would think. They'd been lucky not to lose her or Sile so far, but then, her parents had gone through more danger than any sane person would think possible, and they'd come out all right. Oh, they'd lost people they'd loved. Mom's first husband. All those dead wraiths and rogues she'd heard about and never known. The original Jessamine. Abtassim, Tun Fanon, Lou Jane Forge. Tordira. Cecilia. Bindi Drayson. Piggy's friend Runt. Sile's fiancée Shyam. Oh, Sile had lost so much already. Anyone could see it in her eyes. She looked so old. She shouldn't have to lose a sister too. Miri wished she could apologize to Sile, but there was nothing she could do. She spun away from the battle again. Just empty space now, and the pinpoint lights of a million nameless stars. Darkness and cold. She closed her eyes. She slept. The remains of the escort frigate, smoldering, was constantly gnawed by Yuuzhan Vong warheads. The Majestic-class cruiser had pulled up close to grab its escape pods. The 2 Bovan assault cruisers had raked the pinned-down enemy cruiser analog between them, with a constant barrage of turbolaser blasts, until that vessel was left a dead hulk drifting in space. The area between was a flurry of darting fighters and energy blasts. The 2 Mon Cal cruisers seemed to be vectoring in on the same Yuuzhan Vong vessel, one of unusual design, perhaps the source of the interdiction field. The Victory-class Star Destroyer was in trouble, with a hostile cruiser on either side. And between the fighting giants, starfighters and coral skippers buzzed like angry gnats, lacing the vacuum with energy bursts. There's no beacon. Charlotte's voice crackled over Scott's headset. Like the rest of his squadron, he kept his fighter flitting about on the edge of the battle zone, not daring to engage the battle, no matter how much he wanted to. Copy that, Smarty, Vought sounded exasperated, even on the comlink. Scott felt his own despair at being unable to rescue Miri, but knew it would be even worse for Vought, who'd known her parents for almost 30 years. Should we pull out? Shah asked. His tone pleaded yes. Negative, said Vought. We give it one more go. Use visual if you have to. There's so much debris floating around, Terman said. Even if she ejected, there's almost no way. Shut it, shifter, Vought growled. We do one more pass, then we head back home. Clear. Copy, Led said Scott. Do we leave anybody behind to watch the fight? I'll take 2 volunteers, Vought said. A part of Scott wanting to leap to the opportunity, but at the same time he knew how excruciating it would be to sit here and watch the fight without being able to participate. He patched in a private link to Vaught's shuttle and said, Led, do you copy? I copy, Scott. Vought sounded terse. What is it? Scott opened his mouth to speak, but the words caught in his throat. He shut his jaw, opened it again to speak. Then Shah shouted, "Incoming! Incoming! I read 4 ships, just out of hyperspace." Scott snapped his jaw shut again and stared at his scanners. Shah was right. 4 medium cruiser-sized vessels had just dropped out of lightspeed on the far edge of the battlefield, closest to the dead frigate. His sensors couldn't pick up their class, and he could barely make them out with his naked eye. Sleek, steel grey vessels looking roughly like small star destroyers, but with wider, flatter bodies and elegantly curved hulls. "What are they?" Trey said. "I can't get a reading. I don't recog." "Can it?" Vought said. "Check sensors." The Vong just dropped their interdiction field. "I see it," Scott said. "Looks like some of those ships are making a break for it." Indeed they were. The Yuuzhan Vong ships formerly engaged with the Victory class were pulling away hard. Even as Scott watched, they winked out of real space. "They are bugging out," he said. "Wraiths, this is Wessex," the cold voice of Lieutenant Colonel Veila scratched on his headset. "Can you trace their destinations?" "Negative," Vought said. "We could never figure out how to track Vong into hyperspace." "Look," Terman said, "that Nebula class is bugging out too. And the gunships. Even the Majestic class," said Shah. "Everybody's leaving the party." "Try to track the Alliance ships," Veila said. "Give us 1 sensor lock on the newcomers, then come home." "Copy," Vought said. "Everybody head back now except for Scott, Smiles, and Shifter. We stay for 1 more minute, then go." "Copy," Led Shah said. "Let's go home, boys and girls." A half-dozen X-Wings disappeared into hyperspace. The other starfighters Yuuzhan Vong and Alliance both were either escaping into hyperspace or making emergency landings on their capital ships. Scott watched with astonishment at how quickly the battlefield cleared. Whatever those 4 cruisers were, they had clearly scared the daylights out of both sides. 60 seconds later, the last capital ships were clearing the area, leaving behind a sea of wreckage drifting around 2 dead capital ships. It seemed an equal mix of Alliance and Yuuzhan Vong. "We could learn a lot from this," Scott said, "especially if there are survivors." "We're not hanging around," Vought said sternly. "It's time to go home." Led Trey spoke up. "I still got no signal from Roller." There was a pause. The open comb line buzzed faintly in Scott's ear. Then Vought said, "Set coordinates for Wessex. Let's get out of here." Scott clicked his affirmative. He closed his S-foils and warmed his hyperdrive. They all jumped at once, 1 shuttle and 3 X-Wings, leaving the battle behind. The bridge of Wessex was abuzz with activity. Jagged had spent more than his share of time on ships' bridges during battle, but this time, as Veila had reminded him once or twice, he was merely an observer, a civilian. And from experience he knew there was nothing a ship's crew hated more than a civilian wandering around during a battle. Wessex wasn't directly engaged in the battle, but the ship was on yellow alert and the bridge staff at full capacity. He was impressed by the way Veila's crew, so many of them older human males, responded to the young Twi'lek woman's commands. Hers was a personality that brooked no dissent, clearly a style she had learned from the Empire's more strict past. Jag noticed a few other aliens in the crew pit as well, 1 Deveronian female, another a Muon, plus 2 Jagged. As he watched them work, relaying battle reports back and forth across the bridge with well-oiled efficiency, he was struck with a strange sense of accomplishment. During Jag's short, rocky term as leader of the Empire, this was exactly the sort of scene he'd wanted to create. Stuck in his high post as he'd been, constantly wrangling with scheming moths and haggling with Alliance diplomats, he'd never had the opportunity to get into the crew pits and see things from the soldiers' point of view. The soldiers were changing, at least on the outside, but everything still seemed to be running with the crisp martial discipline that defined the Empire. And somehow that made him glad. Shuttle just came out of hyperspace, he heard the comb officer report. "Good," Veila nodded. She stood on the center walkway over the crew pit, back straight, hands clasped tight behind her back, looking exactly like a captain should. She raised her voice. "Once all craft land, prepare to jump to hyperspace." "Where to, Captain?" asked the comb officer, a young human barely of his teens. "Let's say System XB-903. I want to make sure we're not followed." "Yes, Captain." Flight deck, report, she barked. Shuttle is unbowed. Last 3 X-Wings are unbowed. Good. Navigation, warm up those hyperdrive and plot us a course. Yes, Captain. Jag watched Veila as she watched her crew buzz around. Whatever else you could say about the woman, she ran a tight, efficient ship. He was deciding whether or not to compliment her for it when the sensor officer shouted, "Captain, we have incoming vessels. They've just left hyperspace, bearing Vector G17. Some of the crew looked panicked, and the comm officer swore, but Veila marched fast across the bridge to the sensor station. All stations go to red alert. What have we got, Ensign? I read 4 vessels, Captain. We have visual. Shouted telemetry as the alarm klaxons blared. He didn't need to shout. Everyone could see it clearly through the ship's forward viewports. A sleek grey vessel, like a wide, flat star destroyer, was heading right for them. From the port and starboard viewports, Jag could see 2 more, all of them aimed head-on for Wessex. Jag was sure the 4th one was coming from behind as well. He ran from his quiet corner across the bridge. When Veila heard his boot clap, she turned around and scowled, but he was a civilian, so they could be damned. Navigation, how long till hyperdrive? She snapped. 40 seconds, Captain, but I'm not sure if we can plot a clear course. We're pretty boxed in right now. The forward vessel fired bursts of energy from the cannon bank along its central spine. Blue energy lanced out, slipping through Wessex's shields and dancing like lightning over its superstructure. Iron cannons! Someone shouted. Losing power on forward decks 10 through 14. Hits to our engines, Captain. Navigation reported. Losing power on nacelles 2 and 4. By that time, Jag was right in front of Veila. He snapped, "Hail them. Hail them now." "Do you know them?" Veila asked. "Do you recognize those ships?" Jag nodded gravely. "Are they Chiss?" He nodded again. "Communications, get us a line with that lead ship." Veila stabbed a finger at the vessel looming out the forward viewpoint. She lowered her voice and said to Jag, "Why the sad face? I thought these blue boys were your friends." "Not these ones. Those are top-of-the-line vessels of the Chiss Ascendancy," Jag said. "I was exiled from the Ascendancy 10 years ago, long story, believe me." "And what about those Chiss you called in at Exodo 3? She asked, naming the place where Jag had laid siege to Admiral Dala's renegade forces. "That was the Empire of the Hand, a splinter group of the Ascendancy founded by Grand Admiral Thrawn. We have family ties, another long story, but they are not these people. These people, I don't know." "Captain," the communications ensign said, "we're getting contact from the lead vessel. They're hailing us." "Very good, Lieutenant," Veila said, and did her best to assume a captain's bearing. "Put them on." The voice seemed to boom over the bridge's speakers. Its tone was haughty, cold, and imperious. It took Jag a second to recognize it. "Imperial strike cruiser, you will stand down immediately. Your vessel is now property of the Chiss Expansionary Defense Fleet, Task Force Celestial, under the command of Commodore Winterfell." Veila looked to Jag. The man shrugged and said, "Well, I guess I do know them." Chapter 19. Jag thought it was a sign of his sister's confidence that she was the one to come aboard Wessex, instead of ordering them to join her. It could have been a gesture of trust, too, an affirmation that no Imperial captain would try anything as mad as taking a Chiss officer hostage when her ship was surrounded. Veila wasn't going to do anything like that. As she, Jag, and Sar Binrin stood on the flight deck with an honor guard of 12 stormtroopers, watching the Chiss shuttlecraft enter the bay, Jag watched her out of the corner of his eye. Her posture was perfect, her jaw clenched tight. Her hands were at her sides, balled into red fists. Her pride, as a person and as an Imperial officer, had been sharply wounded, but she wasn't going to do anything mad. Jag also glanced at the Gamorrean who towered over her. His porcine face was harder to read, but he didn't think Sar Binrin would cause problems either. As for Jag himself, well, if simple legality didn't get them off, he was dead certain they were currently outside Ascendancy territory. He was hoping familial ties would do the trick. He'd have felt better if he'd seen his sister any time in the past 10 years. She was unmistakable regardless. When the shuttle's belly opened, a procession of Chiss guards marched out onto the flight deck, clutching rifles to their chests. When they had arranged into 2 lines of 10, stretched out from the shuttle to the 3 captive delegates, Weinzer finally stepped out of the shuttle. She was taller than he'd last remembered and thinner. All the softness of youth had been cut away. She had her blonde hair pulled back and tied at the nape of her neck, so a slim ponytail dangled over the shoulders of her matte black uniform. She approached the delegate slowly. She must have recognized Jagged, though from that distance he couldn't discern her expression. Weinzer stopped 2 meters away from the delegates. Her eyes were dead ahead on Veila. The 2 women's gazes, both stern and icy, met. They lingered for what seemed like forever before the Twi'lek said, "Lieutenant Colonel Veila, Imperial Intelligence. These are Mr. Vought Sar Binrin of the Galactic Alliance and Mr. Jagged Fel." An interesting crew, Weinzer said, passing them once over with her eyes. Hers met Jag's for just a second before she looked back to Veila. The Twi'lek woman said, "With all due respect, Commodore Fel, we are outside the borders of the Chiss Ascendancy. You have no authority to detain and board this ship." Weinzer gestured to her guards. "If I wanted to take over your ship, I have brought more than this. I simply wanted to talk." "Well, you clearly have us at attention," Veila said. "We were observing the battle between the U.S. Hanvong and Alliance fleets for some time," Weinzer explained. "When we finally decided to intervene, we noticed a handful of Alliance ships behaving strangely, and which jumped in the opposite direction of the rest of the fleet. And so you followed us here," Veila said. "May I ask which side you plan to intervene on behalf of?" Neither. Weinzer stiffened. "We were going to destroy them all." That took Veila aback. She said, "With all due respect, you only have 4 ships." Weinzer smiled tightly, but said nothing. It was Sar Binrin who cleared his throat and said, "Maybe we should take this conversation someplace else." Agreed. Weinzer glanced at the Gamorrean. If she was surprised he could talk, she didn't show it. "Lieutenant Colonel, I trust you can find us a place to sit down." "Of course, Commodore," Veila said, with the hint of a bitter smile. Jag didn't know which woman would win a fight, but it would be a most interesting match to watch. 5 minutes later they were seated in the main briefing room, Veila on one end of the oval table, Weinzer on the other, Jag and Sar Binrin seated at the midsection. 2 stormtroopers stood silent behind Veila. 2 Chiss troops were behind Weinzer. What the scene lacked in warmth, Jag thought, it made up for in symmetry. Weinzer leaned forward, clasping her hands on the table. "I suppose I should start. The Chiss Ascendancy recently observed unidentified fleet movements outside its borders, as well as indications of conflict. Naturally, they sent a fleet to investigate. I suspect the Empire noticed the same." "We did," Veila confirmed. "All understandable. But that does not explain why you have Alliance personnel and ships aboard Wessex." Her eyes shifted to Sar Binrin. The Gamorrean stared at her with his dark beady eyes. "We came on invitations. It was decided that the Empire and the Alliance would benefit, by sharing information, as a possibility of a U.S. Hanvong return would threaten the galaxy as a whole." "And what of Zonoma Sekut, the mysterious traveling world where all the U.S. Hanvong should have been exiled to? What became of it?" Sar Binrin stared at her but didn't respond. "If you knew where it was, you would have set course for it immediately," Weinzer reasoned. "So you either found it, and it was heavily damaged or destroyed, or you didn't find the planet, and have been out of contact with it for some time. Given all the instability the Alliance has been having lately, I wouldn't be surprised at all if you misplaced the planet." Sar Binrin didn't rise to the bait. He just stared with those little black eyes. Weinzer continued, "Let's operate on the assumption that Zonoma Sekut is missing in action, and this U.S. Hanvong fleet is a rogue operation. That begs the question of what the other rogue fleet is. The vessels are almost entirely of Alliance manufacture, some of them top-of-the-line models, others not. Any rational being would assume that the Alliance has sent this fleet into the unknown regions to hunt down and exterminate the U.S. Hanvong in secret." She looked to Veila. "Do you agree?" "That is my assumption," the Twi'lek allowed. "Then why did you allow an Alliance agent on your ship?" Weinzer looked to Sar Binrin again. "You're one-strike cruiser, alone in a dangerous territory. It would be easy for his compatriots to sabotage the ship and escape with their cohorts, leaving the Empire none the wiser. I assure you, have taken all precautions against betrayal, and this ship is far from insecure." Veila said. Her tone brooked no conflict. So what are you, Mr. Sarbinrin? Wynsa asked. Are you a double agent, or do you honestly not know anything about this so-called Rogue Alliance fleet? I know nothing, Sarbinrin said immediately. And neither does Alliance intelligence. Are you certain? Wynsa cocked a blonde eyebrow. Absolutely. They would not send my people on a dangerous mission as part of some elaborate ploy. You trust your superiors that much? I do, Sarbinrin said. His big lips curled upward, revealing a few extra inches of tusk. Do you? Wynsa leaned back in her chair and looked at Veila. Lieutenant Colonel, we currently have people sifting through the wreckage of the battle, looking for survivors or debris that might prove of interest. I'd be willing to share that information with you, on a few conditions. Name them, Veila said. Wynsa held up a finger. Any survivors, Yuuzhan Vong or otherwise, will be kept as prisoners of war by the Chiss Ascendancy and interrogated. We will permit Imperial personnel to observe these interrogations, but not conduct them. Any prisoners will remain in Ascendancy custody. Jag expected Veila to object, but she nodded. Wynsa held up a second finger. We also reserve right to investigate the wreckage of any Yuuzhan Vong vessels. We have experience with Yuuzhan Vong biotechnology, and would be very interested in learning how that technology has or hasn't changed since the last war. Veila shook her head. No, not unless Imperial scientists have access to the same information. I assure you that, in all modesty, Chiss scientists would do a much better job analyzing Yuuzhan Vong biotech. I'd also like to remind you that we can take whatever we want and leave Wessex crippled in unknown territory. We're speaking at all because it would be to our mutual benefit to cooperate. You don't sound modest at all, Veila gave a tight smile. But I suspect you may be correct. However, I reserve the right to take readings and tissue samples from all biotechnology before giving them over to the Chiss Ascendancy. Agreed, Wynsa said. And that leaves the debris of Alliance vessels. I'm thinking of that destroyed escort frigate, for a start. In this case, we admit that the Empire's knowledge of Alliance technology and ships is superior to ours. You can have them after we perform preliminary scans. Agreed, Veila nodded. And that leaves the last issue. Wynsa looked back to Sarbinrin. His face was as hard to read as ever, but Jag could feel his frustration from across the table. Wynsa said, we will not permit the sharing of intelligence data with the Alliance. Jag opened his mouth to object, but Sarbinrin beat him to it. That's outrageous. That is a violation of our initial terms with the Empire. The Lieutenant Colonel and I both agree that your government is too closely involved with the Mystery Fleet to be trustworthy, Wynsa said. Either your superiors are lying to you or your intelligence and asset tracking are a mess. Either way, it doesn't bode well for a partnership. The only way we'll be able to improve intelligence is to analyze that debris, Sarbinrin insisted, slamming a heavy hand on the table. Both of them looked to Veila. The woman sat back in her chair, hands folded in front of her. She said calmly, we have already made an agreement with the Alliance. That's right, Jag spoke up for the first time. And breaking that agreement would be a disaster in Imperial Alliance ties. However, Veila said, still looking at Wynsa, given the clandestine nature of this mission, the Alliance could never announce the reason for the rift publicly. That will not stop them, Sarbinrin growled. If we go back empty-handed, or if we don't come back at all, the Alliance will come down hard on you. Even if they have to find a pretext, you can expect sanctions undercut to military and intelligence cooperation. All that for your handful of operatives. Wynsa sounded skeptical. The Alliance values its people, Sarbinrin insisted. That's what separates us from you. We've been just as much a part of this investigation as the Chiss or the Empire. I agree, Jag said, little too loudly, but it got attention from all three of them. The Alliance operatives on this mission have done the bulk of the scout work, and unlike the Empire, or Chiss, they have suffered actual losses. Exactly, Sarbinrin nodded. I lost the daughter of one of my oldest friends back there. If you won't let us search for her body at least, then you're all as savage as the Vong. Wynsa regarded him but said nothing. Jag looked to Veila and said, we need the Alliance in this more than ever. If that fleet out there is renegade, the Alliance will be the ones most able to identify its ships. And if there is some split going on in the Alliance hierarchy, well, I for one would like to know about it. Sar Binman spun in his chair to face her too. I promise I will share all data we can glean from those ships with the Empire. If that fleet is renegade, you'll know. If it's on some secret mission, you'll know that too. That's a matter of your word, isn't it? Veila said. It's always been about that. Jag looked across the table. This has always been about trust. The fact that all of us are sitting here, right now, is a sign of trust. We just have to trust a little further. Sar Binman nodded. Veila looked down in thought. Weinzer regarded her brother carefully and did not flinch from his eyes, though he could read nothing in hers. Eventually she nodded and said, agreed. We will share all data on recovered US Hanvong and Alliance war material. Thank you, Jag said. She only nodded. It took them a good hour to lay out specific provisions for their mutual cooperation, and while toes and claws were stepped on, the outright hostility seemed to have abated. Once the hour was up, all four of them rose to leave. Hold up, Commodore, Jag said. Weinzer, already at the door with a Chiss bodyguard on either side, spun to look at him. Would you like a word in private? She asked. I would, yes. Very well. She gestured to her bodyguards, and they stepped out into the hall. Sar Binman followed, then Veila and her stormtroopers. And then, finally, brother and sister were left standing in the empty conference room. He tried to run through his memories and picture the last time he and Weinzer had been together. It had been before his exile, before his crash on Tenup, before the swarm war that had severed him from his old life with the Chiss for good and left him drifting and rootless for years until he was pulled back into Jaina Solo's orbit. She looked at him, saying nothing, like she was expecting him to talk first. He fumbled with his words, saying, So, are mother and father well? They are, Weinzer nodded. Father's retired from active service, but he still serves the CEDF in an advisory capacity. I heard about Chem, Jag said. His Chiss aide, Asokaji, had brought him the news 3 years ago. Their younger brother had been killed by a Vagari ambush while guarding a convoy on the outer edge of Chiss space. He died heroically, joining Chak Yavin and Cheris on the role of martyred fell children. It was just the two of them now. You seem to have done well, he told her. You're a Commodore now. Not half as well as you, she said. You were Emperor. Not Emperor, Head of State, he corrected. I didn't want that job. And in the end I gave it up. Father was unhappy about that, she said. He thought the Empire needs strong leadership to keep the Moffs in line. He may be right, Jag said. But Vitteriage is no slouch. Perhaps. I got married, Jag said. But I suspect you heard. To your Jedi wife, Weinzer said coolly. I remember when you came back after the war, and how much you missed her. And I think I knew, even then, that you wouldn't stay with us forever. You'd seen too much of the galaxy to stay on Chila. Maybe you're right, Jag said. But exile was my mistake, not my choice. It was your choice to side with your Jedi friends against the Chiss, she said. I guess it still is. I'm not siding with anyone, Jag said. I don't have a side. Weinzer shook her head. If you don't have a side, Jagged, it's because you refuse to stick with one. Do you remember, when we were young, how determined you were? You swore to yourself you'd be the best pilot in the CEDF, even if you were handicapped by being human. You knew exactly what you wanted and you went for it. Her voice wavered for the first time. I admired you so much for that. Weinzer's eyes dropped from his, and he understood now. He knew, dead certain, that he would be standing in Weinzer's place right now, a CEDF Commodore ready to take down any enemy of the Chiss, if it hadn't been for Jaina Solo. Before the US Hanvong War, before he'd met her that fateful time under Raurush during the siege of Ifa, all he'd thought about was duty. No, not just duty, but his own pride, and his adolescent drive to prove himself to an entire civilization that saw him as alien and inferior. Jaina Solo had changed all that and led his life down twisted paths and periods of wandering in the dark, only to come to the light at the end. But his sister had never seen that light or wandered in the dark. Her life had been an arrow flying straight and true. Jag suddenly felt sad for her. Maybe it showed on his face. She stiffened and said, I got married too. But I don't think you heard that. No, Jag said. When was this? Not long after you did, coincidentally, Weinzer paused. I haven't heard about any children. No, Jag shook his head. Not yet. You? Wynter shook hers. I've been busy. Your husband, is he CEDF? Diplomatic corps, she said. Sometimes I envy him his quiet desk job. I'm sure it's much calmer than being married to a Jedi. I'm sure it is. She smiled, just a little. Wynter, he said, do you know more about what's going on here? More than you're telling? She frowned. It was all he could have expected, really. I'm sorry I asked, he sighed. It's just, I thought the US had Vong before. I've seen what they can do up close. I don't want that to happen again. If there have been worlds attacked or destroyed. None that we know of, Wynter allowed, but we only started tracking them recently. I see. Well, I suppose that's some good news. Wynter shrugged non-committedly. One other thing, Jagged said. You remember what Sar Binrin said, about losing a pilot? Yes. Who was she? She was the younger daughter of Wedge Antilles, he said. Our cousin. Her name was Miri. Oh, Wynter showed a little shock. I never knew her. I barely did, Jagged said. She looked a little like Mother. Never acted like her though. I'm sorry to hear that, Wynter sounded sincere. I'll relay that to Mother and Father, if you want. I think they should know, Jagged nodded. I will then. Wynter seemed to edge for the door. I understand, you have to go, Jagged said. Thank you for talking, just for a few minutes. Wynter nodded, turned for the door, and then turned around again. She asked, Jagged. Yes? Just what are you doing here? You're not Alliance, you're not Empire anymore. Is this a Jedi thing? The Jedi aren't involved, Jagged shook his head. Riaj roped me into it. Ah. He sounds like a hard taskmaster, not letting you enjoy civilian life. I think it's just his payback for my shoving the job onto him in the first place. Jagged laughed a little. All because of your ties to the Alliance and the Jedi, she suggested. That too, Jagged sighed. You know, you said I never stuck with a side and maybe you're right. But that doesn't mean I'm feckless, or that I'm derelict in my duty. I never implied you were, she said. Yes, you did, and I don't blame you. Mother and Father must think I'm the same. They're proud of you, she insisted. He wasn't sure if she was lying. Chiss, Empire, Alliance, Jedi. I only did what I thought was right. His eyes met hers, imploring. He couldn't read anything in them. They might as well have been the blank, glowing red eyes of a Chiss. Tell Mother and Father I love them. His voice wavered. Of course, his sister said, and stepped out the door. Jagged watched it hiss shut behind her and didn't move to follow. Chapter 20. Ben walked into his father's chambers on Ossus under his own power. It had been days since he was wounded at Tatooine. The emergency medical team at Anchor Head, followed by some extra Jedi healing courtesy of Silgal, had managed to fix most of his physical wounds, though he still did everything slowly, lest the tear on his side start hurting again. As for the effects in his head, Ben wasn't quite sure how long those would last. A lot of it was simple shame. Shame at being drawn in by the girl who was young and angry, but also kind of pretty, who reminded him too much of Vestra. Shame at being bested by her and losing his own lightsaber to boot. Shame, finally, at losing the data rod containing Biggs Darklighter's last message to his father from 45 years ago. Better than losing the other data rod, of course, but it was still something he ached to give his father. During their debriefing, he and Tahiri had explained everything else. Trago's murder, the chase and crash, the meeting with Tuskens, the shelter in a homestead, whose owners they did not name, and finally the confrontation at Tow Station. Afterward, Tahiri had stayed with Master Skywalker to explain something private. Ben didn't know what, but he had a feeling it didn't pertain to the old homestead. Nothing in his father's expression since then had indicated as much. Although that was not always a reliable measure, not anymore. During Luke Skywalker's period as outcast, Ben had felt himself bonding with his father as he never had before. However, ever since Luke's confrontation with Abeleth and his encounter with the mysterious monolith, he seemed to be getting distant again. He sent Ben and Tahiri off on all sorts of missions to all the corners of the galaxy, and held many secret meetings in the Jedi headquarters on Ossus. Ben knew his father suspected there were more Sith out there, and not just the scattered remains of the one tribe. Somehow that made him seem older, more grim and burdened than any other time save those awful days after his wife, Ben's mother, had been killed. Now Ben walked into his father's quarters in the temple. It was on the highest level of the ancient Jedi pyramid that the New Order had rebuilt since moving their headquarters to this world. Bright light shone through the window, revealing mottled clouds over arid, rocky mountains. Ben often heard older Jedi complain that Ossa seemed barren and sterile compared to Yavin 4, but right now he was just glad not to be on Tatooine. Whether his father felt that way was anyone's guess. Luke Skywalker, dressed in his dark Grand Master's robes, stood facing the window. He must have felt Ben enter, but he hadn't reacted. Ben waited in the doorway for a long moment and, when he got no response, rapped his knuckles against the doorframe. "Hello, Ben," his father said without turning. "Are you doing better?" "Yep." Ben stepped into the room with a slight limp and tried to hide it. "Good as new, more or less." "More or less." Luke turned around. "Give me a day or two," Ben said, and sat down on the room's longer sofa. "We have that long, right? You just called the Jedi Council together today for tea and cookies, didn't you?" "I wish I had," Luke smiled gently. He stepped away from the window, robe swishing behind him, and sat down next to Ben. He leaned forward, folding his hands and resting his elbows on his knees. "We've been running several missions lately, yours included, that all seem to point in a single direction, though we're still not entirely sure what that direction is." "You mean those coordinates?" Ben asked. "We checked them in the Shadow's nav computer. It looked like they were someplace in the unknown regions. No idea if it's a star system, or just empty space." "We'll get to that in the meeting," Luke said. "Don't I get a preview?" Ben faked his best pout. "Sorry, no spoilers," Luke pat his son on the knee. "I just wanted to make sure you're okay. You won't leave right away, but there's a mission in the offing." "Of course I'll be ready," Ben said, "especially if it gives me the chance to get my lightsaber back." Yes, that," his father gave a sly smile. "Smarts, doesn't it, losing something that important?" "You bet it does," Ben scowled. "Humiliating is what it is. I let her play me." "Maybe," Luke said. "Though you might be interested to know that I did some checking. Cole Fardreamer was the deck chief on the Resilient. He was killed at Fonda. His wife, Trina Varsong, died at the other Battle of Fonda, before you were born. Shortly before she died, she gave birth to one daughter, named Miranda." "Miranda," Ben repeated. "Miranda Fardreamer. So she wasn't making it up. What did you feel in the Force? If she got you to drop your guard, you must have felt something." "I felt sadness," Ben said, "and anger. There was cunning underneath that too, but I guess I didn't pick that part up until it was too late. Just like Vestera, he thought. Maybe his dad thought so too, but neither of them said it. She was very bitter about the Jedi. She blamed Jedi for both her parents dying. One time for making war, the other time for trying to stop it. If only we'd been consistent, she'd have only lost one parent," Luke observed. Ben looked at his father. Was that a joke? His expression remained serious. "The Jedi have always been a lightning rod for controversy, Ben. We have powers most beings don't understand, and have always stood at the forefront of historical events. The Order has made mistakes, as has each and every individual Jedi. But I firmly believe the Jedi Order is a force for good in this galaxy, the best force there is." "I remember Cole Fardreamer. I'm very sorry about what happened to him and family. He reminded me of myself in a lot of ways. Young, ambitious, eager to please, even though he was just a lowly deckhand. He was a good man, and he didn't deserve what happened to him." His father looked down at his hands. Ben said, "You know, it's funny. I'm used to all that anti-Jedi talk coming from Sleemus like Dala. Hearing it from Miranda, that was something different. In a way, I can't say I blame her. I mean, she's still wrong, I just don't blame her for being bitter. Everything we do has consequences, Ben, sometimes ones you can't predict. When I started training your cousin, all those years ago, how could I possibly know he'd indirectly cause the death of a boy from Tatooine who helped me on a mission once? The galaxy is a big place, and as Jedi we're naturally swept along in big events. If there's any lesson to draw from this, it's that you should always be mindful of those big events, and the effects they can have on the lives of everyday people." "Oh," Ben said, although the lesson was to stay away from girls with daddy issues. As a joke, it hit too close to home to be funny. Nonetheless, Ben's father favored him with a smile. There are many truths out there, Ben, and they all depend on the point of view we take. I'd say both our truths are pretty true. Fair enough, Ben shrugged. Luke reached into the folds of his robe. In the meantime, while you're waiting to get your saber back, you should probably have a loner. When his hand reappeared, it was clutching a battered silver cylinder. Just looking at it made Ben's heart drop into his gut. That's Mom's, he said hoarsely. I think she'd want you to have it. Whatever happens next, you'll need to be protected. Ben took the lightsaber in both hands reverentially. He felt scared to thumb the weapon on. Instead, he hooked it carefully to the loop of his belt. It felt far heavier than it really was. I'll bring this back safe, he told his father. Luke smiled gently. I'm sure you will. That trust meant more than Ben could say. He blew out a tense breath and said, So, do you think it's about time? I saw Jaina and Master Horn in the council chamber on the way here. The rest should be there by now. I think you're right, Ben. Luke Skywalker got to his feet and smoothed out his Jedi robes. Come on, let's see how everyone else is doing. As they walked toward the door, Ben asked, Hey Dad, I know we just talked about staying away from girls, but I'd really like to get my own saber back. As to that, his father said, You'll just have to trust the Force. Jaina felt a little out of place among all the masters. She was on the Jedi Council and attended these meetings almost regularly, but it still felt slightly surreal to hold the same rank as legends like Corran Horn and Cal Katarn. She still remembered the brief, adolescent crush she'd had on Kype Durran during his fiery younger days, and now here she was, sitting next to him in the round, shallow arena Uncle Luke used for official meetings, waiting for the Grand Master to show. Kype was older now. His long dark hair, still tied back in a ponytail, was streaked with grey. He'd grown out a beard since she'd last seen him. It wasn't as shaggy as Cal Katarn's or a groomed goatee like Corran Horn's. It looked like Kype had forgotten to shave for a week and was pondering the results. For whatever reason, almost all the hair on his chin was grey. It wiped away the last bits of youth on Kype's face, but what it left in its place, Jaina couldn't decide. She leaned in and said to him, You really need to get rid of that. Get rid of what? Kype said, though his hand went to his chin. It makes you look old, she said. I was going for dignified. Kype stroked it lightly. Kype, you've been a lot of things, but I don't think you'll ever be dignified. He feigned a hurt look. You're insulting me. I played groomsman at your wedding and you insult me. I'm wounded, Jaina Solo. Grievously. Is it for a woman? She asked. She liked teasing Kype because it kept her mind off everything else. Kype didn't answer. He stared at the middle of the arena, as if he expected Luke to show up any minute. On the opposite side, diminutive Tahiri Veila sat a short distance from the massive bearable Jedi, Saba Sabatine. Her armored shoulders hunched forward and she seemed deep in thought. Jaina knew that Saba still blamed herself for the death of fellow council member Kemph Hamner during Luke's exile, even if no one else did. Tahiri, too, seemed apart. Unlike everyone else in the meeting, she did not wear Jedi robes but a dark grey flight suit and vest with her lightsaber hanging off her belt. She'd been going on missions with Ben for months, and Luke had shown himself more than willing to accept her back into the Order, especially after her help in defeating a Belloth. Still, Tahiri never seemed fully comfortable on Ossus. Jaina wanted to get her mind off them too. She decided harassing Kype would be a lot more fun than worrying about her problems. So, is she a Jedi? Or a normal citizen of the galaxy? Normal. Kype allowed. He was smiling a little. Oh, good. You can build bridges with the common folk. Just what we need right now. Is she classy? More than me, Kype allowed. Anyone I know? No, said Kype. At least, I hope not. Playing it close to the chest now, huh? He shook his head. When did you get like this? Aren't I supposed to be the one baiting a young kid like you? I'm not a kid anymore. I haven't been for a long time. Kype nodded. We both got old young, didn't we? A sad smile creased his face. Jaina was going to say something when the door to the chamber slid open and Luke Skywalker stepped in, followed by his son. Ben took a seat on the bench next to Tahiri. Luke stepped into the center of the chamber, spread his hands in welcome, and said, Thank you all for coming today. We have important business to discuss. Events will be happening soon that we must all be prepared for. The room fell silent in anticipation. Even without the Force, Jaina could sense the grim expectancy in everyone. Barring the experience Luke and her parents had had at the monolith earlier this year, things had been too uneventful. Everyone, Jaina especially, was waiting for the calm to break and for life to return to the state of strife they'd known most of their lives. Several things have come to a head at once, and it's time to act, Luke said. Jaina, please make a report on the occurrences at Yavin 4. I know you have much to tell us. Jaina nodded and rose to her feet. She felt all eyes drop on her and tried not to look at Ben. She and Luke had agreed to hide the news of Vestra's involvement for now, and she tried to pull her thoughts from the Sith girl so Ben wouldn't find a hint of their deception. Thankfully, that was easy. They'd found plenty of other horrors on Yavin 4. She explained everything in detail. The honeymoon she had taken with Tenelkar, Alana, Zek, and Taranzel, the exploration of the ruined Great Temple and the encounter with the Voxin. Here Tahiri shuddered. And finally their pursuit of the Voxin to the ruins of Exar Kun's temple. Corran and Kat both scowled. She explained that they had encountered a pair of Sith warriors and fought them to retreat. She did not mention ship ever. When Jaina sat down, everyone wanted to talk at once. Luke held up both hands and kept everyone quiet. Calmly, almost tiredly, he said, concurrent with this, Jaina's husband, Jagged fell, was sent on the mission by Viteriage to examine a conflict taking place in the unknown regions, near the border of Imperial space. Jaina, would you like to explain this as well? Jaina nodded and got to her feet. Jagged had swung by Ossus on his way from Bastion to the core to explain, in person, to herself and Luke what had transpired. Now she recounted everything that had happened to Jag in the past week, the finding of wrecked Yuuzhan Vong ships, the search with Imperial intelligence and Wraith Squadron, the final encounter with a warring Yuuzhan Vong Alliance fleet that ended only with intervention by the Chiss. Everyone took the news in soberly. When Jaina sat down, nobody tried to speak this time. They all watched Luke, like they were expecting him to drop a third hammer blow. Finally, I recently sent my son and Tahiri Veila on a mission to Tatooine, Luke said. Jaina had heard the gist of this already, first from Luke and then from Tahiri and Ben, but she could feel the surprise in Kaip and the others. She felt a little guilty for her family ties. Ben got to his feet and told his tale. He explained how they traced Trago from Korriban, how they'd interrupted the handoff and had to chase their quarry halfway across Tatooine, and finally how they'd encountered the agent and retrieved Trago's data card, even if the agent herself got away. When Ben explained that the data card contained coordinates for a location in the unknown regions, it got everyone's attention. Jaden Core, a recent addition to the council, raised his hand and asked, Master Skywalker, do you plan on sending a mission to those coordinates? I do, Luke nodded. There's no need to volunteer. I've already decided personnel, and while I appreciate your experience with the unknown regions, Master Core, I have other tasks for you and your apprentice. Jaden looked disappointed but nodded his acceptance. Jaina leaned forward eagerly. This was the part she hadn't discussed with Luke yet, and she wanted to know his decision. Luke said, Jagged Fell is on Coruscant as we speak, finalizing plans for another, larger joint expedition between Alliance and Imperial forces into the unknown regions in search of the renegade fleets. He is also bearing a message from me. We will give them our coordinates only if they agree to take a small contingent of Jedi with them. Given that they need all the information they can get for this mission, I don't expect a refusal. It would also be a peace offering between the Jedi and the Alliance, Corran pointed out. Exactly, Luke nodded. Kaip raised a hand and didn't wait to be called on. Master Skywalker, let me try and make sense of this. You're saying we're going to have Yuuzhan Vong and the Renegade Alliance fleet on the loose, plus indications that some bunch of Sith are buddies from the Lost Tribe, but another group are all bouncing around the unknown regions. The Sith had Voxin with them, Jaina said. If that's not a sign the Sith and Vong are connected, I don't know what is. Sith and Vong, Corran shook his head. I can't think of a worse nightmare. What about Zonoma Secca? Saba Sabatine spoke up. Have we any success in hunting its location? Luke shook his head. No, but I have a feeling it might be key to all this. Luke shifted his attention to Tahiri. Miss Veila, you also have close attachments to Zonoma Secca and the Yuuzhan Vong. I'd like you to go on this mission. His tone had changed. He was not ordering a Jedi, but asking a woman with useful knowledge and skills. Tahiri nodded firmly. I'd be honored, Master Skywalker. Ben, I'd like you to go on this mission too, he said. Now he was ordering. Ben gave a determined nod, but Jaina tried to hide her surprise. Ben had only been on Zonoma Sekret briefly, as a small child, and he had no knowledge of the unknown regions. More than that, if Vestra Kai and her Sith pals were connected with the Vong, there was a good chance Ben would re-encounter the girl somewhere in dangerous space. While she was still processing possibilities, Luke looked to Jaina and said, Finally, Master Solo, I'd like you to join them. Jaina stiffened. She shouldn't have been surprised, but she was. She met Luke's eyes and tried to discern the intent, but she got nothing, even in the Force. Did he want her to be the sword of the Jedi, cutting down Vong and Sith like she's spent most of your youth and adulthood doing? Did he want her to guide Tahiri, protect Ben? She got nothing from him, nothing at all, except a nudge of encouragement. He was getting more cryptically Yoda-like by the day. As usual, Hapes said what was on everyone's minds. Master Skywalker, what will you be doing while the three of them go chasing phantoms? What will the rest of us be doing? Chasing other phantoms. Luke set his lips in a grim line. We're going to send teams to Korriban, Zayast, Ambria, Onderon, Vjun, Zakul, and every other planet known to harbor Sith in the past. We're going to find them and get rid of them. A chill settled over the group. Jaden Kor asked, Master Skywalker, does that mean? We're going to end it, Luke said firmly. We're going to end everything. He glanced at Jaina, Tahiri, and Ben all in a line. I'll be needed to command and coordinate the hunting parties. But the Force is telling me that the most important tasks will fall with you three. We won't fail you, Ben said firmly. He seemed to believe it. I believe in all of you, Luke said, and though he didn't speak it aloud, all three of them felt his message clear in the Force. I need you to believe in yourselves. Jaina felt shaken somewhere, deep inside. She suddenly felt like crying, but she held in tears and stifled the regret. She'd gotten good at that. Chapter 21. After a perilous sojourn in the dark, it felt strange being in the bright center of it all. The meeting took place in the Galactic Alliance Chief of State's office. It was a location Jagged had been in many times before, when he'd been head of the Empire and had constantly had to face off with Dala. When Dorvan, her chief of staff, had been a friendly face then, and Jag had come to appreciate the honest help the man tried to give and trust his judgment when it came to untangling the messy situations he and Dala often caught each other in. Now the office was Dorvan's own. He hadn't changed the arrangement of the place much. The desk still had its back to the window, the shelves were still half full with datapads, but just by seeing Dorvan in that seat, Jag felt assured that everything was better. He tried to take comfort from Dorvan, and the other beings gathered in the office. All of them were on their feet, belying the tension of the meeting. Chief of State Dorvan, half-seated on the edge of his desk, Director of Intelligence Loran, Supreme Allied Commander Nek Buatu, Wraith Leader Sar Binrin, and Captain Sil Antilles. He felt full trust in all of them, and he tried to cling to that trust, because it was the only piece of solace he had against the potentially catastrophic threat in the unknown regions. It was strange that Jag felt the least connection to his own cousin. When he'd arrived at the meeting, he'd been surprised to see her, but quickly understood when she began to brief those gathered on what she had found while overseeing the search for missing Alliance ships. She had laid it all out for them in cool, professional tones, betraying none of the grief she must have felt at the loss of her sister, loss Jagged felt inexplicably to blame for. Sil had explained that their efforts to track down missing Alliance capital ships had been very difficult. The Alliance had a habit of selling off old, obsolete spacecraft to planetary governments for local defense purposes, and it was hard to keep track of them after that. Nonetheless, when collated with the data retrieved from the Wraith ships after the battle in the unknown regions, certain conclusions could be drawn. A holoprojector played on Dorvan's desk and beamed holocam footage from one of the Wraith's X-Wings. Sil froze it periodically and pointed out specific ships that she'd been able to positively identify. She was pointing at an old Victory-class Star Destroyer while she explained, if you look closely, you can see the modifications on the forward turbolaser batteries. This was a retrofit adopted by the Empire shortly after the death of Grand Admiral Thrawn, when they were getting desperate and needed to optimize firepower on all their vessels, even older ones. So it's an Imperial craft? Dorvan asked, a tone of faint hope in his voice. Sile shook her head. No, sir. If you look on the dorsal side, you can make out the faded New Republic crest. The Republic only captured a handful of these retrofitted Vics, and only one of them is unaccounted for. Which one? Loran said. He had his arms crossed over his chest and wore a look of furious concentration, as though he were trying to remember on his own. Most likely, this ship is the Revolutionary, belonging to Captain Cala-Orban. I remember him, Loran said. Vaguely. Imperial defected to the Republic shortly before the treaty, which was odd timing. He defected to be with his wife, a local senator on Nubia. Oh, Buatu shook his head. She died in the Vong War then. Sile nodded. Jagged knew she had lost a lover in Jaina Solo's war, and probably everyone else did too. They avoided her loss-haunted eyes even as they listened to her words. It stands to reason that these are going to be old ships, led by commanders who fought in the Vong War, Sarbinrin said dryly. People who lost something important. Sile made a slight adjustment on the holo projector. It played for 2 more seconds then froze. She zoomed in on the image of an old Majestic class cruiser. New class warship, Buatu said. There was a very limited run of those, and most went to the 5th Fleet, though they are all scuttled from service by now. Sile nodded. We've identified that one as belonging to Terra Vatrim. Buatu, once the Chief Admiral of the 5th, looked thoughtful. Human, from Rinal, I believe. By now she must be quite old. She started as a sub-commander in the Black Fleet crisis, Sile explained, then got promoted by personal request of General Abart after the Battle of Enzoth. She saw plenty of combat against the Vong, especially during the early, bloody stages of the conflict. She commanded a battle group that lost most of its ships at the Battle of Fonda, though the Sunbeam survived. What did she do after the Vong War? Retirement, Sile said. She stayed out of the recent war also. Sunbeam was sold to the local defense fleet at Essos about 15 months ago. Clearly, someone convinced her to re-enlist, Dorvan said. If he was expecting Sile to offer a name, he got nothing. An awkward silence settled over the room, as though each of them were left to stew in their own ignorance. Finally, Jagged spoke up. I must point out that there are 3 Bovan assault cruisers in this fleet. That should be indicative of something. We haven't been able to identify them, Sile said quickly, to draw attention away from an awkward-looking neck Buatu. We've contacted the Bovan government, but so far we have not worked out an intelligence-sharing agreement. Buatu sighed. My people's government has officially sworn off the Arcray policy of total war against the Vong, but it was extremely controversial at home. As you know, my predecessor, Tras Krefi, was forced into retirement due to pressure from Arcray elements in Drevstan. No one has questioned your creevy, Admiral Dorvan said, referring to the Bovan oath of total loyalty. I know, and I thank you, Buatu said. Thankfully, the Bovan government is more unified now than it was 15 years ago. Arcray elements have been pushed to the fringe, which may be why this fleet has appeared now. Captain Antilles, I'll contact the Bovan military personally. I'll also have my uncle Eremuth call in favors with people in the civilian government. We're not exactly popular in Drevstan, but we can exert pressure where it counts. He bared 2 fangs in a Bovan smile. I don't relish games of influence, but I know how to play them. We're glad of that, thank you, Dorvan said. May I ask how long we're willing to wait for the Boffins to comply? Jagged asked. These fleets are still out there, fighting. If we're going to intervene, we should do so soon. Buatu cocked his head. As far as I am aware, you're an Imperial citizen, without any official rank in their government and certainly not in ours. I've come this far to lend you my skills, Jag said, more harshly than intended. He was getting sick of people questioning his loyalties. I feel my expertise could be of value still. And what value is that, precisely? Loran asked. If we run into my sister, or any other Chiss fleet, I'll be an essential intermediary. Jag ticked off one finger, then another. I have more experience in the unknown regions than anyone in your military or intelligence organizations. I have first-hand knowledge of fighting the Yuuzhan Vong, which even many of your most capable commanders do not. Sile accepted the compliment with a half-hearted nod. Finally, because of my, as you say, unofficial status, I am ideally placed to liaise between elements of the mission and defuse potential conflicts. What elements? Wutu asked, his tone still hostile but controlled. Alliance. Imperial. Chiss, if they decide to join. Jedi, if you decide to let them. He'd already laid out Luke Skywalker's proposal and gotten a chill reception. This time, when he said the J word, everyone visibly stiffened, even big, broad Sarbinrin. Jagged didn't believe anyone in the room had anti-Jedi prejudices, but he knew the political situation was very touchy at the moment. As seemed to shift to Dorvan, as though everyone was passing the proverbial credit to the chief of state. The man sighed and said, "This is to be a top-secret mission, so I'm not as concerned about bad press as I would be otherwise. I still have concerns." "What are they?" Jag asked, volunteering himself once again as the Jedi's advocate. Master Skywalker picked interest in choices for his time. There's Tahiri Veila. How do the Imperials feel about working with her? They don't know yet, but I've given her an official pardon after she rendered valuable services to the Empire. In any case, she knows Zonoma Sekka and the Vong better than anyone in the known galaxy. Another compelling case, Dorvan sighed. Then there's Skywalker's son, who seems the least experienced, but also the least objectionable. Go on, Jag said. Jaina came last. A slight, wry smile touched Dorvan's lips. As for Master Solo, well, do you think you can keep your wife in line? No one can keep Jaina in line, Jag allowed his own smile. She's too much of her father in her. Well, you're going to have to try, because she'll be answerable to you, just like everyone else. Jag stiffened with a sense of dread. Excuse me, sir. We made the decision before you arrived, Wutu said. Because of what you called your unique position, we'd like you to be commander of the coming mission. Me? Jag's jaw dropped. He'd been willing to offer his service and expertise, yes. A minute ago he'd been practically begging them to let him come. Actually commanding an entire mission this risky, critical, and frankly unknowable was another matter entirely. But what about the Empire? I've already talked to Vitariage, Dorvan said. He seems to think you're a fine choice. That, or he was looking to punish Jag some more. Are you saying I am going to command a Joint Alliance Imperial Jedi task force into the unknown regions? Exactly, Wuatu said. We've also sent out feelers to the Chiss, for whatever that's worth. Commander Antilles here will be your strategic operations advisor and captain of your flagship. Sarbinrin and the Wraiths will accompany. I understand that the Imperials will once again be led by Lieutenant Colonel Veila. The thought of Veila and Jaina sharing a room left Jagged terrified and faintly aroused. He looked at Dorvan, then Wuatu, and finally Loran, whose face, usually lightened by casual mirth, looked grim. This isn't a joke then, Jag said. No, Sile spoke up. It's not a joke at all. I guess not. Jag let go of a breath he didn't remember holding. We're leaving it up to you to keep all parties in line, Wuatu said. Alliance, Imperial, Chiss, Jedi. And your wife. That last one, said Jag, might be the trickiest. We know, Loran allowed a smile at last. We agreed you were the only man who could handle the challenge. I feel flattered, Jag sighed. And grateful, honestly. And also a little scared. You should be, Sile said. Everyone met her eyes and the humor drained from the room. She crossed her arms over his chest and said again, you all should be scared. After the meeting at the Chief of State's office, Sile took a speeder directly to her quarters. She had moved into them just a month previous, after being recalled from Fonda on what was supposed to have been a temporary reassignment. It was a spacious flat, bought cheaply because of its proximity to the areas damaged by the recent Sith attacks. After hearing of Miri's death, her parents had taken the first flight to Coruscant and were now staying in her apartment. She didn't want to return, but she knew she had to face them before leaving for the unknown regions, and she might as well get it out of the way now. When Sile arrived, she was surprised to find not just her parents standing in her kitchen, but two more people of the same age. She couldn't resent the intrusion. Tycho Selchu and his wife Winter had been like second parents to her, and naturally they would want to be with their close friends at this sad moment. Hello, Sile, Winter said softly. She wore a dark, plain dress that contrasted to the white of her hair. She didn't say she was sorry, and Sio was glad. She'd been getting too much of that lately. "Thank you for coming," she said, though she wanted nothing more than to go into her room and close the door. Grief made her feel like a helpless child. "Wedge told me you were over at headquarters," Tycho said. He and her father were standing in the corner, each with a slim glass of ale in hand. Her father looked at her with very tired eyes that she couldn't bring herself to meet. "That's right," Sio said. "We had a meeting in the Chief of State's office. On a mission of this import, a grieving family would normally be kept in the dark, but Garrick Loran had personally brought the news to Wedge and Ela before the Wraiths returned from the unknown regions. He'd had explained everything." "What did Dorvan have to say?" her mother asked. Ela's arms were crossed over her chest. Her face was blank and her voice even. She seemed to be taking things better than her husband, at least a little. "We leave in 2 days," Sio said. "For the unknown regions?" Tycho asked. Unsurprisingly, her parents had filled him in. "We're using retrieved coordinates courtesy of the Jedi," Sio said. "There didn't seem a point in hiding anything. We'll be working with them as well as an Imperial delegation. Possibly the Chiss as well." "Who commands?" Tycho asked. "I'll be in charge of Alliance flagship," she said. None of them showed surprise, or anything else. "The overall operation will be coordinated by Jagged Fell." Tycho raised white eyebrows, but her parents betrayed nothing. Sio barely knew her cousin, but the idea of going out into the unknown regions with Fell, chasing the ships that had killed Miri, didn't intimidate her. If anything, it gave her a small bit of comfort, not because Fell was family, but because he was a disciplined professional. She preferred working with that type. She'd never have been able to share a mission with her sister. 2 days, her father said. "It sounds like you'll be busy, then." "We will," Sio nodded. "We have a long day of prep work tomorrow, so if you'll excuse me, I'd like to get some rest." "Of course," Tycho put his drink down. "Winter and Akin." "Stay please." Sio tried to smile, but didn't have it in her. "It's good seeing you all together again." She turned and walked into her bedroom without another room. The window shades were pulled down and room was dark, with only a thin shaft of light from the open doorway cutting through the gloom. Sio got to the bed and fell onto it. She managed to pull off the polished black boots of her uniform and undo the top 2 buttons around her neck before she collapsed on her bed. Sio rested face up and stared at the shaft of light that cut across her ceiling. She felt exhausted and empty. She tried to feel something about the mission: anxiety, eagerness, fear, anything, and could not. It had been this way after Shyam died too. The entire universe had seemed a black empty thing and her actions inconsequential. There hadn't seemed a point in anything. Sio felt the same now, maybe worse. She could have stood up, taken off her uniform and showered, but she didn't move. There didn't seem to be a point. She didn't know how long she lay there before a shadow filled the light shaft. The shadow shifted out of the light and she felt her bed shift under additional weight. She felt a hand, rough and worn, reach out to touch the side of her face. Sio jerked her head away, but her father reached out again to stroke her cheek. She didn't say anything and neither did she. She didn't choke or sob, but tears ran silently from her eyes. Her father wiped them away. Epilogue. Visions of the future. Sometimes, just sometimes, Natasi Dala thought she could get used to retirement. It had happened before, a long time ago. She'd been utterly humiliated at Yavin 4, when her attempt to destroy the new Jedi Order in its infancy had been met with disaster. After the destruction of the Night Hammer, she had set down her rank and authority, left the Empire in the capable hands of Jalid Pelion, and tried to find a new life for herself somewhere in the galaxy. To her own amazement, she'd actually found one on a dismal hellhole of a world called Namcorius. Legius had aged much since she'd last seen him, been through some terrible experiences, but then, so had she. Together with Legius, she'd retired from a life of warfare and surrendered herself to simple pleasures. It had been a strange experience, unsettling at first. She'd wake up in the middle of the night after dreams of standing on a burning vessel's bridge or hearing the phantom sounds of emergency klaxons. It had been Legius, calm-wise Legius, who had soothed her nerves and taught her, slowly but surely, that a peaceful life was a fine one to live. Legius was long dead now. Gil Pelion, right before his own death, had called on Darla again, and when she'd mustered her fleet for counterattack at Fonda, the adrenaline rush had made her feel a decade younger. She'd been wary to accept command of the Galactic Alliance for a dozen of reasons, not the least her earlier battles with the Rebel Alliance from which it had grown. But it had been plain to her that some strong hand was needed to hold the galaxy's largest political union together. The Jedi were running amok, declaring themselves dictators and squashing anything that disagreed with their narrow, self-righteous vision of how the galaxy could be run. The Corellians, Boffins, and other independent-minded worlds had wanted their own special privileges, demanding favors without paying their fair due. It hadn't taken long for Darla to loathe having taken the job in the first place. Yet somehow, she didn't regret it. Then, as ever, she had done what was necessary to restore order to a chaotic galaxy, and a reign in the Jedi fanatics who could never stop fighting each other over petty religious differences. But now she was retired again. After her abortive attempt to unseat Jagged fell as head of the Empire, Vitoriage had graciously allowed her to retire quietly to a private estate on Arinda. She had acres of land for her own and a home set halfway into the side of a steep hill. At dawn the system's rosy sunlight would stretch across the plain below, making the wheat fields glimmer like a million precious jewels. It was the most wonderful view in the Empire. Darla could almost get used to it, but not quite. She had no lieges now, no one to calm her, no one to convince her that peace was a normal and acceptable state for a woman's life. She still dreamed of fiery battleships, and every time when she woke up to peace she felt disappointed. Darla lived alone on Arinda, though she had several droids to help maintain the estate. She'd taken them apart, examined the pieces, and put them together again one by one. She'd scoured every wall, nook, and crevice of her estate, and while she'd found no proof of surveillance devices, she knew they were there somewhere. Vitoriage wouldn't turn his back on her entirely. If he did, he was a fool. One night, Darla's dreams were more vivid than usual. She was on board a Star Destroyer again. Its bridge was burning. A massive craft loomed ahead of her, long and dagger-like, but jagged and organic-looking, like a lumpy Mon Calamari cruiser, only Marizo. A U.S. Hanvong ship, perhaps. In the confusion of her dream, she couldn't be sure. Her destroyer was burning and the enemy vessel loomed ahead. She shouted to her crew to abandon ship. Everyone but a skeleton crew to the escape pods. In a dream instant, they were all gone except for a handful of weapons and engine stations. She stabbed a finger at the Vong ship and gave the order, ram in speed. Her crew was a good crew. They obeyed without hesitation. Her crippled Star Destroyer lurched as helm control brought the engines back online, almost knocking her off her feet. She braced herself against the forward viewport, pressing both palms flat against the cool transperisteel. She stared at the Vong ship as it grew closer and closer. It brought its weapons to bear, firing volcanic death at her, but nothing could stop her. Debris slammed into the viewport and hairline cracks slivered through the transperisteel, tickling her palm, but she didn't let go. She leaned in closer. She saw the prow of her vessel stab into the heart of the Vong ship, shearing away Yorick coral and durasteel in equal measure. The destroyer groaned and buckled further, but it stabbed deeper and deeper into the enemy. The hairline fracture snapped and cracked under her hands. The viewport shattered, opening the bridge to fire in space. Darla felt herself being swept off her feet, plunging even faster than her dying vessel, closer and closer to the Vong ship, into its beautiful blossom of flame. And then she woke up. An alarm was blaring. Darla stared around her empty bedroom, wondering if she was still dreaming. But it wailed and wailed. In her sleepy confusion, it took her almost a minute to realize she was being messaged. She scrambled for the secret communications array in her bedroom. This was something she'd installed herself, but she'd only used it once or twice for fear of Riaj finding out. Only a handful of beings knew how to reach her. Before switching on the holo, Darla looked down at her disheveled hair and nightgown. She shrugged and flicked it on anyway. She was far too old to be vain. The blurred, blue face of Drickle Lesserson looked back at her. It wasn't a face she'd been especially eager to see. Even by Imperial Moff standards, Lesserson was as slimy as a greased carnovial. He'd plotted first against the Hapes, then against Jaina Solo, then against Jagged fell, then against Darla herself, though she'd later been able to wrangle an alliance out of him. The fact that he hadn't been killed a half dozen times already was credit to his cleverness. if little else. Like Darla herself, he'd been stripped of all rank after their failed attempt to wrest control from Jagged fell. If he just wanted to complain about retirement, she wasn't in the mood. "I'm so sorry," Lesserson said. "I forgot what time it was for you." Darla doubted that. "What do you want, Drickle? Make it quick. I'm not sure how secure this line is." "Well, Natasi, there's no need to snap. I assure you I've taken all precautions to encrypt this message." "Out with it. Now." "Alright. I still have contacts on Yaga Minor, and they've been feeding me some very interesting rumors." "Rumors?" Darla frowned. "Is that what you called me in the middle of the night for? Canteen gossip?" "Hardly. First it was gossip, but now I've got something more substantial." "Such as?" His lips spread to reveal white teeth. "The Yuaz Hanvong. They're back." Darla jerked to attention. "What? How do you know?" Lesserson seemed more amused than nervous. "All in good time. The question is, Admiral Darla, do you think you have one more war left in you?" She stared at Lesserson's blurry, blue smile for what seemed like forever, wondering if this was still a dream. When she decided it was not, Darla nodded. Healing was not a Sith skill, but Vestra Kai had picked up many useful things during her sojourn with the Skywalkers. They taught her how to retreat within herself, to focus on the strength and warmth inside her and to merge it with the Force to mend the parts of her body that were cold and broken. She spent a long time lying on the deck of ship, existing in a strange midpoint between sleep and waking as she tried to mend the damage Jaina and Tenelkar had dealt her during the fight on Yavin 4. But like most Jedi tricks, it only did so much. No amount of Force-enhanced meditation was going to replace her lost arm. It certainly couldn't heal the damage to Vestra's soul. There had been too many betrayals, by her and against her for that. When she felt she had enough strength, she pushed herself off the floor. She lost balance the first time she tried it. Having only one arm would take getting used to. All that was left of the other was a cauterized stump, the parting gift of Jaina Solo's lightsaber, buried beneath several layers of back-to bandages she had not administered herself. She had enough strength to push herself upright with her remaining arm. She straightened her back and flexed her aching shoulders. They felt strangely light with only one arm to support. Then she saw the figure sitting a meter across the floor. He sat with his legs crossed, back straight. He was covered in black robes except for his hands and face, both of which were an ominous, artful sprawl of red and black patterns. The Deveronian's two long horns and needle-like teeth, visible through lightly pursed lips, completed the image of ancient malice. She expected to see predatory hunger in his eyes, red-orange with black pupils, but instead she saw patience. "I'll live," Vestra grunted, though he hadn't expressed any concern and she hadn't sensed any in the Force. His presence was dark, determined, angry, much like that of her father and the other members of the lost tribe of the Sith she had spent most of her life with. Like her own, she supposed. However, unlike the other dark side or as she'd known, this one seemed calm and composed. "Did we get them?" she asked. "Did we get what we came for?" "The holocrons of Naga Sadao are in our possession," Darth Vidius said. "Lord Wylock should be very pleased." Even when she'd agreed to go with him to Yavin 4, she'd half expected this mysterious man to kill her once she helped him get his precious artifacts. It would be the typical Sith thing to do, after all. She'd been at his mercy, wounded and helpless, for hours if not days, and best she could tell, all he'd done was dress her wound. Vestra didn't trust kindness. She almost had once, and regretted it. She'd been born a Sith, made a Sith, and she'd die one too whether she liked it or not. "Where are we going?" she asked, not bothering to veil the suspicion on her voice. For some reason, Vidius chuckled. It didn't befit his demonic image. "We are going deep into the unknown regions, Vestra Kai." "Is that where we deliver those holocrons?" "Among other things." Vestra blew out a long breath. "You know, I thought we'd be going to Cooperative. I sensed your people's presence there when I was there a few years ago. That was you, wasn't it? Or is there a third faction of Sith floating around?" "We have since abandoned Cooperative," Vidius said. "The Jedi were becoming too aware of our presence. Besides, we had other business." "Have you met any others, like me?" she had to ask. Vestra hadn't seen or heard anything about the Lost Tribe since the battle at Coruscant 2 years ago, when she'd betrayed Jedi and lost tribe alike and turned both into her enemies. They would never take her back, and she'd never want to go back, but she was still curious as to the fate of the people she'd spent most of her life with. The tribe she'd lost. We have encountered several, Vidia said. And Vestera's breath caught in her chest. Few were worthy, the Deveronian said darkly. She might have felt sadness, knowing members of the lost tribe had fallen to whatever the second Sith clan was. Instead she felt a dull emptiness. The last remnants of her youth had finally disappeared, and there was nothing yet to replace them. And I was worthy? She asked. You were willing to make a sacrifice. He made a small gesture to the stump of her arm. She wanted to ask if she could get a replacement limb, but was afraid of looking weak. Vidius must have sensed this. He shook his head and said, our leader is not averse to prosthetics. However, some of our allies are, so you'll have to make do for now. Your leader? Are we going to meet him? Perhaps. That is not for me to know. But do not fear. All will be explained soon enough. Well, that's a relief, she muttered. I hate being stuck in the dark. Vidius chuckled, like she'd said something funny. I believe you have much potential. As do I, Lady Kai, said a voice in her head. Ship. Her mouth slacked open. The sentient machine in whose belly they rode hadn't touched her thoughts since Yavin 4. Despite its constant presence in her mind for many years, she'd almost forgotten it was there. Rest assured, Lady Kai, it said, this man will take us somewhere very powerful. I can feel it. This is what I've been waiting for my many centuries in exile. Vestera glanced at Vidius, wondering if he too could hear ship. His face was blank, betraying nothing. What do you want? Vestera asked both aloud. What's your goal in all this? I wish to become a more perfect vessel of the dark, said Ship. The Jedi are weak, Vidius said. The alliance from which they have broken is weaker. The time is perfect to destroy both and re-establish the dominance of the Sith. And the holocrons will help you do that. The holocrons will help to heal our master. And when he is ready, for the first time, dark hunger blazed in his eyes. Finally, the time will come to reveal ourselves to the Jedi. Then, we shall have our revenge. And you, Lady Kai, will become a perfect vessel too. To both their declarations, she could only nod. Then and there, in the belly of the ancient Sith ship with a new Sith warrior seated before her, Vestera believed everything they said. She woke up. At first there was only light. Soft colors floated past in a formless haze, whites, pastel blues, and rosy pinks. Sometimes strands would seem to hover in front of her, waving gently, dark browns and vivid reds. She felt weightless and empty. Slowly, her vision sharpened. The soft colors became bubbles drifting through translucent fluid. The strands were trails of brightly dyed hair. She felt bubbles tickling her bare skin, while the medical wrappings around her chest and bottom shifted ever so slightly. She slept, and she woke up. Miri Antilles didn't know how long she floated in the haze, but when they pulled her out of the bacta tank she didn't want to go. The medical droid was an old 21B. His faceplace was chipped in a few places, but he was as polite and efficient as any other medical droid she'd known. He escorted her to a small white room with a soft white bed. He lay her down and pulled the covers over her. She slept. She waited. By now she had already realized that she was a prisoner. Miri didn't know how much time passed before her visitor came. She was lying in the bed, staring up at the unfamiliar ceiling, listening to the barely audible hum of the ship's engines when the door hissed open. She turned her head. A Bovan, wearing the white uniform of a Galactic Alliance admiral, stepped into her room. He had his paws clasped politely in front of him. Small gold eyes stared at her from a face of smooth silver fur. After the door slid shut behind him, he said, I'm glad you're awake. They weren't sure you were going to make it at first. Miri struggled to sit upright. She still felt dizzy and had to prop herself up against the headboard. Who are you? Her throat was dry, and the words cracked. Take some water, the Bovan said. He gestured to a bottle on her bedstand. Miri took it, drank, and asked, Am I a prisoner? The Bovan shook his head. Why do you think that? I was hit. I ejected. You're the fleet we were following. Apparently so, But I'm very interested to know who this we is. My people did notice some unusual activity during the battle, some unregistered ships on the edge of the combat zone, but we had bigger concerns, as I'm sure you noticed. He pulled up a stool and sat down next to her bed. Tell me, are you with Alliance intelligence? Miri regarded those gold eyes, trying to find his intentions. He didn't look threatening, but looks could be deceptive, especially where Boffins were concerned. All right, I'll go first, he said. My name is Brenner Refja. You are aboard my flagship Phoenix. I attended the New Republic Military Academy, fought for the Alliance during the US-Hanvong War, and fought for the Confederacy during the recent Civil War. I'm currently wearing an Alliance uniform again and calling myself an Admiral, but those are not government-sanctioned. In fact, I was never more than a Commodore. I'm putting them on as a show of military order and discipline in this fleet we've put together. Miri stared at those gold eyes for a long time. Then she said, My name is Miri Antilles. I was sent by Alliance authorities to track you down. You and your team, Irefja nodded. I would ask more about them, but I have a feeling you're not in the mood to tell me now. He scratched his neck fur with one claw, then asked, Tell me, are you the daughter of Wedge Antilles? Miri blinked. Getting that question was shockingly, well, normal. Do you know my father? Not closely, but I met him several times in official capacities. I'm not sure if he'd remember me. Still, when I was at the academy I admired him greatly. We all did. I spent most of the Vong War as a deck officer, serving under Admiral Creffy on the Rauruste, though I gained my own command during the last stages of the conflict. Admiral Creffy, Miri echoed. The Bovan Admiral, who had ended the Vong War as supreme commander of the entire Alliance military, vaunted as the hero who retook Coruscant, only to retire abruptly a year later, purportedly over political pressure from Bovan hardliners who wanted to continue Arcray, the total war their species declared against the US-Hanvong after the death of Borsfilaya. The Admiral and I fought together again during the recent Civil War, Irefja said, though he knows nothing about this current operation. If he did, I'm sure he'd try to stop me. What do you mean? Miri asked. Was he your mentor? Irefja's fur rippled. I suppose you could say that. But that isn't what I mean. What do you mean? Miri sensed danger behind his soft voice. Irefja reached into his uniform and drew out a long, thick metal cylinder. It was only when he shifted his grip on it that Miri recognized it as a lightsaber. Where did you get that? She gaped. You're not a... Of course not, Irefja shook his head. No, one of our agents recently acquired this. Didn't get what she came for, but at least she got this. This is a warning, Miss Antilles. It's not just your Alliance band that's after us, the Jedi too. Irefja's long ears flattened against his skull. The good Admiral Creffy was a strong believer in the Jedi. From the start of the war, he supported their involvement even when the government, including his cousin, distrusted Luke Skywalker's knights. He admired their bravery, their selflessness. And he was right too. If we'd worked with the Jedi, billions of lives could have been saved, maybe even Coruscant itself. When the war ended though, he was put to the test. The Jedi said they could end the war peacefully, and somehow convince an entire species of fanatic, death-loving warriors to lay down arms and go into voluntary exile on a magic planet called Zonoma Second. Any military man knows that if something sounds too good to be true, it probably is. But Trask agreed anyway, because he trusted the Jedi, and because he wanted to avoid a mop-up action that could be as long and bloody as the whole war that came up to it. If I were in his place, I might have even made the same choice. Irefja's lips pulled back to reveal sharp canines. But he was wrong. One act of kindness can't civilize an entire race of monsters. Miri felt chilled. That Vong fleet, where did they come from? What happened to Zonoma Second? Did you... She couldn't even finish her sentence. Irefja shook his head. We have no idea where Zonoma Second is. Believe me, we've been looking. Right now, our concern is that fleet. How did you find it? Were they attacking people? Irefja snorted. Yes, and even if the Alliance weren't a mess right now, they'd never muster a fleet to stop them. But I have spent the better part of a decade finding allies from all parts of the galaxy, people who will help me finish what we should have done 15 years ago. Miri felt herself shiver. And what happens to me in all this? I'm your prisoner, right? Prisoner? Iref just shook his head. You'll be kept under observation, but no, you're not a prisoner. You'll be staying here with us, to fight if you so choose. And if I don't, then you will still remain, because live or die, we will need witnesses to tell the rest of the galaxy what we did here in the uncharted depths of space. He leaned in close and laid a silver paw on Miri's hand. His gold eyes blazed as he said, Miss Antilles, you are going to witness history. We are going to eradicate the Yuuzhan Vong, once and for all.